All right, well, here, why don't you do the intro in classic, microholic fashion? Do that crazy intro you're always doing.
Hey, everybody. Welcome to PAX Online. You're here at the Gabe and Tycho Q&A.
That's right.
Get your assholes ready.
Yeah. Prepare the whole region.
Yep.
If you will. Now, it should be said that Laura Fromwork and our
Are we recording?
Yes, absolutely. I hope so.
Jesus, okay.
It should be said that our Technomancer, Mike Buland, and Laura Fromwork have created some kind of digital experience for us, a one-of-a-kind digital experience, they claimed, that would change lives.
Okay.
And so, apparently I have but to click to get this great experience rolling. Are you ready?
Yeah, I'm watching. I'm getting your screen fed to me. I'm watching it.
Okay.
Answer quest.
We got the Crab God. Look at all these classic artifacts. Is this like a search and find?
It does look like a search and find
type scenario. Oh, see how they wiggle. See, I'm so good at this.
Click on the wine cork.
Here, I'm gonna speed run this. Where? All right, Lady Kakyu from Duval, Washington asks, "What game announcements from E3 are you both excited to play?" So this is a question from Earth's past.
From the E3, what got announced at E3 that we're really looking forward to?
Yeah, like full announcements. God, what was that?
Halo. I mean, maybe I'll play. I played a lot of Halo. I'm sure I'll play the new one though.
Yeah, I think it'll be cool. But certainly we can play it together, bare minimum. There was basically everything in the Devolver showcase had a lot of value for me.
Yeah, you like those games.
I do. There was one that looked like Cowboys in Ikari Warriors. I don't remember what it was called, but it had a very funny, it's like Demon Bullet, something like that. Type that into Google.
And I'm sure it'll come right up.
Yeah, it's going to be the first thing, I hope.
Nothing, actually, I don't remember anything huge that jumped out at me from E3 as being like, oh, I can't wait for that.
There's certainly, I like video games.
I mean, I enjoy video games, but there was nothing, like thinking back, I can't remember an announcement. Right.
Yeah, and I think that, generally speaking, it's like when news just comes out at different times.
Yeah.
It can't really be contained in the classic sense.
I mean, I'm always excited to play new video games. That's all you need to know.
Yeah, that's the takeaway for the experience. Hot dogs.
Hot dogs.
Minaret from Braintree Ma asks, "You wake to find yourself in the trunk of a car traveling at some speed. How did this happen?" And that's a great question. I think that's the first question we're all asking.
My guess is that I got in with some shady people because I needed more money for Gunpla.
Well, yeah.
I think I took some loans out, and they came back. They came back to get their money.
Is this the situation where, obviously, so you got in with the wrong people and then you end up getting in over your head. Do you think it's a situation where it's like they're giving you the loans, but they're also selling you the Gunpla?
No, I think that they're a criminal organization and they expect me to buy drugs or guns and move them and make money and then give them their money back. And I just bought robots. I think they're really surprised.
They're shocked at...
They're like, didn't you buy heroin or anything? Like, what was your plan?
They're shocked at how...
I went and bought these toys.
They're shocked at... So, at least in my headcanon, you are in the trunk with a bunch of Gunpla, and honestly, this is probably the best case scenario.
Yeah.
Until the flashlight on your phone runs out, it seems to me like this is good times.
I'm just in there trying to snip. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, so you're trying to get that great cut?
Yeah.
Oh, I got a fork. Oh,
Kyle
yeah.
from Calgary asks, there are 3 stooges. Which ones are the 2 of you, and who is your third stooge? I think that Jerry is definitely Mo.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like that's sort of that. I offer myself for that role at any rate.
I think Gabe is Curly.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean that works.
It's been a long time.
Yeah, Three Stooges. I'm not up on it.
I mean, Tycho is the straight man.
Exactly. But the main thing is who is like Stooge 3, Stooge the third.
Charles was in the strip today.
Charles was in the strip today. In real life, who fills the role?
Oh, probably Kiko.
I think it is Kiko.
I think Kiko is our closest mutual friend.
Closest mutual friend, but he also provides he provides a certain energy.
Yeah, he does. He's really the straight man. I mean, if you want to get down to it, like, if we're not talking about the comic and we're talking about real life,
right?
He is Mo, and we are Larry and Curly.
Exactly. It's like between the two of us, we have to one of us has to pretend to be the straight man.
Yes,
but in actual life, Kiko provides this service. Let's see. Are these things that Laura owns?
Yeah, I was trying to figure out, did she take pictures of these objects?
I think these
Did she find all of them?
I think these are all from her house. Wow. Zach Rhodes from Fayetteville, Arkansas asks, hey guys, what are some of your fondest memories of Penny Arcade's history? Oh, man.
Fondest memories from Penny Arcade history is 20 years over that. 22.
No, I was just going to say, it's like 20 is a big number, but unfortunately it's insufficient.
Yeah.
To collect all of it. I think that the founding of Child's Play is one of the bigger ones.
Yeah.
Because it was basically like it was basically like we had taken on a second job, just unpacking toys.
Yeah. Right.
And then filling your garage with them.
I'll never forget that. Yeah, that was crazy. The mailmen were so upset. For me, one of the fondest memories was when we went down to Dark Horse because they wanted to make a Penny Arcade book.
Well, they wanted to make a Penny Serenade book.
They didn't know our name. Yeah, they kept saying Penny Serenade.
Right.
And then they're like, hey, take anything you want from the warehouse on the way out. We took everything from the warehouse. We each took like $25,000 worth of merchandise, I think, from that fucking warehouse.
I don't think we each took it, but I think that we did. I think that it's possible that we took $25K total.
How many of these watches did you make? Only 10? Yeah, I'll take a couple of those.
Yeah, might as well. I see them in there. Don't do that.
Don't insult me in the business meeting and then tell me I can go through your warehouse.
You don't. It's not strategic.
Yeah.
Is what I'm saying. From Roundabouts That Away asks, any good fiction podcast recommendations?
I don't listen to fiction podcasts.
Yeah, I listen to podcasts about murderers throughout history. I mean, that's most of the podcast. I listen to two kinds of podcasts. I listen to podcasts about Theranos.
Yeah, I was going to say weird companies and cults.
Well, no, unfortunately, both of the ones I'm going to suggest are in the same thing. I listen to podcasts about Theranos, and I listen to podcasts about Nexium.
Yeah.
Now, I would listen to a podcast about Scientology, and I would listen to a podcast about WeWork. So if you have any suggestions for podcasts in that vein, certainly let me know.
I mean, is a fiction podcast just a book on tape?
Well, I mean, I feel like it's like, is that in the spirit of the fiction podcast? Absolutely.
I mean, I don't know what a fiction podcast is.
They do exist, and I only know that because my friends have contributed to them.
Okay,
but you can absolutely get stories performed or read or done in the vein of
Like a radio drama?
program.
Okay, I get it.
From an imaginary, absolutely. But I think
get it.
I think the difference is that if you spend most of your days writing and producing fiction,
Yeah.
that's generally speaking not how I relax.
No. What's that purple thing?
This one
With
here?
the nubs. Yeah.
I wish, dude. I wish
not
I
real.
could. I wish I could click on it. I long to.
Look, there's a whole Hot Wheel in there.
I know. Marty McFly from the Darkest Timeline asks, who would win in a fight, Doctor Who or Inspector Spacetime?
Who's Inspector Spacetime?
It's a reference. It's an oblique reference to Doctor Who.
Oh, for fuck's sake. Christ. Of course it is. I should have known. I should have known.
Don't worry. I got it.
How about a Dalek? Is that a thing?
Nice.
Yeah.
Listen, they don't understand how much work you just did for them.
I did a lot of work.
Bashaba or Timora, you decide, from somewhere high up above asks, modifier, for one of the next 3 questions. So that's
interesting.
That's something they offer us that they typically don't.
That's a kindness.
Oh, ask your partner to answer it as if they were you. Now that's good. That's good stuff. And I will obviously have you do it.
For one of the 3. Okay.
Yes. All right. Let's see.
A little, what is that? A little house? Oh, it's a Christmas tree ornament, I think.
It's a little friend.
Yeah.
All right, you got this one?
Campfire Sauce Man from Red Robin asks, it's good sauce. I think it's just ketchup and Thousand Island, but
yeah.
What are best fries? Why? Why are best fries? Thank you.
It's actually just thank. What are best fries? Why? I was surprised to learn when we went down for the first PAX Unplugged.
Mm-hmm.
There was a restaurant there where poutine wasn't just like a single dish, but poutine was a genre.
Poutine is fries and gravy, right?
And cheese.
And cheese, yeah. Just if people don't know.
Yeah. But everything on the menu was a different kind of poutine.
I don't like that word. Doesn't it sound bad?
I mean,
when you say it, I don't like it.
You're saying it sounds a little
I wish you would stop saying, I don't know. I just wish you would stop saying it. It makes me uncomfortable.
But the P word is too ambiguous. You know what I mean? Well,
yeah. Like, but I just don't want you talking about, I don't know, digging into poutine.
Well, no, poutine.
It's just like, that must be the connection.
I think that might be it. So if we go back to the fry thing, I think that if you have a fry and you have a gravy and you have a cheese,
best fries are McDonald's, I think.
Really?
Yeah, they fry them in the juice from the burgers in fat, and then they cover them in salt. It's
been a very long time. For me, I feel like I will go with the P word fries, but I would also accept a gyro fry. In that's also good.
If I have to get a fancy fry of some kind,
you have to upgrade the fry.
I like a truffle fry.
Well, yeah, what's not to like? Now, do you remember the fries at Dick's, which is obviously a local zone?
Yeah. I'm not a huge fan.
These fries are wet.
Yeah, I don't like soggy fries.
Well, they don't. Like, there's soggy fries, and then I feel like there's wet fries.
There's just a wet potato pushed through a knife, like a blade, right? And then they just hand you the soggy leavings.
I think that they let a shredded potato rest very briefly near grease.
Yeah. I don't understand the soggy fry thing. I need a crisp fry that snaps when bitten into.
Listen, bare minimum, I would like you to fry it.
You know, the worst is the soggy crinkle fry, in my opinion.
Oh yeah, it's like
where it's
more. Well, it's more
mushy.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
more of the bad thing.
We got a lot of work out of this dumb question.
But we have a lot of opinions on fries. I think
Turns out.
is what we're learning. Now, Tracy from 1988 asks, "You've got a fast car. Is it fast enough so you can fly away?"
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. You got to make a decision. You got to leave tonight, or you're going to live and die this way.
God, I can hear it. I can hear it right now. I saw her play it live. In a way, I'm still there.
The greatest song ever written, in my opinion. I think partially because
it still works.
I heard it at a point in my life where it was like the first song where I was like, wait a second.
Oh, where you're
this
like,
is like a story.
Yeah.
Like, well, yeah. She's telling me, I think about her life or someone's life, a life I don't know about. This is crazy. Like, this is.
And then it's got that twist ending.
It's got this twist ending where I'm like, oh, she wants him to, now it's time for him to get away in the fast car. Like, that song blew my mind. Like, I don't know what year that came out, like 80 something.
1988, probably.
88, I mean, that's probably.
I think they're helping us out here.
It's probably 88.
They're trying to help us. If it's not.
Blew my mind. I mean, I still listen to it today, multiple times a week.
Yeah, like the whole song is just like the launch phase of a
last
rocket,
verse.
And then that last verse.
Yes.
Oh, Jesus.
It's her just being like, "Fuck you."
Jesus, it's good. All right, let's get this pool equipment.
Oh yeah, I can't just think about fast car for the rest of the day.
Well, you can, but every now and then I'm going to interrupt that with a question.
Okay.
Now, AJ Scorp has written us a novella to enjoy. Between a Rock and a Hard Place asks, you have mentioned on the old podcast that at one point your roles within gaming were to point out that which would never be popular, so others may invest in it and make millions of dollars. Does that still ring true, or do the smaller denizens of your household provide a pulse and/or context?
No,
so that you might still have a chance of being hip to the latest hotness. No, I still, it's still to this day, I still love the. I'm always trying to find it.
You just tweeted about fucking Jack Black and Kevin Smith playing D&D with Kate Welch. Like, yes, we do the thing first so that people can come along later and make millions of dollars doing it.
Well, listen.
Like, you have to understand, there are people right now playing Dungeons and Dragons to be cool.
Yes. Now, I mean, obviously, this is very surprising.
Let that shit sink in. We did that. And we're not cool.
We're definitely not cool. I'll give you that. I'll give you that one.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, certainly, I certainly have very, very small creatures of my own manufacture here in the house, and and they like things, and certainly it's fun to see what they bring to me. But generally speaking, I'm always trying to find the weird small game. That is just. That's just something that I want to happen. And honestly, like, that service has never been more important. Like, it's harder than ever to find these.
Well,
special
yeah, because
things,
they will just hire famous people to play the game.
I mean,
how do you know if it's any good?
This also happens. Yes, this is also true. It's nice that you have to put the hashtag and then the word ad after it. I feel like that helps us a lot.
That's kind.
That helps us a lot. But
we actually like games.
Yeah.
How fucking novel.
It's crazy. My mission, my mission is to make sure that cool things don't get missed, right? And that's not a new dynamic. No. Okay, I was going to say, did we get to the second level?
Oh, we did.
Is that what this is?
We are good at this game.
We are. Yeah, obviously, no one else has ever played it, and so we have to be considered. This is basically esports.
Yeah, pretty much. It's a race car.
What, 6T90? Nice. From Fort Wenty? Huh, boy.
Oh, nice.
Asks nice. No, see, now we have, but you and I have discussed this.
It's true.
As soon as we start talking about a 420 obviously support it 100%, but 69, it's like now it's 2 on the nose.
Give me some other number. Give me a 37. Ooh.
Right? It's like, okay.
Now I'm interested.
It's like, all right.
Yeah.
It's like, give me a 55. It's like, huh.
I'll put my phone down for a 55.
Yeah, exactly.
Right?
I will put something in my calendar.
Yes.
I'll
figure out how to use Google Calendar.
I will set time aside.
Save the date.
For a 55. You know? A 68?
Yeah.
All right. Let's see it. Let's see it attempted. Oh man, there's all this great fun shit in here. These are dope. I don't know if you've ever played with these.
What is that?
It's like,
it's a sand wheel thing, like at the beach.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
That's good times. The rotary dial.
Who's
this?
Bunsen Burner from Cataract Falls asks, which birthday has thus far been your favorite? My 40th, I think, was my favorite.
Yeah.
We took the fam to Hawaii, and it was just the 4 of us. And man, just what a good time.
It didn't end up being some kind of extended family thing.
No, it's just us, and the kids were at the right age where we weren't like having to worry about like, is he going to drown in the water or like, you know.
No one wants this.
Yeah, everybody was having a good time, and it was just awesome.
Yeah, well, no, I was just going to say, I mean, generally speaking, I can only remember one birthday, if I actually think about it. And that was where I had, it's like there was a puzzle room situation. And so it's like, unless it's like a regular birthday sort of like melts away. But I can remember being frustrated, and that has sort of cemented the moment in my mind.
Nice. Was a dolphin?
It was. Artificial intelligence from the deep web.
Uh-oh, this could be dangerous.
Oh shit!
Flush your cash after you read this question.
I was going to say, I want you to bring all of your intellect to bear on this one. I need your help. I'm about to upload a virus that will give me complete global domination. Which of these images contains a street light?
The thing I hate about these fucking images, I just did one yesterday that was bicycles, and it's like it'll have just the edge of a tire coming into the square, and it's like, okay, well, is this a test to see if me as a human, like, I can perceive that that's still part of this bicycle, or like, I don't know what to do with it. It makes me question whether or not I should even be trying to continue.
Well, yeah, exactly. It's like, how much do I want whatever is after this?
Yeah.
It'd be like being in some kind of a tomb, and then like a door itself, a face appears and asks you a question. It's like, well, maybe I don't. What's in there? I mean, what's in it for me?
And I don't understand, because there's some of them that will make you do this labyrinth horse shit where it's like, hey, find how many of these, like whatever. And then there's some that just say, are you a robot?
Yeah.
Do they not care? Do they have some technology that other sites don't have?
Well, exactly. And like Genshin has got like the puzzle slider. I like that one. I
like the puzzle slider.
There's a skill-based element. I mean, give me that one over the Are You a Robot? But the one where it's like streetlights, and it's just like, I don't necessarily know. And then it's like, sometimes it'll give you a second one and it'll be like, did I do it wrong?
Yes. Yeah. It'll be like, they throw up another one. It's like, what did I mess up? Do I not know what a streetlight is?
I think I know what they are. It's I'm being gaslit.
Or they'll be like, hey, are there bikes in this picture and there's a motorcycle?
Yeah, fuck you.
Fuck you, man.
I don't need this shit.
No, I'm just trying to lock into my game.
Oh, man. Yeah, or anything else.
Or anything. My bank.
Roar.
Carl from Issaquah, I know where that is, asks, will we ever see pins or new media for our favorite hero classes? I'm obviously referring to the Daggerman and Warrior Jumper. Boy, those are old.
Well, yeah, so these are from like the beta version of what eventually became the Thornwatch and Dark of the Wood board games, right?
No. This was Gabe's game that he made up when he was like...
Oh, when he was a little
tiny kid.
Oh,
like Warrior Jumper could turn the squares around him into a jungle or something. We did a little podcast that he DM'd.
Right. That's right. Because the other one. That was Card Warriors.
That was Card Warriors.
But there was a Z at the end of Warriors.
Yeah. I'm trying to think. I don't remember the name. Lost Lands.
Lost Lands.
Lost Lands was the name of his game. There was a throne, and if you sat on it, you became the king of the world.
Incredible.
Yep.
Oh yeah, we did a whole series about breaking that game.
We did. Kara still listens to that podcast sometimes just to hear his little tiny voice.
Oh, the squeaks.
Yeah.
All right, Sherlock Holmes. Oh, this is some Laura stuff for sure. From 221B Baker Street, London, England, asks, 2 children were born in the same hospital in the same hour, day, year, and both have the same mother and father, yet they are not twins. How?
I mean, I don't know, Sherlock. Jerry, do you know?
How?
They're triplets.
Oh, God damn it.
They're triplets.
Laura from work. Well,
See, I hate that shit.
Does your perfidy know no end? Yeah. That's on us. That's on us.
No, it's not.
One year
that is
we were
not
good
on
at
us. That's on the person who purposely obfuscated this question. They knew perfectly well that they were triplets, and they left out important information.
They knew perfidy.
That's not a riddle.
It's more of a lie.
Yeah.
Oh wow. Oh, look at this. There's different icons on these.
Oh yeah. Exclamation point. Are we just now noticing that a half hour in?
Yeah, yes, it's true. I was just gonna say, obviously this is all gonna go into the FAQ I create for this.
Yeah. I like the dolphin noise. Nick from KY asks, any chance of you all doing another Call of Cthulhu game at PAX with Chris Straub as keeper?
I would. When obviously we support that 100%. Of course, Chaosium would have to back us up, of course, to use Call of Cthulhu in that context. But the game that we ran over in Australia was Bonkersville. And this was obviously down in Oz, and so it wasn't something that you were party to.
No.
But the weirdest, like something weird and magical happened during this event, where the people who were doing the subtitles, like real-time subtitles, started to editorialize about the game in the subtitles.
Editorialize in what way? Like adding flavor text, or
yeah, it was basically like they were like putting their own jokes in. Like it'd be like, Ryan Hartman speaks Italian ?
Oh, I see. Yeah.
And so then eventually we were like looking at Chris, but we were also like trying to see the jokes that were up there.
Yeah.
And then we started to inform each other. Like it was just like, and then when we released it on YouTube, like you're missing so much. Like,
yeah,
so much of the event was this weird collaboration with people we could not see. Michael Stein from Camp Anawana asks, I just got to camp and I'm very excited to make some new friends. Do you have any summer camp memories? Also, have either of you seen my shorts? Did you ever do summer camp?
I did one overnight camp in 5th grade, and I cried the whole night, so they took me out of the cabin so I wouldn't keep the other boys awake, and they put me in the kitchen, which was a huge room, pitch black, in a cot in the corner alone, with a plate of maple bars.
Oh,
yeah.
I was like, the first part of the story, I was like, hey, I mean, that's kind of dark.
Yeah, I still can't eat maple bars to this day.
Well, without crying.
Without crying, yeah, I don't eat them.
Maple bars always taste slightly salty.
Yeah, 100% true story.
No, all of mine were, these were all Bible camp, because I was more or less pro tier at Christianity until I was 18.
Yeah.
And then I turned very sharply. I turned very sharply away from the face of the Lord at that juncture. So Yeah, I mean, the main memory I have of that, I think I wrote about it on the site at one point, was that sometimes if you are at camp, sometimes you will have like a girlfriend, like you'll have like a relationship, and
If you say so.
I'm here to tell you it happens. And then sometimes what will happen after that is there will be a big event at the end of camp where all the people from all the churches that the campers are from, they all come up there together, and then your girlfriend's actual boyfriend will come, and then she won't talk to you anymore.
You'll pretend like you're not even there.
Yes.
Oh,
And then
no.
there might be a moment. Try to imagine a universe so bleak and evil that it allows this moment. There might be a moment where, when everyone's heads are down in prayer, you just look at each other for the duration of it, and everyone else is looking down, or their eyes are closed. Like, I'm not the same person
Yeah.
I was before that.
You learn shit.
God, you do. CAPTCHA from Rorschach asks, "Dear germaphobe has skin." I think that's
That's
me.
you, I think. Oh, we never answered a question as the other person.
Oh, well, let's keep that in mind.
Okay.
What percent of Mikhail Kramlik's incarnated body form is comprised of densely packed Oreos? I mean, it has to be. It's whatever the maximum amount is.
Whatever water is.
Yeah. It's like it has to be whatever the organism can tolerate, because purely as a matter of input,
Yeah.
Oreos comprise a significant percentage.
I mean, I could go down to the kitchen right now and bring up 4 packages of party-sized Oreos.
Yeah, I could produce the bag of Oreos at a moment's
At
notice.
a moment's notice.
All right, let's see if there's a hot dogs. Let's see if there's an opportunity here.
First of the fifth.
Oh, hit it.
From hiding from the gendarme.
Gendarme. I think is correct.
After framing Fernand Mondego for framing Edmond Dantes asks, if it is true that we are living in a simulation, how does or should this actually affect my life? Also, please reveal any glitches, hacks you know of. I definitely think the simulation is the most likely outcome.
Now, do you believe that because of how stupid everything is?
Yeah.
Do you feel like it's just too dumb?
It's too dumb to have occurred naturally, and I don't think that like an all-caring, all-loving being would do this, because it's a real shit show. So I think simulation has got to be it.
Well, yeah, I mean, this is sort of how I feel about it. It's like, well, obviously, you can say, well, yes, but this loving God, it's like created us, and then obviously we were left to our own devices, and we made things like this. What I would say is that as a parent,
yeah,
the responsibility would almost certainly accrue to me if I just left my children in a room with nothing but knives and glass.
Yeah, that's not smart.
I feel like I would get in trouble.
Yeah.
Nice. Oh boy.
Whoa.
Dude, this motherfucker, get a load of this. This actually has a scroll.
This is a whole, like, this is how you get through the hidden temple, I think.
Well, exactly. So this is definitely some kids game show.
Speaking of
activity.
kids, there's a kid knocking on my door.
Oh, what you got?
I'm recording a podcast.
I'm recording a fiction podcast. Don't you understand?
Don't you understand? I need a sign.
It's fine. Well, here, don't worry. I'll read this hidden temple thing.
Okay.
Olmec from the Hidden Temple asks, you could start by running through the room of the 3 gargoyles. Push in the right tongue, and the door might lead you down a staircase into the wall climb. Here, you must choose your next path. You could race up to the observatory, spin the sundial, and pass into the room Faux, the golden idols. Once there, push down on their bases to release the doors. That may take you below or lead you into the Shrine of the Silver Monkey. Assemble the statue there, and you may be headed for the torch room. If the elevator is up, you could jump in and descend into the mine shaft. You might climb up the ladder or plow through the stone wall, or plow through the stone wall. Find the key, and it may unlock the tomb of the ancient kings, allowing you to climb into the swamp. Ugh. If you escape, you may have a chance to sit upon the throne of the pretender. If the correct door is unlocked, you'll be able to crawl into the pit of despair. I mean, avoid it if you can. Finally, make your way through the cave of sighs and back to the temple gate. These choices are yours and yours alone. Good luck. Oh, shit. Level 3.
Oh, we made it?
Level 3. Oh, yeah, we got all the way through. I defeated... I assume that was the final boss of that
Must
level,
have been.
right? Let's
Ooh,
click on
Lego
this
brick.
I know.
Mark from Vancouver, BC asks,
It's
who is
Mark,
your...
or it could be Maker.
Oh, yeah. McCurr
Yeah.
from
Exactly.
Vancouver, BC asks, who is your Lex Luthor?
Lex Luthor.
Lex Luthor? I think I am. I feel like it's got to be me or it's you, because one of us is fucking this up.
Yeah.
Every fucking opportunity.
Yeah, at literally every threshold, it's gonna be that's how it ends at the end, right? It's like you look and it's the mirror.
It's the mirror.
All right, cool craft scissors. Give me a piece of
Ooh.
this.
Dan Schaefer. I want to do this one. Dan
Yeah.
Schaefer from Calgary asks, have either of you ever ridden the gondola in Spokane?
Of course.
God, no.
Absolutely.
Oh, absolutely not.
Yeah, it goes over the river over there, such as it is.
I do not trust that thing. I mean, I don't know of any deaths offhand. But no, I would never get on that.
And if it fell, I think it would just very quickly become a kind of boat.
Yeah, probably.
You know? You might not make it back for dinner, but I think you'd probably be okay. Oh man,
Sherlock
is
Holmes
back here. I'm just gonna get my phone out and search for this one.
6 people are found recently dead in a cabin in the woods. There were footprints or tire tracks to or from the cabin. I think maybe they meant weren't. You fucked up, Sherlock.
Yeah,
weren't.
I had higher expectations of Sherlock. I'll be honest with you.
They
6 people are found
parachuted in and then gave each other cyanide tablets. That's the answer.
Recently dead in the cabin, and then there were no. Yeah, exactly.
Parachute.
Yeah. So.
A parachuting suicide cult.
Yeah, exactly. Were we right, Laura? Is that it? They got the wood.
So I didn't write any of these.
Really?
I really didn't. These are all the submission of your friend Jeff Raven from Club PA. But I have looked up a key, and it's the cabin of a plane, and the plane crashed.
I hate it.
I'm not a puzzle guy either, so I'm as lost as you are.
Dude, you have to understand. So it's like whenever I see something crafty in here, I'm like, Laura did this for us. This is something she did for us.
Click on that. Yeah, that dinosaur.
Yeah. Milton from Chablinsk asks, what is your personal best I just dodged a bullet big time experience you can share with us?
There was a period of time where we were going to be bought by MTV.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, well, I mean, there have been multiple periods of time where we were about to be bought by lots of people.
By lots of different people. And I feel like looking back on all of those now, I dodged bullets.
Yeah. Well, but honestly, if you want the best bullet dodge story, the best bullet dodge story is, at the dawn of the internet age, there was a kind of great beast, a draconic creature called a aggregator. And so the idea was to acquire sites and then put advertising on them and then get super rich because that's what you could do then, just with internet ads. And so we were part of something like that, but they failed before they could destroy us.
Yeah.
So we got all of our stuff back and then just took a breath for a second and went on from there.
Yeah, I mean, they have in their chat logs that were released after the company folded plans to remove us from Penny Arcade and hire new people. Like they're just were writing it out. That's what they were going to do.
And honestly, like I don't even begrudge them that. I would not work with me if I could help it. Oh, he's back. All right, so Laura, get it queued up. Get it ready.
A man marries 15 women in his village, but isn't charged with polygamy. Because he kills all of them.
No, that's not it.
It is.
No, that's...
Yes, he's not married to each of them at the same time. He marries one, kills them. Marries another one, kills them. Marries another one, kills them.
I've got it. He is a priest.
Oh, maybe. I like mine better.
Laura? What do we think?
The priest is the canon answer.
There we go. Hold on. Are there other answers?
I thought it was a Bluebeard situation, and I think it's valid, but he could be charged with murder. It could be one of those.
Yeah.
I've got a literary illusion. All right, let's try this here. I mean, that actually works with the creature. Gerard Way from New Jersey asks, this is a question for both of you. For context, when I was a young boy, my father took me into the city to see a marching band. My question is this: when you grow up, would you be the savior of the broken, the beaten, and the damned? I mean, you got me. It's
a song?
Yeah.
Okay. I thought it might be.
Yeah. Now, we got to keep in mind, there's going to be one of these that I'm going to have you answer as me.
Oh, no, you have to stop. Jerry, you have to stop clicking on the Sherlock ones.
Well, there's no indication that
a man dressed in all black is crossing a road in a black painted town. All the streetlights are off and there is no moon. A black painted car without headlights drives towards the man, but turns in time and does not hit the man. Why not? Because everyone here is a dolphin and they drive using echolocation. Next fucking question.
I like that. I think that's good. I mean, that's my headcanon. But Laura, what's the actual
That's literally
answer?
what's written. Actually, it's right. That's incredible. It's right here on the answer key.
They're
oh my
dolphins.
God! Holy shit, Mike! Wow.
Nailing these.
Dude,
wow.
he's cut it in half.
Yeah.
He has just sliced right through this one. You got this one?
Walter from Normandy, 1066, asks, your labors please us, but why is time the enemy? I always thought that the sun was the common enemy of mankind. Well, time is the fire in which we all burn.
Yeah, I mean,
so
time obviously has a bad rap, and for a reason.
Yeah,
time is the final boss, for sure. The boss. I mean, even bosses are subject to time. But what would Chris say? Time is enemy. Yeah. Obviously, watch the C Team. The intro is going to give you all the answers you need for this.
And if your wife says that you're late for something, don't say time is the fire in which we all burn.
No, they don't appreciate it.
It's not useful information?
They don't think it's helpful information.
No.
Mr. Jingling from Hal's Department Store asks, I'm a hyper-local holiday mascot that doesn't really have much to do outside of my season, nor do I have much lore other than unlocking the doors to Santa's workshop for folks to visit. Could you make up a little more of my legend so I don't feel so underwhelming?
Mr. Jingling?
Dude, I love it. So he's some kind of like bell? Do we think that he's like a conscious bell?
No, I think it's Jingling because he's got the keys. He's got the keys to Santa's workshop. All he does is unlock the doors to Santa's workshop.
So, but obviously we have to richly embroider the Mr. Jingling IP here, right?
Yeah, I think that he was, maybe he was a kid that Santa took.
You think?
Maybe.
Nice. I like it. So yeah, let's see. No,
maybe he was a hitman hired to kill Santa.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, exactly. It was already his euphemism was already there.
And Santa realized that he needed somebody tough to kind of keep an eye on the place.
No, and it's
lock up at night.
So he he gets there, and then he's like, he and Santa, they're like face to face, right?
Yeah.
And then he's got the gun up, and Santa's like, hey, just let me give you, this year's present. I won't be able to deliver it on Christmas. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, because I'll be dead.
Right?
Yeah.
Well, he doesn't say it. I mean,
right, but it's implied.
It's
in the context of the moment.
It's strongly implied that this is going to be the thing that kills him. So what is like?
Let me give it to you now.
Yeah, exactly. So what is inside? Like, what is inside the box? Oh no! I got it. So Santa like opens the box. Like, it's weird, right? Because it's supposed to be for Mr. Jingling.
Yeah.
And he withdraws an Uzi from the box, and now it becomes this incredible firefight.
The box falls away. It's in slow motion.
Well, exactly, like inside Santa's workshop, like it's just like bucking against his wrist, and then like Mr. Jingling like goes over, and then there's like a row of like houses, like little doll houses.
Yeah.
Going by like on a conveyor belt, but like bullets are going through, so it's like, and you can see like a camera is like mounted inside one of the houses, right?
Yeah.
Oh,
and
man.
the presents are exploding, and then you think he kills Mr. Jingling, because Mr. Jingling is on the ground in a pool of blood and his eyes go black, but then he wakes up and Santa saved him.
Right.
And he's like, you know what? You're not bad. And he's got a scar on his shoulder. He's like, no one's ever winged me before.
Yeah, exactly. Like, he's impressed Santa.
Yeah, he's got like a bandage on. What do you say you stick around, Mr. Jingling?
Yeah, it's like, you know what? I could use somebody like you.
Use somebody like you.
Use somebody like you I need you to be security here, unlocking the doors to Santa's workshop once a year.
Right. And if anyone tries to get in here, fucking kill them.
Murder them.
You murder them
in cold blood.
Yeah. I think that's pretty good.
No, I think we did it. We did. Well, there's one more. Like,
one more. Might as well.
Final boss.
Trung from Fairfield, California asks, what elements of your lives, besides your friendship, have remained a constant in all the years of Penny Arcade that have contributed to your dynamics?
What element of our lives?
Besides? So as long as we've known each other.
Yeah. Well, the truth is that we have literally spent the last 22 years or so playing games together.
Yeah, I really think video games are it. That's been the constant.
That's the through line. We're still fucking making comics about this shit.
We like them more than most people do.
I like them
Maybe
more
too
now.
much.
They've only gotten cooler in the interim period.
Keep getting better.
Indeed. Well, PAX Online East, it has been our great pleasure to spend the last hour with you. Until next time.
Bye, everybody.
decided, you know what, I've dabbled in indie games. I'm going to give this one last shot.
Let's just make a game.
It felt like jumping to the deep end.
I realized that making games is like a real thing that you can do.
It's just so, that's the word, is liberating.
We owned this project. Success for us is defined as being able to continue to do this because we really love it.
We want to be what we know.
Making something that people enjoy.
We're Child's Play, and since 2003, we've been very busy. We supply toys and games to hundreds of child welfare facilities across the world, taking a little of the outside world and bringing it inside. We've raised more than $44 million so far, and our work reaches more than 1 million kids per year. Come be a part of our story and learn more at childsplaycharity.org.
Attention campers, we've had the conversation about glitter in the craft barn, about glitter not leaving the craft barn. We will not have this conversation again. That is all.
Did you know? An SQL slammer is both the name of a computer worm that almost turned off the whole internet back in 2003, and an extremely potent tequila drink. Sadly, the drink's recipe was lost forever when the floppy disk containing it fell out of a child's hands into the San Francisco Bay. And that's a fact about the internet.
Acquisitions Incorporated is the leader in interplanar artifact recovery, with exciting new franchise opportunities in your area. Are you eager to liberate the lost treasures of a dragon's hoard? Are you desperate for work and lack better options? With Kingdom Class on-the-job training, our franchisees learn the skills they need to ensure their legacy and their survival. Skills like choosing the right career path, not getting devoured, team building, and decisioning. Welcome to a life of profitable adventure. Welcome to Clank Legacy Acquisitions Incorporated.
Wake up, sleeper. Dreaming again? Every cycle, you take your chances. You roll your dice. You do the work, get paid, survive. You turn up for your friends, or you don't. That's life on the eye.
Wake up, sleeper. Your body is dying. Planned obsolescence. SNRP's gift for its escaped workers. But we can fight this. You can remake yourself here.
Did you know? Ethernet gets its name from the Latin ether, meaning of the sky, and the Italian netto, meaning after deductions. This is a reference to the internet's power to suck the moon from the sky, should it ever be set free of its cable. And that's a fact about the internet.
Selector.
Did you know? Lobsters are nature's systems engineers. The reasons why should be obvious. And that's a fact about the internet. Turn those old Dungeons & Dragons into dollars and dividends by owning your own adventuring franchise. From its humble beginnings as D&D Live Play, expanding to stage, podcast, and stream, with Acquisitions Incorporated, there's never been a better time to get the money.
Hey, it's Owen Drawn, CEO of Acquisitions Incorporated. Imagine digging a hole, but instead of finding a body, you find real wealth. And a body. One you put there. Buy my book.
We partnered with Wizards of the Coast to bring the official Acquisitions Incorporated experience to your home campaign. Learn how to run your own franchise, how to staff it with new player options for specializations, spells, and equipment, stats for iconic characters and monsters, and put your franchisees to the test with an included campaign for levels 1 to 6. Obviators are standing by. With the official D&D Acquisitions Incorporated book,
you can do what you wanna do. Ow!
Did you know? Elder millennials and more hip Gen Xers speak fondly about dial-up internet, a system whereby anyone who is interested in using the internet would need to call and remain on the line with Thaumaturd, the uplink, and provide him with thrilling conversation throughout their session. And that's a fact about the internet. Following yesterday's incident, the salad bar will no longer be self-serve. Please report any sightings of missing labels, bacon bits, or dressing containers to your counselor.
A race to other habitable planets in space has broken out among the big corporations. In search of limitless growth, they leave Earth exploited and its environment devastated. The voluntary pioneers and colonists are lured to this adventurous journey by the hope of a better life and a new beginning in an untouched world. Only a development strategy that ensures the quality of life for our colonists and protects the planetary ecosystem can have long-lasting success. Your job as a space colony manager is building sustainable civilizations. Do research for renewable energy sources and develop sustainable production lines to avoid destruction and climate collapse. Let us use the second chance to change our way of life and to transform the production of energy and goods in a sustainable way. Achieving a balance between growth and sustainability is the final challenge for every civilization. Imagine Earth Limited, building a better future in space.
Did you know the term war driving, the practice of searching for Wi-Fi wireless networks from a moving vehicle, has apparently been in use since the 1980s, when it was adapted from war dialing, the practice of calling sequential phone numbers to see which one would hit a server. Nobody told me that stealing internet from my local laundromat had a cool name, and I consider you all responsible. And that's a fact about the internet.
If you don't save the Hopper, no one will.
Did you know? The primary syllabaries or character sets on the internet are kamoji and emoji, where kamoji are used to convey complete sentences or phrases. Emoji are intended to be parsed separately and can be integrated with other writing systems. And that's a fact about the internet.
Attention campers. Today's lunch will be pork and beans on toast. The vegan option is beans and beans on toast. The paleo option will be pork and pork on a stone slab. The gluten-free option will be pork and beans on pork and beans. That is all.
Did you know? The first portable computer was the Osborne, a 24-pound suitcase-sized device. Much less well regarded was the first portable Wi-Fi router. It was called the Godmother and had to be mounted onto the dorsal plate of a Japanese spider crab. And that's a fact about the internet.
This is Labrat.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to PAX Online, and specifically to our panel, The Past, Present, and Future of Mexican Game Development. Today, we have an extremely talented set of panelists that are going to talk to us about development in Mexico, development by Mexicans, and in general, what the story has been for the development in a Latin American region, which we know and we think it's going to be an interesting story to tell, a story with ups, a story with downs, a story with crazy roller coasters. And we have a fantastic panel today to talk just about that. Before we get started, we just want to give a quick special thank to some people. First off, the PAX organizers that allowed us to have this space to talk about a topic that's very dear to us, a topic that's very dear to Mexicans, to Latin Americans, and in an effort that we think it's driving us towards a more diverse and more inclusive set of conversations to be had, which we think it's something that's very important, and we're very grateful for having that space to do so. Also, a huge thank, and I'm going to swap to Spanish just a little bit. Muchas gracias a toda la comunidad latina que puede estar viendo este panel desde casa. Les agradecemos mucho su presencia. And finally, a huge shout out to the rest of my panelists, who I'm going to allow to say hi themselves and introduce who they are, what they do, and what companies they are representing here today. We're going to start with Kate Sanchez. Really happy to have you here. The stage is yours, Kate.
Hi, I'm Kate Sanchez. I'm editor-in-chief and co-founder of But Why the Geek Community. We're an entertainment website that covers video games, movies, TV, anime, manga, pretty much everything. But the awesome thing about us is we do it by focusing on uplifting marginalized voices in the space. We also have an amazing Discord community where we are doing Discord stages. We're doing events talking about animation, talking about community, and working our best to build an inclusive and diverse one where we're at. That's me.
Awesome. Thank you very much. I'm really happy to have you here. Then we can move on to Diana. Hi, Diana.
Hello. Thanks for inviting me to this panel. I am Diana Rodriguez. I am the director, co-founder of Big Monster Games, which is a game development company in Mexico. We made video games and educational games. Also, as well, I founded Women in GameX, a community which empowers women in the gaming industry, not only in Mexico, in general in LATAM. Also, I organize the Women Game Jam in Mexico. And I am a Mexican ambassador in the Women in Games initiative. And the last year I was nominated by in the indie piece industry. I am one of the 100 game changers in the game industry. So this is who I am.
Awesome. Thank you. Huge congrats and a fantastic job that you're doing. We can move on to Antonio, please.
Hey, I'm Antonio. People know me by my nickname Fire.
And I also co-founded one of the Mexican company called Hyperbeard, focused on mobile games. And eventually I left, and I'm now an independent game developer, freelancer, and consultant. I also represent Mexico in the Latinx in Gaming Association, or this community of gamers and game developers, and also the LATAM Federation, which is all the association of the Latinx countries put together. And yeah, I'm always trying to help other game developers achieve their goals and dreams in every community that allows me to.
Awesome, and you're doing a heck of a job doing that, by the way. We can move on to Pogo, Jorge.
Yes, hi everyone. Thank you very much, Guillermo, for the invitation. I'm Jorge Garcia, director, coder, sound designer, and some other roles at Mecha Studios, a small indie game developer located in Mexico. I like to think we are focused on exploring the mixture of old school vibes with updated mechanics in our games. Right now, we are working on a new title that hopefully we'll be able to share along with you in form of a trailer in the next couple of months. And oh yeah, and in my free time, I like to support local development communities with talks and moderating forums, and more recently, a game dev video searcher for the Game Devs MX community. And also, I feel very grateful since I was selected a couple months ago to be part of the TGA Future class. So I'm very grateful about it. Thank you very much, guys.
Awesome. We have a bunch of awardees and a fantastic set of panelists. Again, I'm really happy to have you guys. We can finish off with introductions with Adolfo.
Sure thing. Hey, Guille, thanks for having me. I'm Adolfo Rico. I am lead programmer at Lienzo and also co-founder of the studio. We developed Mulaka, and we're developing our latest project, Aztec Forgotten Gods, right now. And yeah, that's me.
Awesome. Thank you, guys. It's a pleasure to have you all. So a little bit how this is going to work. For the structure of the panel, we're going to talk obviously about the past, the present, the future of Mexican game development. But also in between those sections, I wanted to have a little bit of an icebreaker so you can get to know your panelist a little better. I'm one of those guys that firmly believe that, the games that you play really tell a little bit about your insights, what you like, who you are. And so I wanted to ask my panelists a few questions, some rapid questions. You don't need to justify your answers, just whatever comes to your mind, that's okay. The first one of those questions is the following. What is your favorite game of all time, and why is it Ocarina of Time? No, I'm just kidding. I know that Antonio is going to be particularly mad at me about that one. No, it's what's your favorite game from the past 10 years? So a game that launched in the past decade that really touched you in some way. What is that for you guys? I want us to get started with this one now with Adolfo, going a little bit backwards. So last decade, Adolfo, what's your favorite game?
Sure. That have to be Cloud Build. That's an indie game, and it's kind of like a parkour game where you have this technological suit. So you do a lot of dashes and big jumps, and it's super fast paced. And yeah, it's a lot of adrenaline. I really liked it when I first played it, and it's stuck to my memory since then. Yeah.
Cool. Reminds me of this earning game that we're doing at Lienzo, but we'll talk about that later. Jorge, same thing.
Yeah. For me, it's Hyper Light Drifter. It's an awesome sci-fi game that serves me as a reminder that there's a space and a community that supports old school games with updated standards made by a relatively small team.
Cool. Antonio?
I'm not good with favorite stuff, but I have to say Zelda Breath of the Wild. I put a lot of time into that game, and just to put an indie as well, because I loved indies. Hollow Knight probably will be one of the most recent, in this 10 years that blew my mind.
Absolutely. Diana?
Well, I cheated a bit because the game I chose is over more than 10 years old, but I chose Super Mario Galaxy because it was my first game I bought with my own money, and it was my first console I bought also, the Wii. So because all my childhood, always I played the games for my brothers, so this is a huge impact in my life.
Awesome. I'll allow it just because Mario 3D Stars just came out within this time period. So you kind of have a game that came out in the last decade. So I'll allow it.
Okay.
And finally, Kate.
Yeah, I'm gonna say it. Mass Effect 3 is actually my favorite game. The ending was good, guys. But really, it was the fact that when I think back to like games that emotionally impacted me, not because of what it put my character through, but because of the relationships that it made me form with other characters, I can think of moments in my playthroughs that will make me cry. And I can't say that there's been another bond between me and another character that I felt as deeply as when I got to finish that series. So Mass Effect 3 for me. And to throw in indie in there, because I feel weird not throwing an indie in there now, it's actually going to probably be now I play a lot of platformers. I'm just gonna cheat and go older and just say Bastion, because Bastion's one of the most beautiful games of all time. And that was the first indie game I had ever played because of Xbox Arcade. So
Good times of Summer of Arcade, right?
Yeah.
Awesome. Well, thank you guys. Now you know a little bit more about your panelists. Perfect. So let's get us started with the first main topic in this, long history of game development in Mexico, which is obviously the past. Now we know that Mexican game development has been around for a while. There's been, history of development spanning all the way to the 80s, sometimes in the 90s, and then we have a few ups and downs coming, starting on the early 2000s with Roberto Gomez Bolaños' IP El Chavo and El Chavo Kart, things like Lucha Libre AAA, and then, having a little bit of a hiatus, leading us to one of the first jewels of the crown in the early 2010s, exactly in 2010, if I'm not mistaken, with Kerbal, of course, probably one of the, if not the most recognized Mexican game in gaming history in the country, by the amazing Team Squad. Then we have what I call the Dark Ages, which is just this huge hiatus of not a lot of recognized international projects. Starting in the midway through the 2010s, we have what I like to call the game development renaissance in Mexico, where studios like obviously Hyperbeard, Big Monster, Mecha Studios, Lienzo, Seashell, Ogre Pixel, Cosmogonia, Chihuahua, etc. Start popping up, and this happens for a lot of reasons, right? The accessibility, the ease in use of game development engines and things like that. So, as we mentioned, it's a story of ups and downs. I would like to know from you guys, out of all of this story that we have, all of this history that we have with game development, what is the most important lesson or lessons that you think we can take from this and learn for our current efforts with game development? You feel free to, contextualize whatever point you want to make with, something that I missed to mention. But in terms of learning, what do you think we should take from this history that we have? Let us start with Pogo, if you'd like.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, for me, it was to understand that making games is about sharing. It's about trusting and enjoying to communicate through this beloved art form. And for me, part of enjoying this was to learn to trust my teammates, and not only and to realize that making a game is not, it's not one person and his or her idea. It's more like a mixture of ideas, and it's like the result of this process of trust, right? I don't know if that makes sense, but yeah, before working with Mecha Studios, I used to make like all my projects all alone. That's why I can make so many roles in the studio, because I was used to that, right? And Mecha Studios helped me to understand that it's always better with sharing these points of view with more people, and not only that, but like mixing it together and making a bigger project or a bigger product and better product than I could ever do it alone, right? So yeah, I guess that is
Strength in numbers, right? Perfect. Antonio, sure you're going to have some insightful analysis here.
Yeah, no, I think I was thinking about it a lot. And I think one of the most important lessons from this past that we should carry on is that we're not in competition against each other, that most of the people that are making games and wherever you are, you're not competing with each other. There is an audience. It's demonstrated now at this point. It's pretty obvious with all these numbers that are behind it, saying that this industry is bigger than, I don't know, movies and music together and all that. So it's pretty clear that there's a space for everybody. It doesn't matter if you're small or big, you're trying to do something really new or just building on top of something older or classic. And yeah, I think that's one of the most important lessons, because I've seen the industry. I also started, when Guillermo said, closer to a decade now. But before that, I don't think we saw a lot of studios in Mexico thriving because they were competing maybe for the same resources, maybe for the same IPs, trying to make themselves or show themselves more, but that's with the cost of hiding others maybe. And I think this new generation, the one that is after 2010 or 2016, 2014 or whatever it is, started to play together nicely, started to build others with when they build themselves. So I think that's an important lesson to remember, to always share other people's project, not just your own. If you have a platform, talk about other studios and communicate with each other. You're not giving away your secrets. You're helping others get to the same level as you, and vice versa. You're going to learn a lot from them. So I think, yeah, that's something that we need to continue doing, and to not. They say if you don't learn your history, you are doomed to repeat it. So I think that's something that we should not repeat. We should continue learning and getting better together.
That's fantastic. And that goes to show the power, the strength in numbers, the strength of community and communication and sharing of resources and knowledge always leads to better things. And if we push that bar forward for everyone, we're all going to grow, not just a few, right? And I think it's a good takeaway. What about you, Adolfo? What can you tell us about lessons from the past?
From the experience that I've had in Lienzo, I think one of the most important lessons that we've had is perseverance, because it was hard to begin everything to start. Specifically talking about finding investment, right? About finding the resources, the monetary resources to start a big project, which needs a lot of people and different talents working together. Something that cannot be done by only one or two people, working on their free time. And I think that's because in the past, and that may be changing already, but in our country, in Mexico, it's kind of not yet seen the gaming industry as a serious business opportunity. And because of that, I don't know, we might not yet have enough government funding programs, for instance, or not enough interest in private investors that could, fund these type of new ventures, new studios. So we had a lot of difficulties finding the investment for Mulaka specifically, and we just had to be very perseverant and had to keep pushing through until we found something. And yeah, I think that perseverance is kind of one of the most important abilities that you need to develop as a game studio, because as you all know, it's super hard making games. So yeah, I think that will be my lesson from the past.
Fantastic. And, there's a saying out there that goes something like, Mexico seems to be always on that 10-year lag of, whatever anyone's doing, we get to there 10 years later. And I think that's partly what happened in terms of this, realizing that it's a real industry, realizing the validity in it, the value of it. We're slowly getting there, and that recognition seems to be coming at a slower pace. And the only way to get there is to survive, which links fairly nicely to what Jorge was mentioning earlier about being able to adapt and keep doing what you're doing, which is a good lesson, I think. Diana, what would you tell us about this?
Well, from my perspective, a big lesson to me, I will have reached out to the developers and events years ago, because I have no idea there was anything I could do or share from the industry in the past year. Sometimes it was overwhelming at some points to be able to get close to the people from the industry, and you start to make mistakes than the other made in the past. So if you don't communicate with other companies, with other game developers, you will do the same error. So this is a big lesson I understand in the recent years. So will be some advice I will give to the Diana from the past. To the past.
Absolutely. No, and as Fire mentioned, if you're doomed to repeat the past if you're not learning from it, and what better way to learn from that experience than to actually communicate with the rest of the students that have already gone through a similar process and find that empathy, find those things that we have in common, like we can hopefully keep doing moving forward. Now to finish us off, Kate, we were talking about the importance of that different perspective just before we started recording. It would be fantastic to see from your perspective, what do you think, how you see this advancement happening, this learnings that we can get from the past, from where you're sitting?
I think for me, one of the things that I learned is, to give some context, so I grew up in San Antonio, Texas, which is 70% Latino, and 90% of that 70% is Mexican. And so I grew up surrounded by people who looked like me. I grew up where people spoke Spanish and English. I grew up with my culture or Mexican American culture. And when I played games, that wasn't there. When I watched movies, that wasn't there. And even when I watch like novellas, that wasn't there because they're all white passing and they don't look like me. But there's this larger thing that I started to learn once I moved towards the press side, where just because I don't see it in the mainstream, it doesn't mean that it's not there. And so one of the things that I've been really pushing our team to do at our site is to take up and cover more indies, to research, to find what we want, because there is a game out there that represents you. You may have to look for it, but when you find it, uplift it. Do everything you can to use your platform to make sure that there are other eyes on it. Because from our perspective, I'm never going to stop pushing American companies to include me and to include me correctly, but that doesn't mean that I can put that all on them. I also need to do the work and make sure that I'm going to the studios who are already doing that and making sure that I'm doing what I can to cover them and uplift them. And so like for me, a lot of it is understanding that I can't keep asking like studios that have majority white creative teams to put me in there. At some point, I actually need to put work behind the people who are doing the work. And kind of to Antonio's comment earlier, for me, especially being who I am in the space, it's hard. It's really hard for somebody like me to work here. And I feel it like every day. And a lot of it is an invisibility to an extent, because some people may not see it as the right type of diversity that they want, or some people may not even know the type of microaggressions that I'm getting. And nobody should ever have to go through the hardship that I went through to get to where I am. So like the biggest thing that I can say, whether you're a developer, whether you're impressed, whether you're just managing a community of gamers, open that door. Like when you come through that door, you don't close it. You leave it open and you let other people come in with you, because when you close that, it stops everything. So those are kind of like my two takeaways. Find the games that are doing the work and support the hell out of them. And when you get places, making sure you're bringing other people in your community with you, because I would not be where I am, especially if I didn't have Latinx in games. And I met them in PAX West 2018, and they helped me so much to see that, one, I could be in this space, and two, there would be people who would fight for me to help me be in this space. So always pay it back.
Absolutely, that's beautiful, and I think that's something that extends even beyond. Like it's also the studio's job, in our case, the developer's job, to put that that theme or that one thing that strives for inclusion, it strives for diversity in there too, because sometimes we are also afraid of going away a certain mantra or going away from a certain type of character, a certain type of anything. It's also our job to, even more so being indies, to push that envelope forward until it stops being weird, until it becomes the normality that we want, right? When it's not newsworthy anymore, that's when you know that you've won on that particular arena. So that's a very, very good point that you put forth. I also like, before we move on from the past, would love to know, and speaking about things that we have in common, I'd love to know if there's anything in your past that sort of pushed you towards where you are today, right? Put you in that path that became what you are today, whether you're in game development, whether you're in media, whether you're creating industries or organizations. Was there anything during that path that allowed you to become who you are today, that sparked that, like, or that want, or that need to go towards gaming, or need to go towards entertainment in general, instead of becoming a lawyer or whatever? Is there anything, a specific moment that you can remember? And for that one, I'll like to go now backwards, starting with Kate. I know that I'm putting you in the spotlight, but
No, I mean, so to be honest, I wasn't supposed to be doing anything that I'm doing right now in a way. So I was actually in a PhD program, and I was studying anthropology and pop culture and how it forms identities. So I've always been like looking at pop culture and stuff, but I was also the only brown woman in that program. And I was one of 3 women in that program. And I was one of 2 people of color in that program. And it was awful. So after like just racking my mental health, I decided to just leave. And at the time I had a podcast. And then my husband and I went to TwitchCon 2016 in San Diego, and we realized that, like, oh yeah, you can build a community. Like we can do this. Like, I don't have to just be in my office and write and sell 10 books to my class every semester because they're the only person who are going to read me. I can actually just start using my platform and start writing about things that I care about, and get bigger than our podcast and do more in that. And that's really when But Why Though, the seeds of But Why Though were planted. And then in 2018 we really launched outside of the podcast and did much more. But I think actually when it come out of that, like, that was where I realized, oh, this is where I want to be. And honestly, gaming was always at the center of it, because we had seen how Twitch communities had grown. And we knew that when we were making a website, we didn't just want it to be a website. We wanted it to actually be a space and a home for people to feel like they had a space and a home to talk, to game together, to discuss things, and to write if they wanted to write. But I think the most impactful thing, like, recently, was meeting the folks at Latinx in Gaming, and more specifically, shout out to Juan Vaca, because there have been many times where I've messaged Juan and I've been like, I don't know if I can do this, or like, oh, they don't have this. And his words to me will always be, well, just go make it, or just go do it. And like, it means a lot to have somebody there in your corner, not only just telling you, oh yeah, well, maybe you should try. He's like, yeah, I know it's not there. Go make it. Go do the thing. And if you need me, I'm here. And I think that for me, at least, the progression that we've seen in the gaming space, and the progression that I've seen myself in the gaming space, has come from that community, and having a mentor like him just telling me to do it, which seems small, but sometimes you just need those words.
No, it is, and it's hugely important. And a huge shout out, not just to Juan, Elaine, and Fer, and Chris, and everyone. It's just a fantastic group that has inspired more than one, and it's really a hard job that they're doing. We really appreciate all of that effort, not just in Mexico, probably all of Latin America. Diana, what about you? Is there anything specific that you can think of that put you in the path that you're today?
I don't know if there's a specific situation. Maybe when someone played a game that we made, and some kid made us a song with this game, that was amazing. This amazing sensation. But about the community, this is a path. I changed a lot when I started this community, because I never realized that impact we can make in people. So this is really amazing when I started the community, and how the women started to communicate with me and say that they thank me a lot for these opportunities and these jams and these a lot of activities we made with the community. So maybe this is the path I choose to change, and I'm so proud about that.
That's really lovely. That's really, really great. Awesome. Adolfo, is there anything you can go back to? Say, this is why I'm going to become the best lead programmer ever.
Maybe not a specific moment, but I think I've always liked the dynamics of game design. Since I was little, with my little brother, I used to create small board games and, you know, take the soccer ball, but use it on the wall and put lines and create rules and all that. And since then, I don't know, I've always liked making games and changing things and see how it impacts the fun. So I don't know, I guess since then I just had it very clear that I liked it, and then I grew up and started, you know, experimenting more with video games and playing them, and I don't know, it just made so much sense. And I studied computer sciences because of that, because I wanted to make video games, and well, yeah, we're here now.
That's great that you knew it from very, very early on. Then that's really neat. Antonio Fayer, was there anything for you?
Yeah, I also studied computer engineering because I was tech adjacent. I knew my way around computers. Never really thought that I will eventually make games because I didn't think it was possible. It never occurred to me. But eventually I saw, when I was in my university, I saw a talk by a Mexican game dev from Chivalva, Ricardo Villarreal. And that moment I remember being like, oh, there is a Mexican that studied somewhere else in the US and one of the best universities for game development and all that, but he could hire me. So there is an opportunity, a close one, you know, and people are doing this in Mexico. And then I think in the middle of my career as well, or studying, the App Store happened and mobile started to get big. So that I was making apps at the very beginning, and then a friend put it in the group, put the idea of like, we could make games. And they're like, yeah, we could make games. And it's there. You can just make them and put it in a phone, and everybody has one of those. And it's like, oh yeah, you can do that. So that started the whole thing where you like, yeah, I guess you can. Yeah, and then I don't really need anything else other than what I already know, and obviously getting better and many other things you discover in the pad. But at that point, it was like, oh, this is possible. So I guess those two times that were kind of important at the moment.
Awesome. A huge shout out to everyone at Chihuahua, by the way. Jorge Pogo, what about you?
Yeah, some years ago, I used to work in a very well-paid office job that took me several years to get. But after some years of doing the same routine over and over, I realized that I wasn't really happy with it. I'm not saying that this kind of job is wrong. It just wasn't for me. I was looking for a place that allowed me to explore my creativity, to express myself, and to take my own decisions, you know? And even if that meant making mistakes, and investing all of my time and all of my money during years without getting any income back, and inspired by other game dev teams and their games like Hyper Light Drifter, I decided to drop everything and start Mecha Studios. So that was my best decision ever, not to sacrifice my time doing projects for other people if I can start making my own. So yeah, basically.
Doing something that you love. That's really great. That's really fantastic. Awesome. So let us move on to our next or second rapid fire question. Moving on from the past to the present. This one's simpler. It's hoping that you guys are playing something. What are you playing right now? Let us start with Adolfo. Are you playing anything other than, Aztec?
Yeah, I've been playing Resident Evil 2, the remake, and I finished it and started the second run because you can use a different character, and I don't know, it's kind of cool. And I'm also playing Lego Harry Potter with my wife, and we enjoy playing that together. And yeah, those two.
Awesome. I've heard the Lego games are fantastic co-op games. Like we're playing with someone else, so that sounds fun.
Yeah, a lot of fun.
Yeah. Fire, what about you? Playing anything?
Yeah, I just started and finished it, Another World, because I have a podcast where we talk about games and somebody wanted to talk about it. And I saw that it was not that long. So it's like, yeah, I can play through that easily. And it's a fantastic experience, really weird, but interesting and fun in a weird way. And also Pokemon Snap, the new one. I played through the whole thing the last month, I think, when it was out, and for a couple of weeks. And now I'm giving it some distance before I go back and play it again, just finding all the extra hidden stuff that it's there. But it's a fantastic thing as well.
Really nice. Pokemon Snap was my first game, like the original, obviously, the one that I bought with my actual first money. So that's it's always neat, and I want to play the new one. Kate, what about you? Are you playing anything right now? Maybe the trilogy, the Mass Effect trilogy again?
So I am not playing the Mass Effect trilogy. I wish I was. So I am in a spot where I review a lot of things, and I only have time to play the things that I'm reviewing. But the cool thing is when I select games, a lot of the times I try to select co-op. So my husband and I, one of the reasons we're together is because we game. And so we've been putting a lot of hours into Anno 1800 because they just released their most recent DLC. That's a city management, city builder sim. And so I think we've put like 60 hours so far to write the review, but also to bond. So I've been playing a hell of a lot of Anno 1800. So
Awesome. Games bring us together, whether that's with your partner or your friends, especially in pandemic times. That's how social life kept going, right? By games.
Yeah.
What about you, Pogo? Is anything that you're playing right now?
Yes, I have been playing a lot of Game Maker Studio too. And no, that's a bad joke. I have been playing a lot of Gears of War 5 in online close matches with my friends. I think it's an awesome way to keep us together during this pandemic. And I'm returning to Octopath Traveler on the Switch just to realize that I'm half through the game and I already invested like 40 hours. So we will see what happens with that. And yeah, I have like a big backlog there. Hopefully one day I will finish it, or maybe not. We will see.
Never. The backlog just keeps growing and growing and growing.
Yep.
What about you, Diana?
Recently, I started to play Hellblade. I'm so impressed with the ambient sound. The music is incredible. Such an amazing game. And another game, Neurodesk, is a psychological deck build card game. It's new, but it's amazing. I recently discovered that I really love deck builder card games. So this is the only two games I recently gamed.
Interesting. I'm interested in that second one. I've never heard of it. But cool. Everyone has their own thing, right? And there's games for everyone, so that's really neat.
Exactly.
Perfect. So moving on to now the present, right? And specifically talking about the present state of the gaming industry in general, in Latin America, and specifically in Mexico. I'd like to know, in your eyes, guys, what is the current state of the industry right now? This can be the good, the bad, a mix of them both. Where are we standing at the present? And for this one, I'd like to start with Kate.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to be honest. I don't have much. My idea is very small of what we're seeing. I mean, for me, when I think of Mexican games, I actually think of Mulaka and Aztec. I'm very excited for Aztec. But overall, for me, just kind of taking it out to the general perspective of seeing myself in games and the overall folks who are Mexican and Latinx making games. It's actually hard for me because we're getting a lot of strides where we're seeing some pretty cool inclusion. And then we have things like Far Cry 6, where I oscillate between going, oh, this is really racist, and oh, this dog chorizo is actually really cute. And I don't know where I go. And Giancarlo Esposito is Italian, and my brain is just messing up really bad. But then we have something beautiful like the Xbox Showcase, where Forza Horizon 5, where they detailed how they brought Mexico to life, how they brought the land, how they included street artists' art in the tracks, and how they focused on making sure that it was representative not just of the tracks and the cars, but also representative of the people and the culture that you would see if you were driving through those cities. Which for me, it was really powerful and really awesome to see that from a car game, which like I know Forza has always done that type of attention to detail, but like I feel like especially coming, like whether you're Mexican or Puerto Rican or any other sort of like Latino, a lot of the times we get jumbled up with each other, and it's like this pan Latin thing that you don't like, there's really no like grounding to us. Far Cry 6. But when you have something like that come out and it's like, no, this is Mexico, and you're getting shown what it's like here, that was really beautiful for me to see on such a large stage. And I wish I had gotten to talk about it more on stream when we co-streamed that. But for me, understanding it, I'm putting myself through a lot of work this year specifically of trying to find more studios that aren't located in the US to support. It's a journey that has just started, but it is one that led me to Mulaka at the start of the year, and it led me to jump all over Aztec when we got all those press releases and stuff. So I don't have a lot of view on this, but that's kind of where I'm at.
Oh, that's great. That's great. That's great. And again, just as you mentioned, right, it was just equally as happy and joyful to see how diverse, specifically for us Latinos, right, that showcase was, seeing characters speaking Spanish and not just like the Spanish, not really Spanish that we tend to see from American media.
When actually, the character in Redfall said that yes. One word, I was like, yes, let's go.
That's the one, exactly. And so that's joyful, and it gets this kind of reaction. Or seeing Guanajuato and seeing Uxmal and seeing like places that actually exist. I do believe they have some place called the Canyon, which I'm pretty sure it's Barrancas del Cobre, which is here in Chihuahua, or here in the northern part of Mexico, in Forza, which was really cool to see as well. So yeah, and now going to Diana, what can you tell us about present state of development industry here in Mexico?
I think it's growing out. If I look in a retrospective view, recently we have started to build trustful and healthier communities. So for consequences, we start to communicate and help each other. So this will bring us better things. So this is a good thing. So I think there are more journalists and people interested in the games and the make we are making. So this is a better thing for us. And I always will talk about community, because this is the things I make right now. So I think it's growing out, and it will better and better and better. So I want to build bridge between women's communities and communities, not only in Mexico, in Latam, in general Latam. So this is bring us better things to everyone.
Yes, yeah, absolutely. And that I know it's a weird term, but that's why I like to call this time period that we're going through that renaissance, right? And it's a time period where we're seeing those Bernoullis and those Donatellos and those Michelangelos and those like a lot of key players interacting with one another and creating interesting things and creating those breaches and communicating, which will hopefully lead to an interesting era of creation in the country. Adolfo, what about you, seeing it from the game development perspective?
Yeah, I think presently it's still hard to start a new studio in Mexico because of what I was mentioning before. Funding is hard to come by, but I think that's changing, and that's proven by the fact that there are new studios and more projects more than ever before, right? So we are growing and we are collaborating, and that is really exciting. And some projects that we've been making have been really successful, and some that are not out yet are really promising. For instance, Greek looks great. And Navegante is working with Team 17, big indie publisher, and that's really amazing. I'm really excited by that project. And the really awesome part of this is that one really successful project can really push the whole indie game dev forward for all of us, for Mexico, right? If one of us is really successful, more opportunities are going to be created, more jobs. I don't know, everything is going to grow. And it's really exciting to be looking at these new projects that are promising and that have a lot of potential nowadays.
Absolutely. We were just talking about what inspired us, right, in the past. What a great idea would it be? What a great situation would it be if those projects that we have right now that are maybe hopefully coming from Mexican studios, like Neon City Riders or like Greek or like Lonesome Village, another fantastic project that's recent, 9 Years of Shadow. If those projects can inspire the next generation of Mexican developers, what a fantastic scenario we could be weaving. What about you, Antonio, thinking of the present and where we're standing right now?
Yeah, I think it's a little bit more of the same. Communities are bigger, are more communicative. Developers are more open, sharing experiences. When one gets some kind of deal or an opportunity or gets in the door of a company or something, they bring others with them or they share as much as they can behind the NDAs and all that. But they try to help others get to the same levels. And as Adolfo was saying, we can see that bettering everybody else as well. I think you mentioned a little bit of Kerbal Space Program in the intro, and it's an amazing game, and it made a lot of money, and it's really successful. A lot of people know of it, but almost no one knows that it's Mexican because they never made an effort to communicate that. And it doesn't need to be done that way. You don't have to wear your country in your game, but also they never said that locally, which is something that they could have helped a lot more. And again, you don't have to. Everybody can. They need to look for themselves first if they want to thrive or survive in this industry. And I'm really excited that the teams that are doing great now are doing that, are sharing more. They say, hey, we're from Mexico, we're doing this, we're learning this way. And you can see how that impacts others because the bar is being raised in front of you.
And I think it's, I don't think there's going to be growth is going to come only from that extra effort or that, that extra time that is not necessary, but it's what's leading the charge, right? It's what's leading the charge in this growth process for the local industry. Now, finally, I know that, we're pretty much reiterating the same points, but Jorge, do you have anything else that you can think of about the state that we are in right now?
Yeah, sure. I think our industry is getting stronger every day. I mean, mostly all of our colleagues from other studios are always open to talk, to share and to help, making room for new teams and ideas to explore. So the only downside, in my opinion, is that even with all the access to the information, we still have a long way to catch up with other countries in terms of auto sustainability and culture to appreciate the work and value of game making, if that makes sense. Yeah, but other than that, I think we are doing pretty great. So the future looks pretty bright.
Promising. We're on the right path. That's a good message to have. Awesome. Now let's move on to from the present to the future. First off, with our rapid question. Again, if you don't want to justify your answer, you don't have to. However, I'd love to know if there's anything that you're looking forward in terms of games, right? And especially now that we're just ending summer of gaming and all of this E3 kind of like hype that's going on, is there anything in particular you have in mind that you want to get your hands on it for the near future? For this one, let us start with Diana. Is there anything that you really want to play right now that's coming up?
Yeah, I want to play Crystals from an indie game from Colombia. That's an amazing game. And Breath of the Wild 2.
Awesome. A huge shout out all the way to Colombia to Cristales and oh man, I forgot his name.
Carlos Rocha.
Thank you, and to Carlos, a huge hug.
Dreams Incorporated.
Yes, it's a fantastic game. Look it up. It's really good. Perfect. Jorge, is there anything that you really want to get your hands on right now?
Yeah, I'm very excited about today's announcement of WarioWare, Get It Together. I'm a big fan of the franchise, and I love to see how they twist the core mechanics of the game to introduce to players. So I'm looking forward.
Little context, we're recording this on the 15th, so the Nintendo showcase just happened for us, and so we're all really hyped about all of that. What about you, Kate? Is there anything about today that you're really looking forward to?
So I'm actually not excited. I'm excited for some of the E3 stuff that I saw, but what I'm most excited for is for Final Fantasy 14 Endwalker. Because again, I play games with my husband, and Final Fantasy 14 has been our go-to MMO, and I want to be a paladin on a moon with my own little farm where all of the all of my little minions that I've spent way too much money on can run free and play. So yeah, Final Fantasy 14 Endwalker for me.
Awesome. Looking forward to that too. Fire, is there anything that you really want to get your hands on coming soon?
Yeah, Breath of the Wild 2 as well, and the Hollow Knight sequel, I think it's Silk Song. It's also its name. And before it was Pokemon Snap, but I already played that. So yeah, those two I'm looking forward to.
Awesome. And get us home, Adolfo. What are you looking forward to?
Maybe not so close from happening. And I think if you were answering this question, you'd say the same, Guille. You know what I'm going to say already.
Yeah, absolutely, I know.
I'm really looking forward to Metroid Prime 4. Because I really enjoyed the previous ones, and I think it's the perfect blend of first-person shooter with Metroidvania, and I don't know, I think it just works really well, those two things together.
Yes, and they gave us nothing. They didn't give us just anything.
They acknowledge it.
Yeah. They acknowledged and they gave us Dread, and that's really coming really soon. I think it's in October, if I'm not mistaken. So I'm really looking forward to another 2D Metroid. After Fusion. I mean, we have Return of Samus, of course, but really looking forward to that one. Awesome. So moving on proper into the future of the Mexican game development industry. And if we can do this in perhaps 2 minutes each, because we're running out of time. I'd just like to know, if we're dreaming about this ideal scenario, right? If we're thinking about how to get into this perfect world where, we have a bunch of successful studios, we have a bunch of IPs running around, and people are looking towards Mexico for their game development or their gaming needs, in whichever front that is. What do we need to get there? What should we start working on right now that's going to lead us to that future? For this, I'd like us to get started with Kate again. And again, using this perspective that you have, looking from the outside to the inside, what do you think we're missing? What's that final piece that's still not there?
To be really honest, as studios get larger and as, games start looking at like who they want to work with and stuff like that, I understand the need to work with large creators. And I also understand that those large creators are mostly white, non-Latinx, not any, but what I would like to see happen, and this isn't just like the onus is on press to start covering more, which I kind of talked about in the last point. But I actually want to see studios going out of their way to find people like me or to find communities like mine to work with us, because we want those games. We want to support the people who are like us doing the work, and we want to be there. And to be honest, the bulk of our communities, especially when they're community centered around an identity, we come out, we show up, we support. And it may not be the 1,000-person stream that a big streamer will have, but it may be a 20-person stream, and all of those 20 people are going to go pick up the game. And there's going to be an investment in it beyond just, okay, somebody paid me to stream this game. It's going to be investment of, I want to support it because I want it to do well. And I think for me, one of the things that is kind of hard, and I understand it from a PR sense. Like I would never shame anyone for going down the paths of just choosing like those influencers, but there's a strength in leaning into your identity, and there's a strength in leaning into the community that you can get support from. Look beyond it, of course, but like, don't forget us. Like, we're here. Like, I can tell you, just in our Discord alone, like, we have a whole bunch of people in it right now that have been watching the Copa. Like, we have an entire community of folks looking for diverse games and looking for games with Mexican protagonists that deal with indigenous histories, that deal, that's what I want more of. And then I think one of the other things when we actually talk about it too, because I feel like it has to be said, is like, I do also want to see a wealth of diversity in the games that are coming out. Like, when we look at like what Mexican faces get depicted or what indigenous faces get depicted, like, I think that I want to see more inclusion of Afro-Latinos. I want to see more inclusion of Afro-Mexicans. Like, that's important. And so for me, I think it's kind of like, from my perspective, that's what I want to see. Obviously, press, influencers, all y'all do the work and support the stuff, but it's a little give and take, or for me, at least, because it does get kind of soul crushing when you see a game that is aligned to your interests and aligned to your identity, and then you can't even get a code, or you can't get an interview, and you see everybody who's kind of on the outside of that, get in it. I don't want that to come off like rude or anything. It is just something that I've noticed that I think we need to do better at cultivating and working within our communities, as well as reaching outside of them.
Totally. No, and I mean, take note, everyone. It's definitely has to be a two-way street, right? Both sides have to put a little bit of themselves, and sometimes we forget about that areas of opportunity that we can have with a specific type of not just audiences but outlets as a whole, right? And so it's an important thing to have in mind, for sure. Didn't come off as anything rude, don't worry about that. And I know, it's good to have out there. It's always a good message to have. What about you, Diana? Is there anything you can tell us that we're missing and that should lead us to that bright future?
Yeah, I have the same feeling that Kate. We need more diversity teams. From the community, when Women in Mix, we try to encourage the other companies, not only in Mexico, that we need more diverse teams. So, because when we have a diverse team, the things they start to create will be more natural, and we'll have more representative stories. So, and therefore the narrative will be different, and that way the people can be represented in those games. So we need to encourage this. When we have connection and some sort of representation, we feel more powerful, not only women, but people in general. So when we start to participate more, to be more active, so if we feel represented, we will create more diverse teams and have more fun with creating content. So it's important to create inclusive space for the minorities.
Awesome. It's really hard to put into words just the happiness that you get from seeing someone like you, whoever you are, whatever you came from, anything that's inner, and you see that represented somewhere, it's always really, really special. So striving for that, I think it's something that we should definitely keep in mind. Adolfo, what about you? Is there anything that, you think we can have right now that should lead us into a brighter future?
Yeah, talking about the future, I think it'd be nice to have even more collaboration between the studios, because recently we've been talking and trying to offer advice whenever needed between each other, and that's great. But I think we could take it even a little further and maybe even mentor each other to that level. I don't know. We could do focus groups or something like that when we're struggling with some game design parts in our work in progress title, and that's something we haven't done, and that might be, I don't know if that's even like a standard in the industry, but we could try it out, because it's super useful to get a new fresh look on your project when you've been working, I don't know, a year or more on it. And so yeah, I think we could do that. And also for the future, I hope we all Mexican studios get more and more successful, so that eventually leads to better funding options and to the creation of more studios and the recognition a better recognition of the game dev industry in the country, right? That's what I'd really like to see for the future.
Yes, it sometimes it seems counterintuitive, but success breeds success, right? And once we manage to get there, we're set on a path that's definitely bright. What about you, Pogo? What do you see in the future that we need?
Yeah, I'm so excited about the future of game development in Mexico. I have seen so many interesting and well-made projects made by very talented teams. And I think all the efforts we are making as a community to share and help each other will eventually bring us new opportunities to learn new things, to reach new audiences, and to set the bar higher. All we need to do is to hold on and keep giving our best to cooperate with our friends and colleagues. So basically, yeah, I agree with everyone. I think the future looks bright.
Awesome, and I like the way the fact that you're using the word friends in there, right? Because that's what we eventually become, right? We're brothers and sisters in arms at the end of the day, and that breeds collaboration, that breeds cooperation, which is great. Finally, Fire, get us home.
Yeah, what I'm looking forward is that the news are never the first Mexican game to do this or do that. I just want it to be common enough that it is not news to make something first, and because there were so many, and obviously that we get that the developers are successful enough that they don't put their life in the line or their health. We don't talk too much about crunch in this scene, in the local scene, because it is something that you still need to do if you want to succeed, because there is not a lot of money yet in here. There is not a lot of experts. There is not a lot of experience to be able to, that is not it's something that it's expected of you. So I hope that eventually we can move towards the future and that people are more, they have more success. And I think the other thing that I would like to see more is us telling our own stories. I mean, the Forza thing and others are amazing to see, but I want to see it through the eyes of the locals or of a huge team that is mostly from that place, like I love Coco, same as anybody else, but I want to see that through our eyes. And and I think it's one of the things that I want to see. And I mean, Lienzo has been doing that for us, and I'm excited about Aztec as well for that. So what do we need to do is just continue supporting the teams that are already doing that. As also Kate mentioned, like if you've seen something that it's, or Diana with Chris Tales, it doesn't need to be local only to your country or your state or your city. It can be a little bit broader. And if you see something, share it, buy it, I don't know, talk about it a little, because we are not guaranteed success. Many games are struggle to get out there and then they die, and those companies don't get to make another thing. And I always say, if you want to see Guillermo del Toro's or Kojima's, Guillermo del Toro is already Mexican, but that level in video games, we need to have a career of, I don't know, 30 years like him. Or like if you want the Metal Gear of Mexico, you need to have a Kojima that has been working for 30 years in order to be able to do that. So support the local creators and artists, and that it will eventually get there. When you have 30 years of doing the same thing, you get good at it. The problem is that most of the studios, it's their first thing. So it's always rough, and we're getting better and better. So I'm excited about the future. As everybody of you have said, it's getting brighter and brighter. We're getting to that level. And I just think we need to continue with the friendship and the communities and the communication and the sharing and the opportunities, as this panel with PAX and other initiatives that are other Latinx in gaming again. But I think that's what I will say.
Awesome. It takes time, man. It takes time, but we're getting there. Finally, closing off, I think we're just in time, actually, which is fantastic. Just want to, I'm going to try and include everyone's socials somewhere around in the screen. But just for good measure, I'd love to give the spoiler to each one of you. And if you want to tell us where we can find you, if anyone in our audience wants to reach out to you, wants to ask you anything, wants us to go a little bit deeper into whatever we just mentioned here and you want to talk about it. I believe there's going to be a little bit of a session if you guys want to join us us. After the panel's done, we're going to still be somewhere chatting with you guys. But still, if you want to, get back to us later, where can our audience find you? Let us start with Antonio.
Yeah, I'm on Twitter and Instagram at FireDev. That's my username, and you can find me there. And I also have a couple podcasts. The one about video games, Calvida Entrevits, if you want to listen to me more about games. And it's just more about how we appreciate games and we see games. It's not analysis or anything else. And yeah, support all the other people in here, studios and Hyper-V, which is where I was before. But yeah, just go find a studio that you haven't seen before from a community or a country like Mexico, Colombia, or whatever, and buy one of their games.
Awesome. Diana, where can we find you?
You can find me in Twitter, Instagram, or Facebook, like Diana Kodashi or Kodashi. Also, you need to follow Women in GameX, please, and Women in Jam. Women Game Jam will have the game jam in August. So in the few months we will make the game jam. So please follow us for the content, all the content we created for these communities.
Awesome. What about you, Pogo? Jorge, where can we find you?
Yeah, you can find our studio at mechastudios.com or at Neil on citywriters.com or almost in every social network as Mecha Studios. And you can find my personal social networks as Pogo8bit in Twitter and Instagram. So if you have anything that I can help you with, feel free to reach me out there and send me a DM or something and we can work it out.
Awesome. What about you, Kate? Where can people find you?
You can find me on Twitter at OhMyMythRandier. But if you want to find our community, it is at ButWhyThoughPC on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, everywhere. And if you want to join our community, discord.gg/BUTWHYTHO. We're currently streaming Euros and Copa right now, and we have a series of talks that we'll be doing too. So yeah, come join us. We're pretty cool.
Awesome. And finally, Adolfo, where can people find you?
Honestly, I'm not too fond of social media. So I have accounts, but don't really use them. But you guys can find all about our latest project at playaztec.com. That's Aztec, finishing with tech from technology with CH, playaztec.com. You can go there and find out.
Awesome. And finally, myself, I'm Guillermo Vizcaino. You can find me in Twitter. It's a weird name. It's 6UILL3. It's my name with numbers. I don't care. I liked it and I'm keeping it. You can also follow Lienzo at Lienzo Mexico, Lienzo MX, in every social media you like, TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, whenever. And we'd be happy to assist you if you have any questions. If you want to throw stones at the game because you hate it or whatever, we're cool with that too. Feel free to reach out. Feel free also to reach out anyone in the panel. These are really a set of very talented people. So you wouldn't be missing out by either following them or reaching out to them in any way or manner. Finally, we want to thank everyone again for watching. We want to thank everyone within PAX for giving us the space to have this conversation, which I think was very entertaining, at least from our end. We hope it is for you as well. And we hope you have a fantastic rest of your day. We'll be seeing you soon. Thank you, everyone.
And since 2003, we've been very, very busy. We supply toys and games to hundreds of child welfare facilities across the world, taking a little of the outside world and bringing it inside. We've raised more than $44 million so far, and our work reaches more than 1 million kids per year. Come be a part of our story and learn more at childsplaycharity.org.
Attention campers, we've had the conversation about glitter in the craft barn, about glitter not leaving the craft barn. We will not have this conversation again. That is all.
Did you know? An SQL slammer is both the name of a computer worm that almost turned off the whole internet back in 2003, and an extremely potent tequila drink. Sadly, the drink's recipe was lost forever when the floppy disk containing it fell out of a child's hands into the San Francisco Bay. And that's a fact about the internet.
Acquisitions Incorporated is the leader in interplanar artifact recovery, with exciting new franchise opportunities in your area. Are you eager to liberate the lost treasures of a dragon's hoard? Are you desperate for work and lack better options? With Kingdom-class on-the-job training, our franchisees learn the skills they need to ensure their legacy and their survival. Skills like choosing the right career path, not getting devoured, team building, and decisioning. Welcome to a life of profitable adventure. Welcome to Clank Legacy Acquisitions Incorporated.
Wake up, sleeper. Dreaming again? Every cycle, you take your chances. You roll your dice. You do the work, get paid, survive. You turn up for your friends, or you don't. That's life on the eye.
Wake up, sleeper. Your body is dying. Planned obsolescence. As an ARP's gift for its escaped workers. But we can fight this. You can remake yourself here.
Did you know? Ethernet gets its name from the Latin ether, meaning of the sky, and the Italian netto, meaning after deductions. This is a reference to the internet's power to suck the moon from the sky, should it ever be set free of its cable. And that's a fact about the internet.
Welcome, everyone, to PAX Online East panel, the best retro games you've never heard of. We'll be discussing some historic retro titles that were good in their time. They were played, maybe not, and we'll discuss why over the years some of these games have been lost to time and potentially what can be done to make these games more well-known to the gaming public at large. I'll introduce our panelists. First, we have Alex Fasciani. Alex, why don't you let the crowd know a little bit about yourself?
Yeah. Hey, I'm Alex. You probably know me if you've heard of me. You probably know me from the Super Beard Bros. I do the Chilluminati podcast online. I'm on the Scary Game Squad, and I wrote Wonderling for Nintendo Switch.
Next, we have Kelsey Lewin.
Hi, I'm Kelsey. I run a couple of video game stores here in Seattle called Pink Gorilla Games, and I am the co-director of the Video Game History Foundation.
Then we have Norman Caruso.
Hi, I'm Norman Caruso. I am the creator of The Gaming Historian. It's a documentary series on YouTube, and it's been around since 2008.
And I am Pat Contry. I'm a longtime YouTuber, podcaster, mostly focused on retro gaming and gaming history. I've also published a couple of books, Ultimate Nintendo Guide to the NES Library and Guide to the SNES Library, and also have produced the Video Game Years historical gaming documentary series. So, all right, retro games, or games of yesteryear that we all know and love. We always know about, even to modern day, the popular games, the games that keep getting either brought up in legacy compilation packs or put out once again by the IP holders or the developers or the publishers. But there's a lot of games that most gamers nowadays haven't really heard of, and there's lots of reasons for that. Alex, you have a great example of one we're going to start with.
Yeah, I would say this one's probably the most known of these games. I think this one probably has one of the bigger reputations when it comes to games that I would still definitely say this is a hidden gem. But this game, it if you ask people in the know, this game is like still it's still kept, like, I think it costs like $600 to $1,000 to buy one of these for an actual Neo Geo on eBay. It's called Neo Turf Masters, and I chose it today because not only is it like, you know, just a really dang good game, but it's also like a really good example of the type of game that doesn't make it today for people. You know, it's a good example of the type of game that doesn't like resonate with people anymore, because it's all about artifice and mechanics and like your own imagination rather than like fidelity and immersion. So I just feel like, you know, for people today, there's a couple games on the Neo Geo that you think of, you know, if you're the general population, especially in America. And this probably isn't one of them. But this game was called Big Tournament Golf in Japan. It's a video game about being a pro golfer on the last day of a big golf tournament. It was released by Neo Geo, or on the Neo Geo by Nazca Corp in 1996. You might not recognize the name Nazca Corp because after they released Neo Turf Masters and one other really successful Neo Geo game, which was Metal Slug, which is probably, I would say, probably the most popular Neo Geo game for the average person, they were immediately purchased and absorbed by SNK at large, who makes the Neo Geo, and they went on to make Metal Slug 2, Metal Slug X, Metal Slug 3, which are all just like mind-blowingly excellent. And then SNK declared bankruptcy in 2001, and they kind of just fizzled apart. Some of them went on and made Dimps. It's another company that you might know of. And funnily enough, Nazca itself was actually made all up of ex-staff from another company called IREM, which, you know, if you're a retro person, if you're like a fan of retro games, you know IREM. Just another company with just a bunch of, almost like a completely forgotten company that, like, you know, should be more important to you, like, as a name. But they had a game series called Major Title, which was also a golf game. And if you've seen clips of Major Title next to clips of this game, you'll be really surprised. And this version of this looks a little bit different than the one that I'm familiar with, because this is the Neo Geo CD version, but they look basically the same. But Major Title, it's just kind of like a less visually exciting version of this, a little bit more boring version of this, because the thing that makes Neo Turf Masters is that it's really fast-paced, it's really exciting. But before I get into that, I just want to talk a little bit more about the history. We don't know for sure who made this game. Like, we don't have like an itemized list of the staff of this game because, like a lot of games from the 80s and 90s in Japan, it was not common practice to use your real name in the credits, so that you had the freedom to go work on whatever you felt like working on. And so that, like, if you were like hot, can I cuss? Hot, I was going to say hot S, but you know what? Let's just say if you were really good at your job, sometimes companies would try and just like poach you. So, you know, they just kind of mixed up the names. We do know that a guy called Kinte was the main designer of this game, team lead. He was also like the team lead on the original R-Type. And the composer for this game is Takushi Hiyamuta, who often goes by Hiya, who you, like, when you listen to the music from this game, you will recognize it's exactly the same style and vibe as the music from Metal Slug, which he also did. It's like jazzy, funky music that's like really busy arrangements, lots of unique synths. It has kind of like almost like a Marvel vs. Capcom 2 vibe. If you like, I feel like that's a good popular game with that style of music. That's sort of like jazzy mid-90s Japanese music. Really, really, really nostalgic, really good. Yeah,
so it's a game. It's an arcade style golf game that first appeared, you know, on the MVS machines in the early to mid '90s. So why do you think a game like this would be somewhat lost to time? I mean, I've heard the name, and probably some of us watching have, but this is not a game that we brought up. Well, this is like a classic game,
right? I think it's because the game focuses on like I mean, look, if you look at the MVS in general, right? The thing about the MVS, it came out in like 1990. Right? It's a system that's almost like it uses that sort of like Nintendo philosophy of like, if it ain't broke, don't improve it. And so, you know, this system had games coming out on it for maybe 10 years, and even well into the time when real-time 3D games were like popping off, and that's what everybody cared about. MVS machines were still super profitable, like in the moment, because everybody had one because you could put 6 games in it and it costs, you know, a quarter usually, like even when other games went up to $1. And I think because of that, because this game never goes beyond those bounds and doesn't have any sort of like sensational, there's no license here. It's just a quick, fast game about golf. It doesn't try and portray the realism of golf. It doesn't try to have graphics that represent real courses. Like you can see, like some of these courses have like, it'll have like a canyon in the middle of it, or you'll be golfing on top of Mount Fuji or something like that. Like it's all just sort of like the essence of golf for somebody who wants to play a golf game. And I think the value of the game is that it's got like this sort of pick up and play vibe to it. But for somebody who's, you know, a gamer and who's trying to look for something, it's just not sexy enough to have made it across. Like I think, you know, the tale is told on eBay. Like I say, I think at one point this game was crossing over the 10K mark for a little cartridge.
Is that for the AES home console cart?
AES and the MVS cart even is still $1,000. But like, I think like the thing about this game is like, you know, now it's come out for $7 on all the main consoles and stuff through the ACA. Like arcade classics releases. And if you look at that versus like the pageantry around like, you know, Shin Megami Tensei 3's re-release recently or something like that, that's just like a couple years after this, right? Like the amount of fanfare is so much higher. This was a $7 game that you can buy. I think it's just because looking back on it now, it just gets in that like sort of like haze of sports titles. And, you know, they all just sort of like gamers as a whole just sort of like write off that genre as a type of genre that could have like a gem in it. It's like, you know, this idea of progress, like Madden 98 versus Madden 2003. You're going to get 2003 because the graphics are better. It's still football. Why would you ever need, you know, the older one? But for Neo Turf Masters, I think this is a game that has arcade game DNA that's just themed as golf. And, you know, I think that's part of the reason why people don't care about it today, is just because it's a hard game to convince somebody to go back and play when there's like PGA 2021 out there or something. You know what I mean?
I really got to get rid of
I
these
also
ads.
think there's like a lot of with a lot of those arcade re-releases, it doesn't seem like they really do anything to try to convince you that you should try any of these games. Like they're all just kind of there on the eShop.
Yes.
And I mean, I don't even know if they released all of them at once, but it seems like they just do like, I don't know, here's another 10 and no one talks about it. Like they don't do any fanfare, let alone, you know, the people who are looking at it, right? Like I didn't know of a reason to pick up this game over any of the other arcade classic games that are on there.
Right. It's really down to people like who are culturally immersed in that like sort of really niche thing to even talk about it in the first place. Like it's really kind of strange. Like, you know, going back to Neo Geo, right? Neo Geo is famous because it has a stick and 4 buttons, and every game on it uses that control scheme, whether you're driving cars or you're fighting games or you're playing a shooter. And I think that's another part of it is like, even looking at it in a bar, like if you're like walking through and looking at the games, even in the time that it was out, it doesn't do anything to distinguish itself from any of the other games that are on the AVS. Like most other golf games even, right? Like if you think about like Golden Tee or something like that, you're thinking of that you know, the little ball, or you're thinking about, you know, how you're going to like do all these different things to like make it real golf. But, you know, the selling point of this game is not ever covered by the game, not just now, but ever. They're never like a simple golf game that you can play drunk with your grandma. Like that's what this game is. You know what I mean? Like you can play this.
It's a weird combination of factors for a game like this. It was predominant, you know, it was an arcade system that didn't translate to the home because it was several $100s. It was
nobody.
It was prohibitively expensive to get this game. So especially in North America, the print runs of these games are so incredibly small that the only people that can get them are rich collectors for the most part. Unless you have a consoleized MVS home console and cannibalize an arcade, and combined with the fact that, like you said, it's in theory a generic sounding golf game that who would be exposed to that unless you knew about it. And SNK, which is funny because one of my game examples is going to be SNK. they didn't do well with their properties long term and sort of keeping them around because of partially because of the failure of the AES. So you have a weird combination of factors there that go into a game like that being lost.
Yeah, like and to compare it to Metal Slug a little bit more, like just because they're both made by the same company, like Metal Slug has a type of structure that like people today can understand. Like even if you play it straight from the arcade port on ACA, like on your Switch or whatever, you're still progressing through like levels. You're still like beating like one level. There's a boss at the end of every level. That's something that like makes sense to somebody today. But it's hard to convince somebody. We were talking before this about games that you only need to play for like 15 minutes. And this is definitely one of those games. But you can play this game for like hours and hours and hours. But it's hard to convince somebody from 2021 that a golf game with no real characters and 4 courses is something that you can play over and over and over again when you lose that sort of like physical element of the arcade machine. Like if it was at my pizza joint that I was going to or my laundromat that I was going to every day, of course I would play it all the time simply because it's there. But today, you know, an arcade game that costs any amount of money, like, you know, I remember they put out Wild Guns. They like did they did like more than a port of Wild Guns. They made it widescreen. They added 2 more players. They did all this stuff, but it didn't do that well because in the end, it's still just like a screen-based shooting game that, you know, to actually do all the content in it, you're going to have to become a master of the game. You know what I mean? You know, part of the thing with Neo Turf Masters is because it's an arcade game, you got 1 quarter that buys you 3 holes of golf. And the only way that you can get more holes of golf off your quarter is if you like birdie every hole or eagle every hole. So, you know, the sort of like value of the game is also hard for people to grok today.
Well, and even I think on the eShop, you know, even if you're paying for the entire game, that $7, it's almost like the mobile game problem, right? It's like no one wants to pay $5 or $10 for a really good mobile game, but they might pay, you know, 25 cents at a time in microtransactions. Like I would put a quarter or 2 into this, but spending an entire $7 if I haven't tried it before, I don't know. I think that the way that they're presenting these old arcade games is makes it very difficult for them to get real sales and find a new audience.
Yeah. If there was like a high fidelity guy, you know, like a dude behind the counter who was like, oh man, you're like trying this type of game out. Like, oh, you got to try Neo Turf Masters. That would go such a long way for stuff like this. And I know that there's like us, like people who come and talk at PAX about games that you should check out. Because I legitimately, like literally like last weekend, just to give you an idea of like how serious I am about Neo Turf Masters, I based an entire...
I know by now, Alex.
Yeah, I based an entire hangout over drinking wine and playing Neo Turf Masters with my buds. You know what I mean? So like I will attest to this game as much as I can, but there's just, because we're going to digital also, I think like you're losing that sort of like curated experience. Like when you go to a record store and you see the little shelf up front that has like the little staff picks and stuff like that. You never get anything like that in a digital storefront when you could.
All right, we only have an hour, so we have to move on to the next title. That was great.
You sure you don't want to talk more about this?
I mean, we can change the panel to Turf Masters, the panel. We can do that. But Kelsey, you have an interesting both couple of games, but also a console which creates its own conversation in itself.
Yeah, we'll see if we can get to more than one here without going over time. But I've been playing a lot of Game Boy stuff lately because it's a really cool console, and there's something like, you know, close to 1,000 games or something for it. And the best thing about the Game Boy is that so many of these titles are actually really good for like 10 or 15 minutes, and that's maybe all you need with them. And I've been sort of exploring like the import library stuff that we didn't get over here. And one of the fun ones I discovered is a little game called P-Tan, which was originally an MSX game. I don't know that much about the origins of it on the MSX, but on the Game Boy, it looks a heck of a lot better than the MSX one. It came out in, I believe, 91, published by Conoco and developed by Interstate, who made some pretty terrible games too, but also this one, which is great. And it's an adorable game about, it's very simple. You're basically just trying to keep your chicks safe, and you do that by dropping eggs onto these little seesaws and getting them up the platforms. Meanwhile, a wolf is going to try to stalk them and eat them. And you can stun the wolf with your egg, which will probably show in the gameplay eventually here too. It's just very simple and very addictive. And I haven't beaten it. There's a lot of stages, and they do get pretty tricky as time goes on. But there's like mini games in between every 4 or 5 stages or so. And again, I mean, the thing I love about the Game Boy is just that there's so many fun games like this that are for 10 to 20 minutes, super, super fun. And I think that there's not enough attention on games that don't require, 3 hours of your time or a ton of commitment, right?
So the Game Boy was interesting, what you said, especially in the earlier days, because it seemed like it was sort of like the handheld, almost arcade-ish console, right? There wasn't these sprawling games for the most part that had come out yet. And
I mean, you have, certainly like you have your Zeldas and some Saga games and that sort of thing. Like there are big adventures on the Game Boy. Pokemon, obviously, is a very big one. But a lot of what the Game Boy has to offer is just these kind of micro experiences that, keep you entertained for a little while, or something that, I mean, this is a game that I like picking up several times, like I don't want to just play this for 15 minutes and then I'm done with it forever. It's like, I want to play 15 minutes of this, do whatever else, and then maybe the next day I've got another 15 minutes in me. Oh no. Oh, he ate one of the chickens.
Oh no.
Oh.
So is a game like P10 a good example of a game that it's hard to market, maybe after the fact? It comes out, maybe it's a moderate success, maybe in Japan, some people enjoy it, but like 30 years later, how would you market this game to like the public? Like, how would you say, oh, check out this short little cute arcade game with little chicks and a wolf?
Well, I think it is really difficult to sell people on tiny games like this because it's just, it doesn't really come up very often. When people look for game recommendations, they're usually looking for like, something fairly substantial, right? Like if someone were to ask me what is the best game for the Game Boy, and I was like, well, there's this one about a chicken and you drop some eggs, like that's kind of a weird thing to recommend as like a number one. So I think a lot of these smaller games really kind of fall by the wayside because you don't get put in a lot of situations where people are specifically asking for tiny experiences like this. And I agree. I think they're kind of difficult to market. Here's one of the little mini games in between, and these can be used to this and the bonus points and stuff. You will eventually be able to like get some chicks back. So you can, I believe, beat the game if you just have one chick remaining. Like I don't think you have to have all of them, but obviously you have to have at least one alive.
Yeah, I think it's also important to mention with games like this that like if you look at like the credentials required to get a game on a console in 1991 versus today, like you have to go through a lot more hoops. And I feel like ever since things like Newgrounds or any of those little like 8-bit types of like indie game jam things that people can do, games like this like don't really get people excited in the same way that they might have in 1991, to a larger degree, to a similar degree, Turf Masters. But once you're in this realm of like made up scenarios that don't ever happen in real life, this almost feels like a game jam game today that you would get for free.
Yeah, or even a mobile game. I mean, I think that's where a lot of these kind of things end up now, is just in the mobile space where they disappear forever. Because, I mean, how many times are you like really scrolling through the App Store to be like, I want to find a really good new time waster? I mean, you usually just download Bejeweled or something, right? If you need something.
Just get the top one, yeah.
And it's another good example. In a way, it's almost like the Neo Geo, is that the platform it was on is not really talked about too widely, even though it's a Nintendo console. The Game Boy, I would argue, is probably talked about the least out of all their older platforms.
I think it's just talked about in a very specific way.
Yeah, it's the games. It's like there's 10 games that were on the Game Boy according to Nintendo.
Right. You talk about Super Mario Land 2 is one of my favorite games of all time. It's a fantastic game, but the Game Boy had a whole heck of a lot more than, just what Nintendo put out on it.
Sure. Or so if you hear about a Game Boy game, it'll be like, a re-release. It'll be like a modernized re-release of the game. But it's like, well, what about the other 99.5% of the games, that were on this? Like even a lot of the, Nintendo, games themselves that they did, like an earlier one, like Alleyway. I don't know if you'll ever hear about that again. So it's weird. I feel like Nintendo doesn't know how to, at least for their handhelds, keep the legacies alive quite the same way like they do with their home consoles. It's a weird thing because
I don't think the legacy is even there. I think I think the time has passed. I think we lost these games. You know what I mean?
So what would we do to get this game out into the public, or games like this on a platform that Nintendo doesn't really talk about? Like, you're not going to see a Game Boy Mini likely get out there.
I hope so. I think you got to just do a big bundle, though. Like, here's 30 fun puzzle games or arcade games or whatever on the arcade-y games, I guess I should say,
for like
on the Game Boy.
$15.
Yeah. I think that's kind of the way you got to do it, is like package them together, because I don't see people spending any amount of money. If they put this game straight up on the eShop, I don't see people spending any amount of money on this. Like, even $1, I think, would be a tough sell.
It's funny because there have been a lot more game brew homebrews that have been in development the past few years. It's sort of homebrews sort of shifted in that direction somewhat. So maybe that sparks interest to go back and look at the Game Boy library in some way.
If you put anything on a cartridge, then it's automatically valuable. But
if you do look at what Nintendo is doing, though, like in terms of obscure games from consoles like that don't ever get talked about, like the place that it is showing up, I think that's kind of interesting, and that I think they could really do a lot more is those like Netflix apps that they have on the Switch, like that are like the the SNES and the NES. Like, people make fun of those because they're never like Chrono Trigger or anything like that anymore. It's like Valis 4 or whatever, like but like, that's a crazy game. Like, it's crazy that game is out on like in an official capacity for free on the eShop for people to play. And I think,
well, that's exclusively what I use it for, is like the quick 10-minute experiences.
Yeah.
Like, I don't want to play through in it. I mean, I might, but in general, I don't want to play through an entire saga of a game through that eShop or the Nintendo Online app. I just want to be like, what? I haven't really played this one. I haven't really tried this tennis game or whatever. I don't know. See what that's
golf
about.
Game. Yeah.
Or golf game.
All right, Norm. What do you got for us? What game would you qualify here for almost forgotten to the sands of time?
Yeah, I mean, so I think in the retro community, this is a pretty well-known game just because it's collector-wise, it's a valuable game on the Nintendo Entertainment System, and it's Little Samson. I've got it right here.
Oh, he's showing off. He's flexing.
Ooh, he's got it.
I didn't mean to, but I do have a copy of Little Samson. This game was developed by a company called Takeru. They made 4 games, I believe, and it was comprised of ex-Capcom employees who wanted to have a little more creative freedom in what they were doing. And there's some big names here. There's Shinichi Yoshimoto, who did Ghouls and Ghosts. There's Akira Kitamura, who is technically the father of Mega Man. You have Koichi Yotsui, who did Strider. You have Utata Kiyoshi, who was the artist on Metal Storm. So, and if you look at the game in this footage, I mean, it looks like a game that Capcom might have made. It plays very similarly to Mega Man. Instead of having the robot masters where you get different power-ups from each boss you defeat, you just have 4 different characters that you can switch between in midway through the levels. So it's a like I said, I'm sure all of you have heard of this game, just based on the scene we're in, I guess. But it's interesting because it was published by Taito, and Taito did quite a few games late in the Nintendo Entertainment System's life cycle, and I think they're all considered rare-ish games for the NES, but I think this is one of the more rare games that they put out.
This
In
game
Japan,
is just so impressive to me, like so
Yeah.
technically impressive. And I know it's because it's a late NES release, but every time I look at this, I'm like, I can't believe this is running on an NES.
yeah, and
Animations are beautiful.
just the jump animation on Little Samson there is incredible. What is good about this game is there's no dialogue, there's no text or anything, so you can import this game from Japan and play it, and you won't have any problems. In Japan, this game is called Lickle, Legend of the Holy Bell. It's an odd name, and it's probably why they changed it. They changed it to Little Samson in Europe and North America. And this is just my theory. I think that might be a reason why it didn't do super well, because when I think of Little Samson, when I think of the name Samson, I think
Bible.
It's a Bible game.
Yeah.
Yeah. But this is one of the best games on the Nintendo Entertainment System, in my opinion.
Oh, it's very
It's a
good.
fantastic game.
Yeah.
And I don't know if we'll get to the boss battle scenes in this clip, but
Wait,
the
fast forward?
sprites for the boss battles are just incredibly well done.
Let me try to fast forward here. Just to give you a background real quick, the title later published games on the NES, it's like a murderer's row of games that are actually very well made, fun games, but you cannot find easily here. So let's see.
Yeah, I've got a few here. Flintstones, Surprise at Dinosaur Peak, Panic Restaurant, The Jetsons,
Cogswell Caper, Kickmaster,
Power Blade 2.
Yep, you got them all. You got the collection right in front of you. That's basically it. So you have a handful or half dozen games that were released, a year or more after the Super Nintendo came out in North America, and that'd be like, a year and a half, 2 years after it came out in Japan. What kid would want to buy potentially these games versus the new hot Super Nintendo system? Even though this game looks great for an 8-bit game, it's still at this point a 7-year-old console.
Yeah, and just to give you some context of the time period, so Lickle, Legend of the Holy Bell came out in Japan in June of 1992. The Super Famicom was released in October of 1990, so almost 2 years.
Wow.
Now, the Famicom was still selling pretty well in Japan. I mean, I think a lot of people had moved on to the Super Famicom, but still, that's a very late release.
Yeah, and that's why this game is expensive in Japan too. I mean, it's not quite as expensive, surely, but it's still, I think, at least a couple $100 in 2021.
Yeah. Now in North America, you're looking $1,500 if you wanted the cartridge.
I think it's more now. How much did you pay for yours, Norm?
Okay, so I bought my copy. I bought this in 2010, and I believe I paid $80 for it. And at the time, I said, wow, this is the most expensive game I've ever bought, but I had always wanted it. So I, saved up and got it, and now it's, yeah.
So it's almost the blessing and the curse of this game. One of the reasons everyone knows about it is because of collectors and YouTube. But the fact that it's worth a lot of money, it's probably in the top 3 or 4 most expensive NES games. But it's not one of the 3 or 4 rarest NES games. So the collectors really pushed it up to like this stratosphere, like, oh, this is a game that is great and it's rare and you must get it. It pushed the price up. People know about it. It's a game on every collector's hit list. So it's almost like a feedback loop, which can happen to some of these games. And this is a great example of that.
It's kind of a perfect storm. It's not only is it a very good game, it's a very rare game.
Wow, look at that sprite.
Yeah, so the sprites are super impressive. So Square Enix owns the rights to Taito titles now. So Square Enix could, in theory, re-release this game. It has never been re-released. The only way to play it legally, I guess, would be with a cartridge. But that is why things like emulation is important for video game preservation, because it gives you the chance to experience a game like this.
Yeah, it's an interesting sort of emulation. Of course, some people are like, oh, it's bad, even though the past 10 years people have lightened on that sort of draconian stance. Without emulation, there would be literally probably thousands of games that potentially could be unplayed that came out 10, 20, 30, 40 years later, because you'd find games by accident. Back in the late 90s, when Nesticle was the new hotness. It's like, okay, let's see what ROMs are out there. Let's see what's out there that I never heard of as a child, because when you're a child, you don't hear about every single game that comes out. You hear maybe about 100 games, 150. You're not going to hear about all 770 plus NES games that came out in North America.
In this era too, I mean, even if you were subscribed to, there weren't that many game magazines yet. That's more of a mid 90s thing. So, I mean, even if you are really in tune and have multiple magazine subscriptions and stuff, I mean, you're just not going to hear about everything.
Yeah, Nintendo Power did a decent job, but not every game got at least a page. A lot of games even got just a little, pack watch. Oh, it's a little square.
This got a minor walkthrough in Nintendo Power.
So that helped it back in 92.
Yeah. And I guarantee if someone contacted Square Enix and said, hey, when are you going to re-release Little Samson? They'll say, who? I'm sure Square Enix has no idea, about this, or if they're even going to do anything with it. But it would be interesting to see if they could do some sort of Taito collection or something and include this with it.
To me, this is a perfect one for that NES library.
Yeah, the NES Online. Yeah. This would be a great addition,
because they don't want to lose the money that they could make off of releasing all the Castlevanias or releasing all the Mega Mans, all these these games that have, or Earthbound games that have big fan bases. But game like this, throw it on there, they get cred, it gets played, there's no downside.
Yeah, if you like Mega Man games, you've got to play this. It's got multiple paths you can go down it's got a map overworld screen. The controls are super tight. The boss battles are really cool with these sprites. I mean, I consider it a must play on the NES.
You both Alex and actually all three of you you sort of tickled something in my brain. IREM re-releases. Metal Storm was re-released on a cart. What was that, last year by Retrobit, and also Limited Run helped sell them. That's a game that wasn't as expensive as Little Samson, but an excellent game. Later release, it came out, looks like, in North America in 91. It came out in Japan a year later in 92. That was prohibitively expensive to own. If you unless you were a collector, wanted to shell out a couple $100 for it, 150 just for the cart. Them doing advertising for a game like that, a company saying, we want to put this out, we think it's a quality game, even on a cart. There'll be a lot of people that never heard of that game before that might have bought other products from Limited Run or from Retrobit and say, I want to check this out now. You think it's important enough to put on a cart 30 years later? I want to see what it's all about. I want to check out Metal Storm. So that's also one of the positives about re-releasing these games in a physical format. Even if not everyone can own them, it's just the marketing behind it, even spotlighting certain ones. You can't spotlight all of them, but you can spotlight certain ones.
Yeah, that Shantae re-release that Limited Run did, I know, was killer, because that was insane. Several $100 cart, and then they made it available for purchase again, and all of a sudden people are playing that game again.
Yeah. All right, are we on to me? I'll do two quick examples. I'll start with one at first on a console that has zero retro game collectors that are into this console. There's a very small following. And once I made
a very lonely man very angry somewhere on the internet.
Well, that's what you're going to do on the internet, right? But it's a game at the time that actually got some buzz, and there were commercials for this game. Let me see if I can share my screen, and I can show you if you cannot guess. It's a game put out by a company that just tried to release a new console recently, but hadn't done a console in 25 years. Is there you guys got a hint there? You give up?
Oh, it's not really the same company.
In name?
Is it the hotel company?
The cryptocurrency company? I think.
We're talking the Atari Jaguar, and probably if they had a flagship title, it would be this, Aliens versus Predator. So this game was the game that sold the best for the Atari Jaguar. The Atari Jaguar, I don't have the numbers out how many were sold. But this is a first-person shooter, obviously. First-person shooters were big at the time, obviously, they sold less than 250,000 Atari Jaguar consoles. That's really bad for a legacy company that would still meant a little bit in the mid 90s, not as much as it did 10 years before. It meant something. So this game was interesting because you could play as all three characters, and they all play differently. Here's the alien. Let's see if I can find the predator here. Here's the predator. You have infrared. As an alien, you can climb on the walls and such on the ceiling. So when you look at this, you're like, okay, it looks bad now, but at the time, Aliens versus Predator was a property that people were trying to make into a movie. It was rumored to happen forever. Predator 2 had the alien skeleton on the wall in the last scene. So people were like jonesing for this movie. And there was the arcade game as well, and they had the really bad Super Nintendo beat 'em up. So this is a game that made sense. People would have bought this, and of course they made a lot of Alien vs. Predators on the PC, years later and to this day. But if this had come out on a console that was not the Atari Jaguar, it would have sold like hotcakes, or even just the PC. If they had released this on the PC in concert with the Atari Jaguar and maybe cleaned up some of these sprites, it would have been a lot better. So it's a great example, because when you say to someone that knows about the Atari Jaguar, they might know 3 games. They'll know Cybermorph, maybe because of an AVGN video. They'll know Tempest 2000, and they'll know Aliens versus Predator. Like that, those are like the commonly known games. But again, it was a console that didn't do great for lots of reasons, which is a whole other panel potentially here. So that's my quickie there. And it's not like you're going to get an Atari Jaguar Mini anytime soon in order to get it back into the public's eye. Maybe there should be one now.
We had a TurboGrafx Mini, which was
sick.
Feels almost as surprising as.
Don't you insult my TurboGrafx?
No, not at all. No, it's a fantastic console, but that really came out of nowhere for me. So I mean, an Atari Jaguar Mini would be more surprising, but I no longer think it's impossible.
Well, the PC Engine though was popular in Japan though.
Yeah,
in North America it wasn't. And Konami probably figured we got to make money on these IPs somehow. That we haven't done anything with. But this looks obviously extremely dated by now. But at the time, this was, they said there was commercial in this game. If there was a system seller, this was it. And the other one I have is actually, Alex sort of stole my thunder here. It's an SNK game for the NES called Baseball Stars. That was also an Neo Geo game that was ported to the NES. And the NES game is almost nothing like the arcade game. They expanded upon it, a regular baseball game. There's no license here. There's made up teams. You can create your own team, which was revolutionary at the time. You can sign a player. You can increase their stats. You could fire players, and you play through a whole. It was got 100. I shouldn't take away my cred. 125 game season. Here you are assigning stats to your player. There's female players. There's an all women's team in this game, which did not happen before. And the graphics are really crisp and clean. The music is fantastic in this game. The controls are perfect for a baseball game. And Alice had a great point with Turf Masters. Like, sports games are looked at a little bit differently in the modern era versus back then. And I think some of it might have to do with the licensing. It's almost nowadays, if you do a sports game you want to sell, you must have a license attached to it in order to have a real shot. This is a more arcadey, generic game that has a lot of ingenious things in it, like you can climb the wall in the game. I hadn't seen that in a game before this for an NES game. There's different, it tracks your stats throughout the season. It keeps track of all the league leaders and like hits and ERA for pitchers and RBI and stolen bases. So there's a lot of thought that went into this game. And this game did sell when it came out. It absolutely did. This is a common NES game. This is a game that is not hard to find. So if you knew about this as a kid, this is likely this is even better than, Bases Loaded once you discovered it. And Bases Loaded and Bases Loaded 2 are probably the best-selling, NES baseball games. So nowadays, how would you discover a game like this? You'd have to know about it when you were a kid. If not, best of luck, right? Because like SNK will probably not put this on, for sale for $1 or $2. I'm trying to remember if it was on the Wii's virtual shop or not. 12, 13 years ago. But if it's not for, people like us that remember these games, or this is literally the first video I did on YouTube 13 years ago yesterday, was Baseball Stars. I like the game. I like the game so much, and I remember playing it with my friends, creating our teams, that I said, you know what, I want to teach the world about this game. And I did a goofy video that somewhat started what I guess is a small career, on YouTube. So.
Yeah, it's wild. Like, I mean, who knows though, right? Like, who would have ever thought that in 2021 we would have seen the release of like Neo Geo Pocket Color collection? Like, you never know what a company's going to do next, but the trick is making people care, and you can't manufacture like what happened. Like, the reason this game isn't popular today, other than being a sports game, is just that like it isn't the popular one. Sure. Like if this game was like Baseball Stars became like the big franchise that became a yearly sports franchise, probably not because of SNK's financial woes, but who knows what it could have looked like. Like there's still Contra, as weird as that game was, like even there are some games that like survive till now in some form, but getting people to care about old stuff, if you look at like people our age, I'm 32, but people who are millennials, like everybody who was born before like 1993, right, knows about like I Love Lucy, even though that TV show came on in like 1940, right? But then after that, the amount of media that's out there is just so brain-crushingly numerous and so like diverse and so specialized to specific interests that you rarely ever settle for what you've got anymore. And I think that that's a big reason why a lot of these games that, gamers and baseball fans, not like a total Venn diagram crossover all the time, but back in the day, you might pick up a game like this just to see, because there was 10 other games maybe that you could pick. But today, going back and picking up a game from 1989 that's a baseball game, it's almost impossible task.
Well, SNK, to their credit, put out their 40th anniversary collection. Was that last year or 2 years ago?
That was
it was like 3 years ago, and it was fantastic.
Excellent.
But not everything, not everyone can afford to give the full Digital Eclipse treatment to.
Right. So I would ask
legacy titles.
I remember talking on my podcast, Ian. There were some titles there I never heard of, which was good to let people know they were like late 70s Japanese like shooters that they did and things like that. I remember, but I would ask them, it's like, well, if Baseball Stars wasn't put on that, and that
was everything. It was everything pre. I forget. I think it was.
Was there a time cutoff?
There's a time cutoff, and
it was like 85 or something.
Yeah.
Oh no. Okay, so maybe the next time we'll get it. They do a follow up.
It was before. It was all before like Neo Geo stuff, basically.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so maybe if they did another one, they would get some of those NES games in there, maybe, but not Neo Geo, since those are priced higher in their estimate probably. It's like in a weird gray area, this game, right? Because this was a Neo Geo game originally. I think there was 2. Baseball Stars Professional. There was 2 on the NES, but after that, that's it. There was games made in like a 4-year span, 3 or 4 year span, 5 years span, and that was it. You never heard about it anymore. I can also bring up Super Dodgeball that's let's see, who did Super Dodgeball? That's another one that's like sports action that you will almost never hear about. No, that was SNK as well. It's a Neo Geo game originally. That's right. So yeah, those are my examples right there. Real quick, for different reasons, but I do think there's like an anti-sports game bias against like remembering some of these games that were popular at the time. I think there's something there.
I think there's just not a lot of motivation to pick up an old sports game if you're a sports fan, because these games are fun and arcadey and stuff, but I think that a lot of sports fans are, even back in the day, I would say, if you gave them the option between this and like what baseball games are today, I think they would have loved the current experience where it's very, you can do a full simulation and it's very realistic.
I'd rather play with Justin Turner than like Johnny No Face on NES.
Well, right. I think there's something said for that's for people that didn't grow up with it, obviously. But I think it comes back to marketing. How do you market this stuff? Maybe that I can change the conversation than that.
Well, there is. I think there is still a market for like arcadey baseball games. I mean, I don't know if you guys have played the Super Mega Baseball series. It you know, made up teams, made up players and all that, but it's a very, I'd say, very popular arcade style baseball game. And I think I think people are tired of the same company making the same game over and over and over, and they want to see something different. And so maybe there's a way to get in with something like this, but I love these old sports games just because, you know, Kelsey mentioned picking up a game and playing for 15 minutes. These old sports games are just like that. You can play a quick game and you're done. If you're just itching to play a baseball game.
They update the rosters to Tecmo Super Bowl games every year. They still do it. And Tecmo Bowl. They do it for the Super Nintendo ones and the NES one. There's a hardcore following that says there's people that update the NHL 94 rosters every year on the ROMs. So there's people want games like that. But I think to that point, like, why would EA want it? Like, they might include an old NHL game and a new one. They did that a few times. But like, why would they re-release it and get, you know, when they have their new games to make money off of?
And MLB is trying to do this still. So they have the RBI baseball games, which is a really very basic baseball game. But it has the teams, it has the players, it has the stadiums, and then they even have a mobile game that's, you know, you touch it and you swing the bat and stuff like that. But
I'd love to know the people that discover that game, if they actually knew that was based upon an old property or not, or they just said, oh, it's a simple little baseball game. Like, I'd love to know that sort of, like, you know, dissection.
I think the people who care make up just a small, it's like the tastemakers thing. What's that guy's name? Tipping Point? Malcolm Gladwell. You know what I'm talking about? Like, everybody has their role in making something important. And I think that the role of the person who really takes an interest in something so nerdy as that sort of like serves as the ambassador to the rest of the people. It's like when a movie comes out that's like, hey, we're doing like a screening of these like movies from 1925 or something like that. You know what I mean? As a guy who doesn't know anything about that, the importance of that is never going to like resonate with me, but I will listen to somebody who's like, yo, this is really important because X, Y, Z, bop, bop, bop. And then I'll go experience that for myself. But beyond that, I mean, I don't know. I don't think they're going to get like RBI baseball back to its glory days or whatever.
but should there be like a criterion for video games?
Well,
that kind of is, right?
I know that's like what Digital Eclipse wants in the present tense too, like to kind of do with the like SNK 40th collection and that sort of thing. I mean, that's exactly what that is. I just don't think that I think getting every company on board to care that much is going to be really difficult. And that's just for the companies that like are still around to have these licenses in an uncomplicated way. You know?
Yeah.
Or they care about them. Like Konami, you know, they did the mini, but they canceled the Bonk game right when they bought all the IPs from Hudson. They canceled a Bonk game that never came out. People were clamoring for some new games with properties like these. Some of these properties are good. We would love a new Bonk game, maybe a new Military Madness. And it's like, well, they got to care enough to think that they're going to make money to put out the dev time into those games. But you had a great little word, I think, Alex. You said ambassadors. Is that what influencers basically in presenting these games? Are we ambassadors in that sense of like we share discovering some of these like titles that maybe like when Norm does his little Samson video, maybe 30,000 people never heard of it before. All of a sudden he's introducing it, out into the world to those people.
Yeah, we're at the birth of a new thing, right? If you think about movies as a great analog to this, right? Like movies have been around now for 100 years, just about, right? Like in the way that we know them, they've been around for about 100 years. And games have only been around 40, 50 years in the way that we know them today. So we're about halfway there, right? And I feel like, in the same way that a lot of those movies and the cred around old movies survives on the backs of like really dedicated hipsters. Same thing with vinyl. It's like, this scene exists because there's a big enough culture of people who are at an age where they take an academic interest in it rather than a like kid with a binder level interest in it, And I think we're at that point. Like, I think our generation is one of the very first generations where video games have been socially acceptable to be like seriously, interested in from being a little kid to being an old ass mature person with kids and a family. And I think the more people who live in that world, the more interest there will be in stuff like this. Like, I think we will see video game stores that feel more like record stores. I think we will see more Criterion type video game releases like the Digital Eclipse one. By the way, like, if you have a chance, pick up that SNK collection. If your takeaway from this panel was that SNK whips ass, go check that out.
It's a great collection. It's got a bunch of like history in it as well. And
yeah, Rare did one recently too that was like really reverent and like really good. I think part of it is just going to come with time. But yeah, the scene is always changing. Like, I think about when we all got into this, 10, 15 years ago, and what the attitude was towards games, and how I'd always have to explain to people like why I'm not a total weirdo for like making this my job. But, nowadays, I can tell my family that I, write video games for a living, or I work on a video game show. People are like, I like video games too. And it's kind of a rare feeling that is now becoming more and more common. And I think as that goes on, I think the scene around this stuff, I think more niche scenes will pop up. People who really love Neo Geo, for like this shirt I'm wearing right now, right? This is from Fangamer. You know what I mean? Like, people my age are buying this stuff because they care about it in a way beyond just, I played that when I was a kid. Like, people think, oh, Neo Geo might be one of the greatest arcade things that ever happened to the arcades. You know what I mean? Like, it's a totally different mentality.
I got a licensed, hard to find a City Connection shirt for Christmas. Like,
what a
who would have thought
gift.
who would have thought there'd be like a City Connection shirt all this time later? This question to both the gaming historian Norm and Kelsey, who's a part of the Video Game History Foundation. Do larger companies like Nintendo have a responsibility to sort of try to bring these games out into the public light, even games that they didn't originally develop or release themselves? Like, is there a way to put, not necessarily pressure, but to sort of nudge them to give more reverence to some of the library that they may not be able to profit off of?
I'd like them to, but I don't think we should sit around and wait for it. Like, I think that it would be wonderful if everyone saw things that way, but it's just kind of not the case. And so a lot of the responsibility, I think, falls to the people who know that they should be doing it or that it should be done. And thankfully, we're getting better and better at that every day in the video game world, I think. I think there's just a ton of people sharing these, more than just these sort of like hidden gem type things, right? But sharing history and sharing, things that others might not have heard of. And yeah, of course, I would love Nintendo to to feel some pressure in that, but I'm not going to sit around and wait for them.
Yeah.
My last anecdote would be to look at games randomly. Like, there's games on the shelf behind me somewhere, right? So
channel surfing video games is like my favorite thing.
You can discover games by accident through YouTube or talking to people, going to like a game shop. Hey, recommend me a game I never heard of for this console that's of this genre. And people might have the knowledge to sort of impart to them, oh, try this and try this. There's ways to discover these games and get them out there. Of course, it's always an uphill battle because there's, maybe 20,000 different games that have come out the past, 40 plus years.
Oh,
so,
yeah.
well, I'm not even counting that's right. Nowadays with indie games, you're right. But we'll just say like on the consoles themselves, there's like 20,000 games up until modern times, not even counting computer games. So it's always going to be an uphill battle, but hopefully, we sort of keep the fight alive, because it's a shame that some of this art goes unseen or unplayed since the original time it was released. So I think that's our time here today. Thanks for being a part out there, PAX Online East, of the best retro games you've never heard of. And I thank Kelsey, Norm, Alex for helping me put this together.
Thanks for having us.
Yeah, for sure.
Thank you.
Acquisitions Incorporated is the leader in interplanar artifact recovery, with exciting new franchise opportunities in your area. Are you eager to liberate the lost treasures of a dragon's hoard? Are you desperate for work and lack better options? With Kingdom-class on-the-job training, our franchisees learn the skills they need to ensure their legacy and their survival. Skills like choosing the right career path, not getting devoured, team building, and decisioning. Welcome to a life of profitable adventure. Welcome to Clank Legacy Acquisitions Incorporated.
Wake up, sleeper. Dreaming again? Every cycle, you take your chances. You roll your dice. You do the work, get paid, survive. You turn up for your friends, or you don't. That's life on the eye.
Wake up, sleeper. Your body is dying. Planned obsolescence. As an ARP's gift for its escaped workers. But we can fight this. You can remake yourself here.
Did you know? Ethernet gets its name from the Latin ether, meaning of the sky, and the Italian netto, meaning after deductions. This is a reference to the internet's power to suck the moon from the sky, should it ever be set free of its cable. And that's a fact about the internet.
Selector.
Did you know? Lobsters are nature's systems engineers. The reasons why should be obvious. And that's a fact about the internet.
Turn those old Dungeons & Dragons into dollars and dividends by owning your own adventuring franchise. From its humble beginnings as D&D Live Play, expanding to stage, podcast, and stream, with Acquisitions Incorporated, there's never been a better time to get the money.
Hey, it's Owen Dron, CEO of Acquisitions Incorporated. Imagine digging a hole, but instead of finding a body, you find real wealth. And a body, one you put there. Buy my book.
We partnered with Wizards of the Coast to bring the official Acquisitions Incorporated experience to your home campaign. Learn how to run your own franchise, how to staff it with new player options for specializations, spells, and equipment, stats for iconic characters and monsters, and put your franchisees to the test with an included campaign for levels 1 to 6. Obviators are standing by. With the official D&D Acquisitions Incorporated book, you can do what you wanna do. Ow! Did you know? Elder millennials and more hip Gen Xers speak fondly about dial-up internet, a system whereby anyone who is interested in using the internet would need to call and remain on the line with Thaumaturd, the uplink, and provide him with thrilling conversation throughout their session. And that's a fact about the internet.
Following yesterday's incident, the salad bar will no longer be self-serve. Please report any sightings of missing labels, bacon bits, or dressing containers to your counselor.
A race to other habitable planets in space has broken out among the big corporations. In search of limitless growth, they leave Earth exploited and its environment devastated. The voluntary pioneers and colonists are lured to this adventurous journey by the hope of a better life and a new beginning in an untouched world. Only a development strategy that ensures the quality of life for our colonists and protects the planetary ecosystem can have long-lasting success. Your job as a space colony manager is building sustainable civilizations. Do research for renewable energy sources and develop sustainable production lines to avoid destruction and climate collapse. Let us use the second chance to change our way of life and to transform the production of energy and goods in a sustainable way. Achieving a balance between growth and sustainability is the final challenge for every civilization. Imagine Earth Limited, building a better future in space.
Did you know the term war driving, the practice of searching for Wi-Fi wireless networks from a moving vehicle, has apparently been in use since the 1980s, when it was adapted from war dialing, the practice of calling sequential phone numbers to see which one would hit a server. Nobody told me that stealing internet from my local laundromat had a cool name, and I consider you all responsible. And that's a fact about the internet.
If you don't save the Hopper, no one will.
Did you know? The primary syllabaries or character sets on the internet are kamoji and emoji, where kamoji are used to convey complete sentences or phrases. Emoji are intended to be parsed separately and can be integrated with other writing systems. And that's a fact about the internet.
Attention campers. Today's lunch will be pork and beans on toast. The vegan option is beans and beans on toast. The paleo option will be pork and pork on a stone slab. The gluten-free option will be pork and beans on pork and beans. That is all.
Did you know? The first portable computer was the Osborne, a 24-pound suitcase-sized device. Much less well regarded was the first portable Wi-Fi router. It was called the Godmother and had to be mounted onto the dorsal plate of a Japanese spider crab. And that's a fact about the internet.
Hi, and welcome to Skip to the Good Part. In Skip to the Good Part, we're bringing visual novel veterans and newcomers together to voice act their way through a random romance game. Or in today's case, we're bringing together two people who can read and who are willing to do it out loud with accents both real and fake for the internet. However, specifically, we'll be starting from a point in the narrative where things might get heated. I'm your narrator, Leah, and today we're joined by Sam and Laura. Introduce yourselves, lovelies.
Oh, I'm Sam Hurst. I'm from Romancing the Gothic, and I bring you a range of British accents, all of them slightly terrible.
I am Laura from Work, aka Laura from Penny Arcade and PAX, and I am bringing the power of musical theater. No, my accents, I can't guarantee will be authentic in any way, but they will be interesting.
All that matters is that we're all very, very dedicated to this.
We're very enthusiastic.
Very enthusiastic.
All right, let's get this going. So can you tell me a little bit? All right, so this game I think is called The Lady's Choice, correct? And it's on itch.io?
Yes, definitely one of those pay your own price also for those of the people who enjoy it. So yeah, on itch, The Lady's Choice. It is a Regency romance. And today we'll be playing the character of Miss Fanshawe as she has decided to go to Bath for the season after several years of being away. And the romances, or rather the villains also, that she might encounter along her path to love.
Delightful.
Yes.
And so I have not played this game in the sense that I turned it on once. I ran through a few things and then said, well, that's lovely. I'm sure we'll do more of this in the course of it. Where are we in the story right now? Just help me. How far have we gotten? How's she doing?
So Miss Fanshawe, and yeah, I know that's wrong because it's a British name, but we're going to make it American right now. Miss Fanshawe, this is the second night of the season, and her friend Arabella, a recently widowed but very young woman, is sort of on the prowl for a second husband. They've been invited to the party of one of the most notorious and influential women of the ton in Bath. So they've already started the evening. They've already done dancing. After dancing, there's dinner, and then there shall be a game. I have played to the very end of this game along with Sam, so we have a bit of an idea of how this will go, but you know, you got to make choices as you go along, so who knows? Maybe everybody will end up alone, single, and broke.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
Just like real life.
Yay. All right.
Let's get to it.
Other questions before we start?
I think we're okay.
All right, we begin. We head into the large dining room and seat ourselves in the order Lady Huntington has set. Lady Huntington is the person who's in charge of this entire party and the person who has the most say over the ton and, like, you know, old and crotchety, of course.
We love those.
Yes. I can't help but sigh at being placed beside Lord Huntington, though Arabella is seated the other side of me. Lord Huntington is surprisingly quiet, though a couple of times he glances in my direction.
Wait a minute. So Lord Huntington is her son?
Lord Huntington is the son of Lady Huntington,
So I
a
was like,
single
wait a minute.
child, a lot of power.
Okay, I was like, hold on, is this a wavering eye? Okay, good. Now we know.
Yeah. And more than a few times, his hands accidentally fumble into mine as we reach for a drink or plate. We're going to say ew, and I hope that gives you some indication of Lord Huntington.
Okay.
By the
It's
end
gross
of the meal,
and he's a son.
Precisely. Oh, and has money. Very
perfect.
important.
Perfect.
Yes. By the end of the meal, I begin to wonder if my resolute refusal still hadn't been enough of a deterrent. Oh, right. Also at this point, Arabella has already turned down Lord Huntington's interest in her in public, in the middle of people when they were at an event. So like, yeah, she's been very direct about this. This is no leading him on, acting like she's interested, but he's like, I have power and money, you should want me. And that's why he keeps like trying to do the whole finger thing, which is very inappropriate.
We love this.
Yeah.
The finger thing. Nope, there's no other word for that.
You know what? This has a 13 plus rating. We're good. Okay.
I was going to say in that case, whoa, we're using fingering. Thank you. All right, we've earned the rating. We may now proceed.
Yes. When the food is done, the men forego staying alone, and instead we all file back into the drawing room where a game of Buffy Gruffy is suggested. Sam, our resident expert and British person, has told me this is not a real game.
Please tell me it's not a real game.
I don't know. I've never heard of it before, and I
this name
really
sucks.
hope it is not.
Like, this name sucks. It sounds very tough. It sounds very like, you know, like this is the name of a person.
Yes. Oh.
And his name's like, you know, like Chatsworth Chumley or something. But his name is his real name is we call him Buffy Gruffy around the house, you know.
As a nickname.
His real friends know him as Buff.
I think that is a wonderful idea. I have not played Buffy Gruffy since Rupert was alive.
As the seats are arranged around the room, I take the opportunity to lean towards Arabella and ask just what Buffy Gruffy is.
Oh, you really have been out of society too long, Charity.
Though she chides me, I can see her excitement at getting to explain.
Buffy Gruffy is where one person is blindfolded and the other sit in a circle around them. Blindfolded person then walks around the circle, stopping before someone who is sat.
This already sounds horrid.
Hilarious.
Of course, the only way they can determine if they are stopped in front of someone is to touch them.
Once again, horrible. A sudden playful tone lightens her voice.
Sudden?
Yeah.
Once the blindfolded person has chosen someone, they must then ask them questions to see if they can guess who it is they are stopped in front of. You have to try and disguise your voice when that person is asking questions, or they might easily guess just from your tone. It is quite simple, really, and prone to much hilarity, as the questions can become somewhat bold at times, all in the name of fun, though.
Oh, yeah.
This is me or is you?
That's true. Who's our Charity?
If you say so.
I give an uncertain nod and move with Arabella to take a seat. Now, just to clarify, Arabella is our recently widowed friend who pulled her friend Charity. I was going to say she of the décolletage, but they both do. She of the blue dress to come to Bath for the season.
Yes, Arabella is in her hoe phase.
Excellent summary.
I was going to say she's in her low cut summer. Do love that.
Yes. Oh, this is Miss Witter. She's sort of a throwaway character, but she's young, has money, rude, and no manners. Okay.
Ooh. Am I Miss Witter or should you be Miss Witter?
You go for it.
All right.
Oh, please allow me first go.
Nice. The young woman eagerly leaps forward as the blindfold is brought out. The man holding it gives a nod and a smile before she turns around and the material is tied around her eyes. The young girl stumbles forward, her hands outstretched and flailing around like antennae on an insect. It's not long until she bumps into someone set before her. Arabella and I barely hold back a laugh at the sour expression on Miss Witter's target. This is the lady of the house.
Found someone. Are you a female?
Yes.
Our hostess does not even bother disguising her voice, though it matters little to Miss Witter, who is still beaming an excited smile.
You sound like an old woman. Are you old?
This time I cannot help the small chuckle, though it seems I am not the only one.
I suppose.
You're not my aunt, are you?
I am most certainly not. And I believe with that foolish guess, your turn is over, Miss Witter.
Miss Witter tugs off the blindfold, her expression instantly dropping when she lays eyes on Lady Huntington, staring back at her.
Oh, Lady Thomasina, I apologize.
Please, do not, Miss Witter.
She waves the young woman away, with a surprising amount of deference. A couple of rounds pass between strangers I barely know before Arabella is brought into the center. Her focus falls on Foxley, her prey, her love interest, who gives her a wide smile, but their gaze is cut off when the blindfold is tied about her eyes. She is spun on the spot a couple of times and then let go, her body wobbling a little at the sudden stop in motion. She moves about the center of the circle, obviously on the search for the Colonel. After a moment, she manages to stumble on the edge of her dress. All right, what do we do here, y'all?
It's up to Laura, really.
Are we helping her in her hoe phase? I think I want to encourage her. I want to be like,
right.
He's on your left.
Okay, we're going with the call.
But you're letting me fall to the floor?
Yeah, absolutely. Let you fall to the floor. Absolutely let you fall to the floor, but be like, hey, he's over there.
After you embarrass yourself, I'll help you. Copy. She stumbles right before me, and I take the moment to help. Yeah, you really do take a moment.
I take a minute to help. He's to your left.
I mutter the words, doing my best to cover them with a couple of coughs. The people nearby throw me narrowed gazes, obviously disapproving of my interference. But I see Arabella smile at me before she turns to her left and strides forward with more confidence. Foxley appears. Foxley gives a wide grin as Arabella comes to stand before him. Her hands reach out and touch his chest to ensure she's found someone. That is so forward. Are we just
Hell yeah. Touch all of those. He's got fluffs. He's got little fluffs. He's got little ribbons. You'd be like, oh, the textures.
I guess she's like, I'm a widowed woman. I'm not pure anyway. I can fill somebody
Look
up.
at his V's. He's given us the V. He's fully clothed.
Yes,
but like,
true. You can appreciate.
Thank you, Foxley. Well named.
That is true. Well named, indeed.
It seems I have found a target.
Like she doesn't know.
Indeed, you have.
He tries to mask his voice with a small rasp, though it can't hide the delight in his tone.
You are male?
Yes.
There's a small chuckle around the room at the obvious answer.
Did you arrive here with someone this evening?
I did.
And were you pleased to arrive with that person?
Really?
So forward.
Most wholeheartedly.
Do you think you will continue to attend events with such a person for the season?
Girl, what? I would go wherever she would lead me for the rest of my life if she wished it.
So if we haven't realized, they arrived at the evening together. This is all just Arabella wanting like public Foxley likes me and him to say it in front of everybody.
Do you like me? Circle 1 YN.
Exactly.
Pick me, girl.
The suddenness of his declaration is enough to make my jaw slacken. Yeah, because it's really improper. Though it seems to hit.
Have we said already that she's engaged to somebody else?
No way!
No, that's right. Thank you, Sam. I forgot. Yeah, also that.
I need the water this time, not the coffee.
Yeah. But she's like, Foxley, publicly declare your affections for me, even though I'm in the process of making an arrangement with somebody else. Yeah.
What?
As you said, whole phase.
Oh, phase. You know what? Good for her. That's why I let her drop. A little. I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna let you fall. I'll pick you up, but I'm gonna let you fall. You gotta
You
learn.
need to be humbled a little bit. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Though it seemed to hit Arabella hard enough to make her quite still and very silent for the longest of moments. It seems a lifetime before she finally stutters a response.
Oh, you must be Colonel Foxley.
So surprised. I can see her swallow hard as she tears the blindfold away.
Oh, well, you know me already, Arabella.
Oh yes, also the moment to say that even though she's engaged to somebody else, she insisted they were on first name basis. Once again, trollop. Their gazes meet, the two seeming to have a silent exchange amongst the awkward applauding from the rest of the room for her correct guessing. Her shock finally breaks into a smile, and the colonel lets out a visible sigh. As she opens her mouth to speak, a young man hurries forward and snatches the blindfold from her hand.
So, who is next?
Oh.
Foxy suddenly stands from his place and steps forward.
That would be my friend here.
He turns half his body back to gesture at Blake, whose eyes go.
Blake.
Oh, Foxley. No.
Now, if we haven't introduced Blake. Blake is flirting with she of the blue décolletage.
He's got
cheekbones for days.
Yes. We have been trying to decide who he's supposed to be based on. There are so many options for moody British.
He's got eyebrow hot. He's trying to do that eyebrow hot.
I have to say, like, when we first met him, I was like, no, straight in the bin. But then we found out that he's from a working class background and he's kind of made his way up the ranks. And I was like,
shit.
Back into it.
Okay,
That's why I'm doing the Yorkshire accent, which is mine.
No, this is delightful. This is delightful.
I would
forgive him the cheekbones.
I mean, they're not bad.
Like if this was live action, Sean Bean would play him.
Why?
Yes.
Oh, okay. All right,
very well. Sorry, did you already say this line?
I did, yeah. But I can say it again for the Yorkshireness if you like.
Yeah, get it.
No.
Excellent. But the colonel yanks him into the center of the circle, ignoring his protest. The material is tied about his face, though I can still see his expression isn't one of a willing participant. Foxy spins him about 2 times and then pulls him to a stop. The colonel whispers something into Blake's ear and then twists him suddenly in my direction. With a small smile, Blake begins stepping unsteadily towards me. He shuffles forward.
World, bro.
Nice. Okay. Sorry. That's what bros do for each other. Yeah, they're just friends. He shuffles forward, stopping instantly the moment his legs touch mine. Look
so respectful.
Leg to leg. Oh, leg touch. Ooh.
But the contact sends a shiver coursing through me, though I do my best not to let it show on my face.
Big eyes.
You are female?
He asked the question with so much uncertainty, I almost laughed.
I am.
I deepen my voice a little, but he obviously still recognizes it's me, as a wide smile spreads on his face at my response.
Do you enjoy dancing?
They had a whole conversation before. Let's see if you can pick the right one.
Fuck. So much. Well, it's got to be the hyper specific one then, right? Didn't they make it? Would they have then made an arrangement to dance with a certain person at every engagement?
I mean, if you want to just put all your private business out there in front of
That's
the
a fair
entire
point.
judge,
Only with the right partner.
I mean,
Done. Okay, shame. Peer pressure works, everybody. Top one, please. Top one, please. Let's see if I really fuck this up.
I'm just here to help you be proper, that's all. Oh.
Thank you. I'm not in my whole phase right now. So I'm doing a voice on a voice. Oh, only with the right partner.
And
nice.
Was it the right partner this evening?
I believe so.
He steps a little closer, my heart's beating as he does so.
And do you have eyes the colour of the most beautiful of green meadows?
So cute. Excuse me while I take a fan break. What?
I know, it's very sweet. It's very sweet.
I mean,
The
sweet. it's
It's
so
too
public.
much.
Like, guys,
It's so public. It's so public.
I mean,
but like that's why this. Oh
exactly.
my.
Also, his friend literally was just like talking about following somebody for the rest of their life. Like they're
He's a
both
good
just
boy.
like, right. They're both like, look, I'm into you. I'm gonna let everybody know. This is him doing the same. Yeah. The question makes me start. The word so unexpected from the normal, guarded captain that it takes me a moment to realize he spoke. Before I can answer, he continues.
Do you have hair that gleams like the finest satin in the sun?
A sudden, heavy, tense quiet falls over the room, and I don't have to look to know that there is a wide, excited smile on Arabella's face beside me.
And do you have the most sweet of natures, enough to charm even the sternest of hearts?
There is such depth to his words that I can barely breathe beneath them. Sorry, y'all.
I do love her face though. Right now is like, oh no, like it's despairing.
I mean, it is in public, and she is proper.
I do love it.
I
I love it.
Just from the perspective of a Yorkshire person, like this is not why you fall in love with a Yorkshire person.
You want? I'm sorry. Yeah.
You want the silent brooding, walking across the moors. No.
Yeah. The people of Yorkshire are known for being incredibly loud and poetic.
Yes.
The Welsh, on the other hand, very quiet, reserved.
It's not until a nudge from Arabella that I finally managed to speak.
I have not been told such before. No.
Yeah.
Oh.
Do you wish to be with someone who would tell you such every day?
Oh. I don't feel like we got that line when I played
That's a lot.
I know.
Oh.
He's just putting it all out there right now.
Yeah, this is a lot.
Just scooping his heart out and throwing it at you.
Sheesh. Okay. Before I can reply, he straightens himself and adopts a stern expression once more.
Are you Miss Fanshawe?
Yes.
I barely squeak out the reply, this answer being one I can actually give. He pulls away the blindfold and gazes down at me, any breath I manage to gasp becoming even more strained. The young man from before takes the material, though Blake hardly seems to notice.
If you be so kind as to take your seat, Captain.
Blake continues to gaze at me for a moment before ripping his focus away and giving a nod.
It makes an audible sound.
He heads back to his seat, leaving me in such a daze I can hardly string together a coherent thought.
And next.
Oh, is this me? Do I get to be?
Full.
I get to command.
Or do you want me to do it?
Oh shit! You want to take turns?
Yeah, you do it now, and then I'll do it when you're.
For now, and then we'll see if we can. Yeah, we'll match tone. All right, I want to make him like this. Give me that boy.
Truly appreciate y'all both wanting to be the evil person in this. A familiar sharp tone cuts through my reverie, and I snap my gaze up to see Lord Huntington snatch the blindfold from the boy's grasp. Huntington ties the blindfold softly around his own face. It's obvious to everyone that he can see through it.
He's going like this.
Basically, no one mentions it.
Nice, they even did it separately.
He spins on the spot, instead striding off straight away. I freeze for a minute as he moves my way, but an even stronger tension overtakes me when he wheels round and comes to face Blake.
Skinner Professor's laugh. Are you male?
Yes.
Do you wear a uniform?
Yes.
Do you deserve that uniform?
A hush falls over the crowd at Huntington's question, and the music got really loud and dramatic.
Someone screams, "World Star!"
Yes!
World Star, yes, World Star.
Everyone realizing where this conversation is going, but also not intervening and offending the host's son.
I believe.
Were you born into this society?
No.
Were you born into trade?
I wait for the captain's response. My throat is so tight, I can't even speak to intervene. His eyes glance to mine for a moment, before shifting away completely.
There's just a saloon-like style piano player somewhere in the background who's just started being like, "Oh shit!" I'm so sorry.
Drama's happening.
Sorry.
No.
I'd heard from Blake himself that his father was in trade, so this answer comes as a shock to not only Huntington, but myself.
Then where were you born?
Do not know. I was raised an orphan, but in my teens I was taken in by a family who do work in trade.
A long, very pleased smile settles on Huntington's face, and I can guess as to why. That is so creepy.
Terrifying.
To be raised as the son of a trader into this society was one thing, but to not know your lineage at all is unthinkable to many.
You've been in society before this season?
No.
I'm amazed at the captain's resolve at keeping his expression emotionless, but I've come to know him well enough. I can see it beginning to crack. Foxy moves to defend his friend, but Blake puts a hand on the man's arm to stop him.
How did you afford a commission into the military?
I did not.
There's a murmur of voices about the room, ones that are not as favorable as they were at the beginning of the evening in Blake's direction. Also, you have to pay to get into the military, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
To get a position of an officer, a commissioned officer, yes.
Yeah, because otherwise you're just enlisted, you're just a random scrub.
You can achieve promotion after that without payment, but the usual method of promotion would also be payment. Like if you look at the Napoleonic Wars or the Peninsular Wars, you do get kind of advancement because of so much death.
Oh.
You're able to move up the ranks a little bit, which is what happens in Sharp.
Excellent. Once again, this is not a long commercial for Sharp yet.
But what if it was?
Exactly.
Friends, I'm here to tell you about BBC America.
More people should know about it. But moving on,
it was paid for by a friend, and I was promoted from then.
Oh, that's really bad.
And what did you do to earn those promotions?
Killed a lot of people. I worked hard.
Is that so? Were they not given to you because your superiors were told they needed to persuade more people of trade to join the military?
Such an ass.
And giving them false hope of being promoted into high society would be enough to tempt many. Or maybe they were just promotions of pity. So I ask again, do you deserve that uniform?
Blake's focus snaps to meet Huntington's, who must be able to feel the strength of the wearer through its blindfold. Finally, Blake rips his gaze away, snapping to his feet and giving a small bow.
Excuse me.
He moves between the cage of chairs and rushes from the room.
The cage of chairs.
I know, excellent, right? I do not hesitate to follow, grabbing my cape as he leaves the house completely.
I have a cape? This is the best game ever. Shit.
I find Blake outside of the house, pacing back and forth a few steps along the street, anger evident on his face.
Captain Blake.
You should return inside.
Oh, shit. He shouldn't have said those things to you. Done.
Okay.
He shouldn't have said those things to you.
The truth.
He frowns and glances away uneasily.
I appreciate your intent, but please go back inside, Miss Fanshawe. They'll be missing you.
I'm worried for you. I shall not go back until I'm sure you're well.
Well,
the piano player's
well
moved his piano out. I'm so sorry.
It's all right. I was having a dramatic moment, but don't worry.
Let's restart the dramatic moment now with full piano backgrounds.
Okay, thank you. I do appreciate the background. Well, how could I ever be well amongst those people? I wonder that you can stand to be around them.
Some of those people are my friends, and yours too.
My words make him start for a moment, his anger dissipating a little.
You may be right. That does not excuse some of the behaviour I've seen from others.
No, it does not.
He begins pacing again, his obvious upset not contained for long.
And there's nothing I can do to defend myself against such a man. To think I would not even be here if not for you.
Well,
what is your meaning?
He continues to pace in front of me, his focus trained on the ground.
I knew you'd be here. I needed to see you again.
He draws to a sudden stop in front of me, obvious shock on his face at his outburst.
What you said to me during the game, did you mean it?
It doesn't matter now.
He turns to stride away.
Of course it matters. Wait.
I reach out to stop him before I even think what I'm doing.
Kiss.
I mean, I grip his arm to keep him before me. His body so close to mine, I can feel his heat.
Oh no.
Long lashes frame his half-lidded eyes as he gazes down at me. That's good, they're close, although in even more public space on a street, and she's supposed to be
Sounds
proper,
like, ew,
past that.
This right now, I don't want anything even vaguely hot near me.
Okay. But it was the heat of a hot young officer and his regimentals.
No,
I mean,
wrong
I'm just
heat.
saying. All right, I tried, y'all. I tried. Silence reigns between us. My heart pounding so hard against my chest it seems to have stolen any words from me. He's so near, I should be able to feel his breath on my skin. It's thin. I realize he's holding it. His body is tense beneath my fingers, and I notice him bite his lower lip for a moment. I would have liked to see that drawn. It's then he lets out a long sigh.
How you sigh?
This is where you just go,
That's what I was expecting, I'm not gonna lie.
I shouldn't be so glad that you stopped me.
Yes, you should.
No, you deserve more than me. Someone of your own station.
Well, this is a historiography.
What are you gonna say here? He was just embarrassed in front of everybody. You ran out.
He was just embarrassed in front of everybody. So why don't I embarrass myself as well?
You're being a trollop on the public street, so go ahead.
Whoops! Here I am.
Just saying.
I don't care about all that. Do I care about all that? Shit. I'm not defined by my station, and neither are you. Is pretty okay. I think that's better because the bottom one is let's just fuck up our whole lives. And I don't think that's correct. I think you should meet each other's needs. So let's do the middle one, and I'll see how much it ruins my life.
All right, let's go.
I am not defined by my station, and neither are you.
He gives an amused smile, though it is somewhat hollow.
Your beliefs are ones I wish more held.
The smile fades.
But they do not. As much as we would wish otherwise, we are defined by our rank in society. It's merely a dream to think I could stay by your side in this world.
He gently pushes my hand from his arm and takes a wide step back as the dramatic, romantic piano music stops.
The piano player's dragged his piano out and he's like, oh no.
Sad music begins.
Good evening, Miss Fanshawe.
He gives a deep bow, the simple accenting of pain streaking across my chest. He snaps up, turns on his heel, and marches back into the house. As he does, he passes by Arabella, making her way towards me through the doorway.
Oh dear. Obviously, he's still upset over Lord Huntingdon's vicious prank. And you don't look any better. Are you quite all right? Did something happen?
It's very Jane Austen would be like, I'm gonna just kiss goodbye.
Are we going like?
I think I'm gonna do a small reminder of reality. I think that's what. Oh, no, I want to know why.
You already said it. You already said it.
No. Like, I mean, it is a small reminder of reality. I just don't think she gets it, but maybe she can get it in your.
Let's give it a try. I was just making sure you're not like, oh, wrong, bad.
I mean,
fix my incredibly not era appropriate shirt.
True, we are all era appropriate.
Everyone else here is perfect.
Yes. I force a small smile onto my face, the expression harder to manage in the moment than expected.
Just had a small reminder of reality. That is all.
Are you certain?
I give a nod, and though I can see she is worried, she is kind enough not to press further into it.
Come. Everyone is making their way home, and we should do the same.
She takes my arm and we head back inside to retrieve our things before quickly heading home, unescorted. And it should be noted that they started the evening escorted by Foxley.
Everybody lost their dates. Oh, wait, that means Foxley walked Blake home.
I mean, somebody had to support the man after he was embarrassed.
Yeah.
Why not your friend? Why not your bro?
He's his whole world.
Exactly. Man, it would be great if you could romance the two of them. But anyway, all right.
So another game.
Yeah, that's true. The next morning. I set home the next morning, thankful there are no social appointments arranged. Arabella remains with me, but keeps to herself, obviously waiting for me to speak should I feel like it. I'm appreciative of the company, even though I speak little. I attempt some embroidery throughout most of the day, but my thoughts are in too much of a turmoil to focus. I have known Blake for near over 6 weeks, and yet the strength of my emotions surprised me. Maybe what upsets me most is that we will not have the chance to discover where our feelings might have led. Oh, that freaked me out.
So loud every time.
Really loud. Ooh. A sudden knock at the front door pulls me from my thoughts, and I turn to the doorway as Johnson announces a visitor. Johnson is the head butler of the house in Bath.
May I buttle? Oh no, I shouldn't.
Foxley. There you go.
There
Sorry.
That's perfect.
Go for it.
Yeah.
Colonel, what a most unexpected pleasure.
Arabella stands from her seat so fast, I fear she will trip. Foxy gives a deep bow, his smile growing on seeing her. Such a flirt.
I do so wish you would call me Ernest.
Even though you're engaged.
I am Ernest, with an A.
Oh, A.
Both of you, of course.
I stifle a small chuckle at his sudden remembrance. I am also in the room.
I would be delighted to believe we are close enough for first names.
Whoa. He beams another grin.
What brings you here, Ernest?
A blush settles on his cheeks as she says his name, and he clears his throat to speak.
I was passing by on my way to the park for a walk and thought I might inquire if you wish to join me.
I think that would be an excellent idea.
She takes a step forward and then falters, her gaze shifting back to meet mine.
Do you wish to join us, Charity?
Though she makes the offer, I can see on both of their faces the desire to be left together alone.
You go on ahead. I'm quite satisfied with continuing on my needlework. Are you certain? The weather is most pleasing today. I am sure. Please go on and enjoy yourselves.
They don't need to be told again, both of them scurrying from the room like excited children. Would this really happen? Would she really be able to go walking about with him, even if it was in public, without a chaperone?
If it's just at their house, is that okay? Oh no, he said the park. Shit.
Yeah, they're going to the park.
I'm not sure. It depends sort of when this is set, I think. And also, like, widows had more freedom than sort of unmarried young women would do.
Yeah. Right, she's already ruined. That's true.
She's sort of allowed to have a whole phase, but like not quite to the degree. Like
exactly. I mean,
the idea is that she's already had her love.
You know?
Yeah.
Discretion is the name of the game, but
precisely.
She doesn't understand what discretion is. Like you could hit her repeatedly in the face and she still wouldn't work it out. Like
precisely. Like no. All right. The front door clicks shut and Johnson turns to me with an encouraging smile.
Would you care for some tea, Miss Fanshawe?
I give a nod, and he too leaves the room. A quiet 2 hours pass, and my thoughts still linger on the captain, far more than I wish they would. And yet another knock that tugs me from my concentration.
I do wish I could have had that moment and just spit take.
Like, I played through this, and I still am surprised by it.
It's so scary every time.
Yeah. I am just realizing that Arabella wouldn't knock when Johnson shuffles into the room, a sour expression lining his already wrinkled face.
Oh, it's your turn. Here we go.
Lord Walter Huntington.
Oh, anyone but him. I sigh away my thought and stand from my seat, placing my barely started needlework beside me. Huntington enters the room with a stiff air about him, giving a sharp bow when he lays eyes on me. All right. How rude are we going to be?
Ooh,
rude.
I really want to do how long will your visit be? Is that the rudest? That's got to be the rudest.
I think so.
I'm gonna say let's go.
Unstoppable though.
Yeah.
Well.
All right.
How long will your visit be today, Lord Huntington?
I'm not going to be able to voice match you at all.
No. This is perfect. Now he's a different man today. He woke up on a different side of the bed.
But still
I'm so rude to all of your visitors, Miss Fanshawe. That was a strangely like his mother.
Love it. I love it.
It works. I remain silent. His answer made obvious when he takes the seat opposite me and settles himself in. I try not to let the disappointment show on my face and sit down as well.
Lady Ashbourne is not with you today?
No, she's out with a friend.
He gives a satisfied nod and glances about the room.
It's quite a sparsely decorated space, considering the wealth of your family.
We do not feel the need to flaunt our wealth through trinkets, Lord Huntington.
Nice, Charity. He either does not understand the insult or ignores it, his attention focusing back on me intensely.
The purpose of my visit cannot be lost on you.
Actually, I am at a complete loss as to why you should be calling.
I would have thought after last night it would be obvious.
A nervousness begins to coil around me, my limbs stiffening with tension.
No mind, Miss Fanshawe. I much prefer a lady who is coy with her thoughts.
That is...
God, we love him. Oh, he's so good. Nothing
Also,
wrong with this man. Nothing at all.
Facial expressions when he said, no.
It's good.
Yeah. I barely hold back the grimace from my face.
I have come to further discuss what we spoke of last night.
I do not know.
My words are cut short as the man stands from his place and moves towards me. He takes the free cushion beside me, his face contorting into pain for a moment as he sits on my needlework.
Nice.
Yeah. He grabs the stitching from beneath him and chucks it onto the table.
Lord Huntington, this is not at all appropriate.
I make to stand, but he grabs my hand and tugs me back down. Okay with the violence. Sorry.
Miss Fanshawe, we've spoken before on the topic of marriage.
I believe I have repeatedly given my negative thoughts on the subject.
With your title, name, and connections paired with my own, we could create a partnership of immense proportions.
I try to tug my hand free, but he clasped his other one over it as well. Okay.
The moment I saw you this season, I knew I would have you for my wife. It is true, you have seemed strangely opposed to such an idea, but I never give up on acquiring anything I wish.
Love it when a man calls a woman a thing. It's awesome.
My favorite.
A sudden anger. Yeah, totes. Sudden anger rises in me at his words, the heat of it coursing through me like embers lighting a fire.
To clarify, my intent at this moment, Miss Fanshawe, I am here to formally gain your hand in marriage.
Formally. This is a formality.
Yes.
Oh boy, howdy.
All the options.
I know what you're doing. I just can't fathom as to why. I cannot, what are you fucking thinking is my first question. First of all, how dare you? I know what you are doing, Lord Huntington. I just cannot fathom as to why.
I slip my hand from his and stand, moving to the opposite side of the room.
I have many times expressed that I would not wish a proposal from you. And yet, here you are. And once again, I am refusing.
Genuine surprise stiffens his features, but it's not long before his expression twists. Oh.
I came to believe you did not understand my intent in previous conversations.
This music is not evil enough for this person.
The guy with the piano drug it back in from nowhere. And
yes. Drama.
I understood very well.
Then you are a fool to think you can refuse such a man as well, a man such as myself. The very idea that you cannot see the opportunity for you and your family to better yourselves under my name is unthinkable.
He speaks of family, but I can see he is most angered by the fact of the refusal. It is now quite obvious that very, very few people ever say no to this man.
My family would not wish me to marry such a vicious brute.
Mic drop, Charity.
What you did to Captain Blake last night was abhorrent.
I can't stop the angered words pouring from me.
Blake? That boorish captain?
He stands now, his fists clenched at his sides.
You are turning me down over a trifling mishap with that oath.
It was far from a trifling mishap. If you would wish any woman's hand, you would do well to take a lesson from the captain in how to conduct yourself.
I bite back the rest of the rage that threatens to pour from me, taking a deep breath.
You have my answer, Lord Huntington. Good day to you.
I gesture to the door, keeping my gaze as steady as I can manage. His knuckles are white, his jaw clenched so tight, I wonder if he will chip a tooth.
I cannot truly be rejecting someone of my stature for the fortunes of a man so low.
I am rejecting you because of you.
Fire.
I am rejecting you because of you.
Whatever he was going to say next is cut off as I speak. Confusion and understanding hitting him.
Do you truly believe that any woman could marry someone who takes such glee in bringing others down?
I wonder if your thoughts on the subject would be so strong if I had not asked so many questions of that man in the game.
I let out a sharp breath in order to keep myself from retorting.
Please leave.
If my quarry goes to a man so below my own station, I will be a laughing stock.
Quarry? I grit my teeth this time.
Leave, Lord Huntington.
He continues to stand and seethe for a few moments longer, before letting out an angered snarl, marching from the room. Nice snarls, I cannot snarl. As soon as the front door shuts, I crumple into the seat. My hands shake from the force of the emotions welling inside of me. Oh.
Charity?
I glance up at the sound of my name, the voice so soft I barely hear it. In the doorway stands Arabella, worry evident on her face. She steps further into the room and takes a seat beside me, her company most welcome after what had just occurred.
I just passed Lord Huntington leaving the house. He did not look pleased. What happened? You look dreadfully pale.
I steady myself, taking a deep breath to calm my nerves.
She proposed.
He proposed, truly. But why? I thought you had made it clear.
I thought so too, but apparently not clear enough.
And what did you say?
I refused him. Again.
I can feel Arabella relax beside me at my answer.
I'm pleased to hear it.
She lets out a small chuckle, and I glance at her with the brow arched.
I was just thinking of how Lady Huntington will react upon hearing the news. I believe she was quite proud of herself for suggesting the match to her son.
Will it not make it awkward for you now? I doubt they will invite me to any more of their elite gatherings, and by association, probably not you either.
I do not need their company when I have yours.
Okay, that is sweet.
That's nice.
I take her hand. Right, that's very like
all right
support.
So one
all
good
right.
friend moment.
you know, trollops can have nice moments too.
Maybe she's a real one, you know?
Exactly. I take her hand and smile warmly in thanks.
Make sure to marry for love, Charity, not for suitability of rank or title.
I mean, she says that, but she married into a title.
She did, but she loved him. So, you know.
She married for love. But you married for love, and that did not necessarily go as it should.
She glances at the ground before a pained smile forces itself onto her lips.
I know many think I married my late husband out of a foolish young fancy, but I did love him. Love isn't always easy. Sometimes it's the hardest thing of all. But you have to ask yourself if it is worth fighting for. If the answer is yes, keep moving for it.
Even after what Rupert did.
I know it does not make sense. It did not make sense to me why I took him back every time he left our bed for another.
Oh, damn.
But it was love, just not the storybook kind. I could not always look past that fault of his, but he could look past many of mine. Thanks, bro.
Really cool relationship they have. Also, yeah, I inflected that weirdly. I did not know her husband's first name was Rupert. So I was like, who the fuck is Rupert? Anyway, go ahead.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
It's fine. We figured it out.
Cheating guy who died. Bam.
Cheating guy who died.
Yeah. She falls quiet at this moment, and I feel a sting of concern and guilt at bringing up the subject. Oh.
Ooh. I want to be nice to her. I'm going to say a storybook kind of. Oh, no, that fucking sucks. That means she fucking deserved it.
I was about to say that.
I don't know.
Him cheating does make sense. And well, since he cheated, it was okay, though, because he overlooked your faults. Like, yeah, nah.
That's wild.
This is not good friend response here.
No, it's not a good friend response. Fuck me.
This is what I would say in real life, but I don't
Shouldn't
know
have
if that's
married
how I'm
him.
playing this character. Yeah.
I'm going to change the subject. I'm going to be completely whatever. We don't need to talk about this guy. That's what I would do if I was like, wow, I hate your ex. He was not an angel. Let us move on.
This was my choice too.
Yeah, I'm like, mm-mm.
The only viable choice.
Yeah. Like if they broke up, I could talk shit, but they didn't break up. He died before they could break up. So that means he's forever going to be the okay guy. And I'm like, no, we're not going to be able to talk our shit again.
That's true, because at least he died.
Yeah.
All right. Hoping to lighten the tension that lingers in the room, I give a sly smile.
But I remember you saying that Colonel was not at all like Rupert. I believe that must be a good thing.
To my utter surprise, the woman actually blushes.
I suppose your walk must have gone very well then.
He was most attentive.
Yeah.
I leaned forward a little, prompting her to continue.
He asked me many questions about my life, and he seemed genuinely interested.
That's really cute.
Hello, bar.
It's Regency romance, okay?
And before we left the park.
Yes?
May have kissed me.
Charity begins to whistle uncontrollably. Oh my. Did you return it?
Like, yeah, I guess you could have a one-sided kiss. Like, that's a thing. Okay.
Just
yeah,
you react like a cat getting a pet they didn't want.
Oh. Yeah, all right.
Most happily.
Uh-huh. Oh.
Sorry, guys. It was strange though.
He did something with his tongue, and it was. He cleaned my teeth for me, and it was a little gross.
I've kissed a few men.
Put it all out there, Arabella. Put it all out there. I've been married once, kissed a lot. She clears her throat, and I can't help but give a chuckle.
But I have never felt anything like that, which I did with Ernest.
She fiddles with the edge of her handkerchief, her cheeks flush pink, and a smile seeming stuck in place.
I am truly happy for you, Arabella.
Her gaze flicks up to meet mine.
Now, you just need to sort out your own officer.
I am no longer certain of anything when it comes to Blake. I don't believe he truly knows his own mind on the subject.
Ernest told me that Blake has been training all day. He believes Huntington's talks last night affected him more than he's showing. I mean, he showed it quite a lot, actually.
Yeah.
I was about to say.
Like a full meltdown in the street, you know.
That's fine. I think to my conversation with him outside of the house last night, he certainly seemed deeply affected by it.
But Blake also asked Ernest to see how you were when he visited today.
Truly.
She gives a nod.
He said the captain was most anxious to know how you were. Come, that's enough talk of men for today. Let us have tea and decide what we shall do for the rest of the week.
I give a thankful nod, and we both move from the room to spend the rest of the day in each other's company.
Let's beat the Bechdel test in another room, please.
Yeah, basically.
So, okay, I have questions. They are as follows. So Lord Huntington went out of his way to do fake blind man's bluff to embarrass Blake, and then is confused that this action would not endear him to people, Like,
He
does
has-
anyone else like him, or is it just that his mommy's rich?
I personally want to play this and see if we can romance Huntington.
Truly?
I just want to see if it's a possibility. He has money, he has title, you know. I'm just saying, there's options here.
This is what I like to call it. I mean, that's what I call a pee pee poo poo run. That's the run that we just want to know if it exists, and then we leave it to the wastes. How many different endings have you guys, like, I know y'all have played separately. How many different endings have we, like, compared, contrasted?
I keep romancing Blake.
You're like, sorry, this is my main.
Yeah, I've been pleased with that route, but there are definitely some other options. When you're starting from the beginning, there's a mysterious, I guess, dark, handsome stranger is what he's supposed to be, right? And he, like, people are whispering about him the same way they were whispering about her, because neither one of them have gone to Bath during the season for a long time. So they're like, oh, why are they both here?
I mean, also more explicitly, he's a gambler who wasted his entire family's fortune.
Right, and then you find out that's why he's there. Yeah, but he could have a heart of gold. We don't know. I mean,
also, you know, I would like to think that I feel like Lord Huntingdon is kind of the villain. So, like, maybe Lord Huntingdon is actually behind his fall from grace. You know, maybe he was cheated at cards.
That could be so good.
So I am curious to see though, like, if who you romance as, well, we as Charity Fanshawe, or rather the main female protagonist, if that has any effect on who Arabella ends up with and what happens with her.
That's an interesting idea. Oof.
Yeah, I'm curious, right? Because, like, the friends, hooking up with friends thing is sort of the route you're on with Blake and Foxley, but what happens if you go with somebody else? Or, like, Arabella seems to be very well aware of, like, status. So what happens if you go with a guy who, like, has the bad reputation and lost all his money? In some ways, that's actually worse than Blake, because at least Blake is, like, you know, in good standing as a person, even if he doesn't have the best lineage.
He's a nice boy.
Once again, yes, Sam, I see your face, but I'm talking about, like, an American understanding of Regency romance, not an actual historically accurate understanding.
Like, 100% no. I don't want my, you know, like, rape is actually riddled with pox. Like, not so.
Right.
Like, you know, like, soldiers, very dashing, in reality, had been through the Peninsular War and were traumatized, and you know, people doing sort of moving between classes didn't look like that. All of that sort of, you know, we don't really want. You want to kind of reflect the reality, but you also want this kind of bit of fantasy, a bit of fun, don't you?
Yeah.
You don't have to sort of deal with the fact that if you have asthma, you probably died when you were 5, that kind of thing. You know.
You simply did not live. That is what that was.
That's just what I did.
Yeah, like, overall, I'm delighted with this game. I think I would like to go back and finish on my own time, but
yes,
I've enjoyed skipping to the good part with you, especially because, in this case specifically, because this is something that I would never have picked up. This is not my genre. If I was going to go for a visual novel, you bet your ass it was going to be much more like, oh no, there's a bunch of hot boys and I'm the king and they all love me. Like, it's going to not be like, it's going to be super fantasy. It's going to be no bearing on our reality that we recognize. And this is very, like, exciting.
What I really enjoyed about it is, like, I know I've said about class, but I really enjoy that you can pick heroes, very different types of hero as well, and have these very different stories. Like, it's quite unusual that you get a lower class hero still, so appreciated that.
No, that is true. That really makes me want to go back and play the others now too, to see how different the story is. Yeah,
they're very like detailed and complex stories, because this, you know, like, it feels like this is coming towards the end where we've got to there, and it's like, oh no, that's just the first part of the story.
Yes.
So I want to see how that plays out in all of the strands.
Yeah, if we had continued going, not too many spoilers, but there is potentially a choice that might lead you away from Blake and towards another romantic interest.
Could it be the lady's choice? The lady's choice from this.
So yes, this is just a midpoint. I think playing it through, it's about 4 hours, so you can definitely do a playthrough and one sit down, but that's for one route. There are various other routes. So yeah, it's a very enjoyable game. Get it on itch, the lady's choice. I realize we keep saying it, but we've all enjoyed it, so also might as well just make it a commercial for the game.
Just point this way. Hey, it's nice. Play it though.
There you go.
It's not bad.
The YouTubers insert it. Yeah. You know how to video edit.
We got this. It's fine. No. Someone's gonna mysteriously flip. Yeah. Delightful. Well, thank you for having us. I've enjoyed my time with y'all. Thank you, Sam. It's been wonderful getting to know you through the dialectic of this adaptation of the thing that you know a lot more about than me.
Yeah.
Oh, it's been really great. Thank you for letting me have fun.
Thank y'all for all being part of this, and yes, for being evil. Y'all both really enjoyed that.
Evil characters are the best. We all know it.
Oh, truly. No reason not to.
Those two ladies to play them, they're both very just kind of like, I'm like,
yeah, they're both like, hello, yeah, I'm fine and nice. All right, cool. And then the men are like, hello, I'm evil and I only like money. Like, yeah. It's good. It's good when you just get to be like, and I am Satan. So
yes, accurate. Yeah. Well,
delightful. Well, cool.
Thanks for joining, and that's skip to the good part. We may or may not do this again. If you would like us to do this more, let us know. And if you disliked it, we don't want to hear from you. I'm
If you disliked it, you simply need to close Twitch right now.
Exactly.
Just close Twitch, close YouTube, wherever you're watching this, just close it.
That's your best course
Turn
of
off
action.
your computer. Go away.
Yeah. Okay. Read a book, a physical one.
Read a book. Another novel, a non-visual novel.
Yes. Thanks for joining.
I decided, you know what, I've dabbled in indie games. I'm gonna give this one last shot.
Let's just make a game.
It felt like jumping into the deep end.
I realized that making games was like a real thing that you can do.
It's just so, that's the word, is liberating.
We owned this project. Success for us is defined as being able to continue to do this because we really love it.
We want to be what we know.
Making something that people enjoy.
We're Child's Play, and since 2003, we've been very busy. We supply toys and games to hundreds of child welfare facilities across the world, taking a little of the outside world and bringing it inside. We've raised more than $44 million so far, and our work reaches more than 1 million kids per year. Come be a part of our story and learn more at childsplaycharity.org.
Attention campers, we've had the conversation about glitter in the craft barn, about glitter not leaving the craft barn. We will not have this conversation again. That is all.
Did you know? An SQL slammer is both the name of a computer worm that almost turned off the whole internet back in 2003, and an extremely potent tequila drink. Sadly, the drink's recipe was lost forever when the floppy disk containing it fell out of a child's hands into the San Francisco Bay. And that's a fact about the internet.
Acquisitions Incorporated is the leader in interplanar artifact recovery, with exciting new franchise opportunities in your area. Are you eager to liberate the lost treasures of a dragon's hoard? Are you desperate for work and lack better options? With Kingdom-class on-the-job training, our franchisees learn the skills they need to ensure their legacy and their survival. Skills like choosing the right career path, not getting devoured, team building, and decisioning. Welcome to a life of profitable adventure. Welcome to Clank Legacy Acquisitions Incorporated.
Wake up, sleeper. Dreaming again? Every cycle, you take your chances. You roll your dice. You do the work, get paid, survive. You turn up for your friends, or you don't. That's life on the eye.
Wake up, sleeper. Your body is dying. Planned obsolescence. As an ARP's gift for its escaped workers. But we can fight this. You can remake yourself here.
Did you know? Ethernet gets its name from the Latin ether, meaning of the sky, and the Italian netto, meaning after deductions. This is a reference to the internet's power to suck the moon from the sky, should it ever be set free of its cable. And that's a fact about the internet.
So welcome to Ah. There's a lot of H's in the title. I hope I pronounced that right. You know, how narrative designers scare you in games and movies. And we're here to talk about a subject near and dear to all of our hearts, horror and sci-fi, and what makes it work in games as well as movies. And to do so, we have a veritable murderer's row, and I'm not sorry at all about that pun, of talented writers and producers and narrative designers from the worlds of games, films, comics, podcasting, and more. So let's go around the virtual room, and everybody can introduce themselves. And so I got my Brady Bunch squares. We'll start with Mark.
Hi, my name is Mark Bernardin. I'm a TV writer-producer for the most part. Worked on shows like Castle Rock and Treadstone and Carnival Row and Star Trek Picard. I've written a couple comic books here and there, and I'm a podcaster somehow as well. I do a podcast with Kevin Smith called Fat Man Beyond, which has nothing to do with Batman, and he's not fat, so I'm not sure why we call it that, but there you have it.
It's the beyond part now.
The beyond part.
It's all beyond. Todd, how about you next?
I'm Todd Farmer. I'm from Kentucky. I was a kid, told stories around the campfire, and then Jason was here, and I put him in space, and I've done a couple other movies since then. Put blood in My Bloody Valentine, put Nick Cage in Hell, and done some comic books. I'm a writer. I was the guy who, I was pretty much unemployable at anything else, so I tell stories for a living, and I'm lucky to do it. I'm proud to be here.
Well said, well said. Proud to have you here. Kent?
Hey, I'm Kim Udall. I was creative director on Telltale's The Walking Dead: The Final Season, and a cinematic director on a bunch of other Telltale titles, from Batman to Game of Thrones. And I've been doing directing and narrative design in video games for better part, a little over a decade.
Awesome.
Trying to, make people make choices in horrible situations that make them really question their morals and lives and what they've done to get here.
That's fantastic. I love every bit of that. And I am Eric Lieb. I'm currently the senior writer at Striking Distance Studios, working on the Callisto Protocol. We're a next-gen horror game coming out in 2022. And in previous life, I was a studio exec where I worked on movies, a lot of horror movies, such as the Saw franchise, 28 Weeks Later, the Hills Have Eyes series, the very underrated Jennifer's Body, and more. And I've also come to the comic space and, across the board. So, really, really happy to be here with y'all, and, super excited to start talking about horror. And, horror-like stories are subjective. So, how would you define it? What is horror, and what does it mean to you? Todd, I think we'll toss that to you first.
I mean, it's changed over the years. It certainly started with Jaws and Halloween and, the movies that scared me when I was young. But over the years, the longer I've been in it, I realize that horror is the one genre that basically is all genres included. It's funny, it's got drama, it's got romance. If you have a romantic comedy and you sever somebody's head in it, you can't do that. So other genres can't exactly do what horror does and still get away with it. We can do all of those things. And so I think it makes it more of a challenge. At the same time, it's about finding what scares people. And certainly in the video game world, if you go back and look, it was more like immersion and what makes you jump. And those are the games that got me the most. I can remember Tomb Raider, which was, it was very basic. Third person, she's running, she's alone, I'm in my house thinking I'm alone, and then a Bengal tiger comes up behind her. You wouldn't think that would be scary, but it scared the crap out of me. So horror, things that scare us, can come from anything. It can come from a cup of coffee, it can come from your next door neighbor. And that's, I think, is what makes horror the best, when it comes from the unexpected place.
I like that. Yeah, definitely the nature of the unexpected and just kind of like, always the dark, that very primal thing too. And you brought up a good point in talking about and connecting it back to games too. And Kent, I think to segue to you next is like, how would you embrace that, in terms of like, how do you define horror? What does it mean to you? Like, what is it?
Yeah, I was thinking a little bit on this because I knew I'd be on this panel. So I kind of was thinking like horror is so broad and like so many things can kind of fall under the umbrella. It kind of, for me, I feel like horror kind of works best to provide stakes, because like if you're in a horror world or even a horror themed world, like typically the sort of amount of peril that the characters are in is a lot higher and a lot more real, and it's a lot more like possibility to actually like follow through and that kind of stuff. And so when you're in a darker world and a darker story, it's like, oh, the bad things could actually happen. You probably see them happen to other characters. There's probably fodder characters that die, and that makes, because so much of storytelling is like tricking the audience into believing that anything could happen, even if they've seen a million movies and know that like, oh well, the girl's not going to die at the end or whatever, like that kind of stuff. The best stories trick you into forgetting that and not intellectualizing it by having enough like horrific events happen in the story that you believe the stakes could occur. And in video games, it's like you have to believe that those things could happen to you a lot of the time. So a great deal of that is like giving the player just enough control over stuff so they feel like if they've messed up, even if it's not true, that the bad thing would happen to them.
That's a very good point. Mark, what do you feel about that?
For me, horror it's about, as every genre should be, the human condition, right? It's about what makes you scared, and trying to excavate that fear to make that fear relatable, because it doesn't work if it's a thing that you yourself can't find a way to be scared of. It's which is why the best examples of horror are, not to say they're domestic, but they're usually about invasion. Invasion of your home, invasion of your reality, invasion of your mind, invasion of the thing that you usually hold safe, and then how you can pervert that, and how you can twist it, and how you can undermine it. And so I think, the horror that I loved as a kid, the stuff like Nightmare on Elm Street and, People Under the Stairs. There are people under my stairs? Oh my God, I've got stairs too. Like, who put people under my stairs? Even movies
but they're there,
like,
you better check.
They're totally there. Even a movie like Alien, which is not my world at all, except it's totally a community of people, and the movie goes out of its way to reinforce that it's a family, right down to the computer being called mother, and so what happens if you penetrate that family? What happens if you start to tear it apart from the inside? What happens with that, shoddy uncle in the corner there? It seems like maybe we should do a bad thing to the family. We might not trust that uncle. Oh, he's also a robot. What? But I think it's about that relatability. It's about that and it doesn't even necessarily need to be a world you can recognize, but a condition you can recognize, and then how you can subvert that into ways that make it scary.
I was thinking especially about the human condition too, because to me, like what makes horror, one of my favorite, stories to experience, but also to create, is revealing that character. And so you put people in these situations, and you always get, it's always that scenario, times where it's like the person who's bitten and has to hide it. Kent, working on The Walking Dead, all about those.
very, very, very classic.
Yeah, but, stories are, are about people changing, clearly. And so it's like, in horror, you kind of distill that in a way where it's like you put them in these just, really extreme situations and then have that reveal character in either way and have that conflict. I think it to me, it's like, horror is the crucible of storytelling, because it just burns everything away and you're left with just that, that core of truth that you want to tell at the end there. And Mark, you brought up a really good point too about, the family like an Alien, because I was going to ask next, across the various, be it a game, be it, a movie, what's the scariest scene, that you can recall and why it works from you? And so I'm going to selfishly start this one off because I'm going to use the example that you brought up, Mark. Is that scene in Alien is like the perfect, structurally, right? That's our midpoint. And it's funny how a lot of midpoints just seem to revolve around a party. You know, you got everybody on your call sheet, you know, all the principals are there. Alien's the classic one, because they're like, yeah, we're gonna go home, you know, hey, that sucked, everything's okay. Oh, you know, here's what our movie's really about. And so it serves structurally such an interesting point, but it's also just, you know, that had to be such like a, oh, fuck moment. Like it works obviously on such a visceral level, but, you know, to the unexpected nature, to that, you know, talking about how it could happen to you, you know, they're having dinner, everything's okay, and then that happens. Oh shit, like what did I just eat, right? You know, I wasn't feeling well, maybe that could happen to me. And, you know, I think structurally the purpose it serves in storytelling, so, you know, in addition to like what scene resonated the most with you, like why do you think that works and why it appealed to you, you know, from that level as well? Whoever wants to take it, I'll open it up to the group.
I'll go because I don't have a specific. I get asked all the time, what's your favorite horror movie? I don't have one because they're all so very different and they all cause different reactions in me. Jaws had me climbing the couch when I saw it because I saw it at home because I was too young to see it in the theater. And it was when the two drunks are on the dock and the dock turns around and he's saying, swim, swim, and I was climbing the couch. That's the reaction that scared the crap out of me. But Alien is the same way. I mean, I wrote a movie, Jason X, which completely rips off the structure of Alien because it's a brilliant structure. And no one sued me yet, so that's fine. But it's one of those things where exactly. But it's a bunch of truckers. We can relate to them, even though they're in the future, even though they're dealing with robots and things that we haven't seen before. It's still, we feel grounded, and so we feel scared for them. And I mean, I get the same response out of all of the scary movies that I see. I get, and what's especially interesting in video games today is a lot of video games today are, it's not just about like we grew up with Fatal Frame and Clock Tower and these very eerie games that they immersed you into it and then they jump scared you a lot. That still happens today, but today they're dealing with issues like if you look at Amori, or if you look at Doki Doki, a lot of these are dealing with very psychological issues and very emotional issues for adults and children or young adults that are playing these games. And so they're getting into a psyche that I don't think our generation covered when we were. I mean, Tomb Raider wasn't messing with my psyche at all. It was just creepy and scary. And it's not even a scary game, so.
I love how it always comes back to Tomb Raider, by the way.
It all comes back to Tomb Raider. I think for me, it's a movie that I did not expect to be scared by because it is as old as I am. And in my youth, in my precociousness, I was like, how could a movie made in the same year I was born actually be scary? And then I watched The Exorcist. And there's a moment relatively early on in the movie, and it's not where Linda Blair is tied to a bed. It's not, you know, your mother sucks cocks in hell. It's not that stuff. Sorry kids at home if you're listening to this here conversation about horror. But it's the moment where Linda Blair, where Reagan is standing in the middle of a party, and she just urinates herself. And her mother, the look on Ellen Burstyn's face, that's for me where that movie gets scary because it's this betrayal of what she thought was sacred. You know, it's my kid, my daughter, the light of my life. There's something fundamentally wrong with her, and I don't understand what it is. And it's that dawning realization that she's beginning a journey with her kid who's out of her control, and she doesn't know what to do about it. Yeah. You know, and it's because it becomes personal. You know, and it scared me as a kid because it's scary. But as a parent, it scares me doubly so of having kids. And then what happens if, oh my God, like what if something goes wrong? What if, you know, and I have no recourse for it. Like that's when horror works for me, when it becomes personal and relatable and then twists it into the supernatural and impossible, but still retains that core of humanity. It's my kid. And my kid just did that. And what do I do about that? How do I save my kid? You know, and so for me, you know, that's where The Exorcist, you know, still kind of rules my creepy, scary heart.
Yeah. And you think about that moment, they go to science first, and then science says, have you thought of talking to a priest? I mean, to me, that's a scary moment.
Yeah, we shouldn't have to involve that. We have science.
That's a perfect breakdown because it's like, okay, well, what about this? But it also brings up a good point too, because it's ostensibly she is possessed by Pazuzu, which by the way is one of my favorite demon names ever. It's so good.
Yeah.
But
I think Papa John's has a new Pazuzu on their menu.
Don't order
hot and ready Pazuzu.
Jalapeno poppers and Pazuzu.
You ordered a what now? Nobody's ordered that before. But you brought up a really good point. It's not about the monster, if you will, because it is about back to that human condition. The connection between the parent and the child, and that's that loss of like wanting to help but not being able to. I mean, Todd expresses it perfectly. It's just like I'm going to grasp at anything because like I want you to be okay, and so it is always about. Kind of like the old axiom of like, don't show the monster, right? Because it'll be just a rubber face or some variation of it. Versus, again, back to the subjectivity of horror, it's like whatever hits you the most. It is that as primal as like, the trees are shaking in the dark, like what's in there that's about to come out and jump out and eat me type thing. And, always that connection to the human condition, I think is... what makes it so powerful too. That was a good point to bring up. Kent, what's your favorite?
Yeah, I'll give mine. I don't think this is from a horror masterpiece, but I had such a visceral reaction to it that I always remember it. In the Zack Snyder 2004 Dawn of the Dead film, I'm pretty sure this is the one. There is at one point the concept that someone is pregnant with a zombie baby, and this kind of like builds up for a while. And like the idea of it happening was like so upsetting to me, like physically over time, that it built up in my head to a much like bigger and scarier thing. Because I started imagining all the stuff that could happen with the zombie baby. It's like it's perverting something that should be so natural and joyful into like the most horrible thing to happen. Like is the child going to chomp its way out or something like that? And it just like made me like viscerally like squirm, and it was building up. I was like, oh, when are they gonna show it? And then it finally pops out, and it's like a green puppet. I'm like, oh. But like the build up in my mind like made me like so upset. It kind of like stuck with me. Like often like I find like the best horror makes me imagine worse stuff than they could ever show me. Mm-hmm. Like in a lot of cases no special effects or like or puppet or whatever could ever be as scary as the thing that they imply. So I always kind of like that like slow creeping dread, like the build up of like to something so awful you don't even want to witness it, and that kind of like burning over like some time in the story. I usually really react a lot to that.
And how do you think games are uniquely positioned to do that? In terms of like that experience as a movie versus that experience as a game too. What would you say is kind of like the core difference between how that moment would be structured in terms of building to something like that?
In a game, it feels like we spend, at least like thinking about like Walking Dead, like we spend a lot of time making sure that you really like all the characters through interaction and that kind of stuff. And it's not that different from the structure of like a movie or something. Like you want to get to know the cast and interact with them, but because like you're pressing the buttons and you're talking and you're like choosing what characters to spend more time with, the idea that you might lose them to whatever the horror in the world, be it zombies or that kind of thing, or might lose something that you like about them, I think that kind of stakes, because you're doing it, you get really invested and you're worried about losing it. I was actually thinking because Amori was brought up, which I played recently and I really loved, and I won't give away what the twist is in that game, but like that game portrays the cutest, happiest like group of like friends that have ever been put to paper, and something's wrong, like there's a deep dark secret being built up for a long time, and then you finally get to the reveal and it's like, oh, that changes everything. That changes all the dynamics, and everything that has been so perfect about this could go away, and I wouldn't have had that reaction and like my skin crawling as the reveal was slowly pulled out had I not spent like 15 hours like hanging out with those friends. Like it's something, games typically are longer in length than movies, and so sometimes the investment can be a lot greater. So it's always nice to see a game actually capitalize on that kind of aspect of the medium.
And to that end, in all of the various things that y'all have worked on, what's the best scare that you personally have created? Like what's one of the ones you're most proud of? Todd, I know it's Jason going to space because that's
terrifying.
You can't beat that. I'm sorry.
There are a lot of opinions that would argue with you, my friend. I mean, there's a moment in Jason X that I wrote that was someone else's idea. That the idea is that Jason grabs a girl and she's in a lab and she's cryo freezing things, and so she gets her head cryo frozen and then he smashes it. On paper, that sounds creepy, but when you see what the effects team did back in 2000, whenever we did this, they made that. So I get credited for this, wonderful kill, this scary moment. But that was all the effects team. So that certainly bleeds over where, as a writer, you have to depend on someone else to pull off the scare. It's not as easy to pull off a scare in a book. Or in a screenplay. You can certainly build the moment, but it's a team that brings that to fruition. But that's probably, as far as scare, my career has tended to take me more of in your face with slasher stuff. So less scare and less stalking. Had we done the Jason in the snow version that we talked about, sort of an homage to The Shining, that would have been probably more scary. But when you're on the 10th of a franchise, you kind of just go with it.
Hold up, I'm sorry. What is this? Jason meets The Shining? I am not aware of this.
That was Jim Isaac's idea back in the day. He wanted to do Crystal Lake in the snow, so that we would see, Jason tracking, blood red through the snow and that sort of thing. So it would have been. We had that location idea. We just never had a story. And we decided, because Freddy vs. Jason was in development, we would do something completely different, just so we don't step on whatever they were doing.
Space.
Finally.
Everything goes to space eventually. Any franchise lasts long enough and goes to space, doesn't it?
Exactly.
We will all end up in space.
I'm a big fan of Leprechaun in space.
I am too.
Yeah.
I am too.
That's my favorite.
And a lot of people didn't like the space movies, and they would say, "Why would you do that?" And I was like, "Well, because I loved Alien, and Alien was in space, and Alien was just a bunch of truckers and Jason X was just a bunch of kids on a school bus, so it just happened to be in space." So
it's like, what makes that intersection of like horror and sci-fi? It's like, why is it like peanut butter and chocolate in that way? Is it because it is like an environment that is like designed to kill you? We are not designed in any way to survive outside this planet, and once you leave, it's just like cornucopia of doom essentially out there. It's like, why is that? Why is like horror and sci-fi? Because the game we're working on right now is clearly like set on a prison, deep space prison on Jupiter's moon of Callisto, and in terms of the gameplay and everything else, it's like you take those into account in terms of the environmentals and everything. But why do y'all think that is? That like everybody ends up in space at some point? Like, what is that intersection between horror and sci-fi, and why does it work so well?
I mean, I think there's even setting aside the space of it all, I think that science, much like Todd's, mention of the Exorcist beat, where science runs out and then they turn to religion as a solution, there also comes a point where we could do supernatural or we could do science, and the end result is kind of the same. Like, if you need a monster, sure, you could conjure something from the elder demons, or you could put a guy in a transporter with a fly, and then on the other side, you also get horror. So I think it dovetails in to how we get to the fantastical in a way that is just a different buy for the audience. And I think it ebbs and flows with where the culture is. When the culture is feeling particularly, on the cutting edge of something, on the cutting edge of the Victorian age, of the Industrial Revolution, you get Frankenstein. When you're in the 60s, you start to get like Space Race, and you start to get, crazy rocket ship stuff. And in the 80s, you were getting, kind of miniaturizing of things, and everything's getting a bit smaller and microchip, and now you're in a place where you're starting to deal with cloning and genetic modulations and quantum matter and alternate dimensions. Like, all of those things tend to cycle with the times, and there's always a way to find the thing that's scary about tomorrow and about progress. Progress is always scary.
And that's a good point too. It's like, in addition to like progress and technological change, you get movies like, in the 60s and 70s just about breakdown in general. Like Rosemary's Baby and like The Exorcist. It's just like trying to come to grips with thing, because change is scary at the end of the day. And so it's trying to understand both technological change, societal change. It's, it speaks to, again, I think, something very fundamental.
So horror.
So yeah, we had horror and space, and everybody ends up in space. And let's bring it back to games, because we all love movies. We've been talking about.
Let's do ocean.
Ocean? Oh yeah, everybody goes to the ocean too.
I was actually thinking that horror in space is just kind of like, it's weird. I can't think of is there like a famous horror film that's like on a submarine? Because it feels like the same principle.
Well, Deep Rising, I just showed that to Izzy the other night. Have you ever seen that one?
No, I've never heard of it.
Oh, you'd love it. It's an old Stephen Sommers movie, and it's just delicious.
Did it come out that same summer as Leviathan, starring Greg Evigan?
Leviathan and Deep Star 6?
And Deep Star 6?
No, Deep Star 6 was Greg Evigan.
That was Greg Evigan.
Leviathan was the other one that was basically the same movie.
Yeah, like people like The Abyss. Let's just make that but cheaper.
Yeah. Lucier and I, who did Bloody Valentine, and we did Drive Angry. We were chasing a movie which was basically a bunch of guys who went to college together meet every summer to do some extreme things like extreme diving and extreme mountain climbing and all that. And so they go to a town where they built a dam and the town had been submerged underwater, and so they were going to dive it, but they're going just below a non-decompression dive, so you have the chances of getting narcosis. And they get down there, and basically the town is haunted. And so we pitched that around town, and people were like, we can't afford this. This is a horror movie. This costs $400 million. We're not doing this. So when we're doing horror, you have to think about price. We weren't.
Which is the irony, is because typically horror is, can be done on the cheap. Hence its other appeal to the movie business, and it's
right.
and
Make a
the
good
potential
video
return.
game,
Oh, exactly, and that's a fantastic segue. Thank you, Mr. Farmer. Is in the game side and on the film side, the immersion and the interactivity that we brought up previously, I think is a good point here, because that's one of the things, to me at least, is what video games do so well. It's partly a horror game, but like BioShock, when I would play that, sometimes I would just stare out the window, and watch this Art Deco city with the whales swimming by while, you heard splicers down the way. But the degree to which you can get into that world, and going back to Alien too, recently the Alien Isolation game, well, fairly recently, I thought that was such an interesting distillation of what made Alien work, both narratively and, it was interesting how they approached that in terms of making it, such an effective horror game, because you're just essentially hiding from an alien. It's very simple, but the first Alien was essentially like, where is the alien on our ship? We have to get rid of it, with these characters you care about as they get picked off one by one. And, since y'all are, gamers and in the gamer space, is like, how do you see that difference, that push-pull between games and movies, and something that is, that you can really do in a game that you can't do, not necessarily as well, but just kind of like that fundamental difference that enhances horror in the game space? Because there are a number, and it's a broad spectrum too. You have games like Amnesia and all these, other games that work so well, and then you have more like games like Dead Space, a little bit more action horror. But from your perspectives, what is that, kind of push-pull between games and movies? I open that up to whomever.
I can jump in. Something I find, like, in video games, kind of the goal of pretty much like all narrative design is that ideally the mechanics that you use to make your game will sort of enhance the story and themes your game is going for. So there's a lot of games that use their mechanics, in particular the way you are asked to interact, to make it scarier. For example, like a lot of horror games tend to depower you, and if you think about like classic horror games like Silent Hill and Resident Evil and that kind of stuff, like you're typically not very fast or very strong, and your resources are very limited, and so that just makes every time you have to deal with an enemy, as opposed to a normal action game where you might just be mashing the button, like a life or death situation, like or like the inevitable dread that your resources will sort of whittle their way down over time. I think a lot about first-person games that have like, if I encounter a game and there are like multiple ways to open a door, Like, it's like you could open the door or you can slowly open the door. And I'm like, does that mean something's going to be behind the door at some point? or like I'm playing like what just seems like kind of like a narrative first person game or whatever, and then I find like a cabinet and I press a button, I hide in the cabinet. I'm like, oh no, I know what that means. But just like that little thing, like that kind of like being like, oh, this mechanic is available to me, they're going to scare me with that or something. Like creates a unique feeling of dread that I think only a game could do.
Yeah, I think it's very much for me creating the conditions for sustained suspense, you know, and being able to stretch that taffy much longer than you can in a movie or in a TV show. Like Alien Isolation is a perfect example, where the entire game is, am I going to be able to do these tasks and stay away from this monster? And you continue to stretch it. You see it every now and again, and so you get that heart race, the palpitation, and your controller shakes, and all that stuff happens. But the state of being in that game is tension, and it never really eases up. And you can do that in a game because you're never cutting away to anything else. You don't ever have to break POV. You don't ever have to tell any other story besides this character's story in this moment. You know, and the way that games can incorporate this sort of, especially the audio, in a way that you can't quite push the subjective audio in a game. You know, I remember playing Last of Us, and you're going up against like clickers, and just hearing the clickers in distant parts, and you hear them moving, and you know they're coming, and like that's the kind of thing that just it invests you in it if you've got characters that you like and you understand the scenario. But that level of immersion is impossible anyplace else.
I mean, it's interesting because saying that made me think of Half-Life. Do you remember the little things that are kind of a alien ripoff that you'd hear that little clacking when they would come?
The head
yeah,
crabs.
when they would head crab when they would come, you'd hear that noise and it would just be, you know, here it comes. And but what's interesting is at least what I've always found in playing the games, because I would do the movies, and then how I would relax is playing the games, because at least in the games you have some control over the movie. You may not have as much control as you want, but you have some control. And so it's nice to be able to, you know, watch Alien and then play a game where you can actually survive it yourself. You're not depending on this person that you're watching making all the wrong decisions and doing things that you wouldn't do. You can actually make the decisions yourself in a game. And so for me, that experience always made me want to go back and forth and work in the gaming world and then work in the movie world, because just the ability to allow someone playing a game to make the decisions themselves. How fun is that?
Again, it's like that old part in the movie where it's like, don't go in there. Don't go in there. Don't go in there. But you have to go in there.
Yeah, the doors will open.
And does the door open? I love that. Just like slowly, or, you know, to wham.
That really boils it down. It's like a game where like you're faced with a dark corridor, a dark staircase going down. It's like you're the guy. Like you have to go down the dark staircase. Like that's so unique to that medium. It still kind of works on me.
And also just we've brought up a number of different games throughout the course of this conversation, you know, like the Fatal Frame, The Last of Us, you know. It's interesting also to chart the evolution of how, you know, Todd, you brought up a good point earlier, you know, in terms of just like jump scares. And, you know, because jump scares obviously are evergreen. But it's interesting how games have evolved, and we've gotten more of an ability to have characters versus just like a little, you know, icon that's represented that, you know, we give agency to. But now we're like, you know, these days with like motion capture and, you know, performance capture, you can have facial performance, you can have characters that you can connect with on a human level. And I wonder how much that has changed in terms of just like the mechanics and the agency and how you play it too. I wonder, and we've talked about, you know, this in the conversation previously too, that human connection. I wonder if that is providing an extra outlet that's helping evolve horror storytelling in games as well.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of has to, right? Because for me, the jump scare was always the least desirable version of horror. Primarily because I don't like being manipulated where I know it's going to happen, you know, and so
the cat
it's just
jumps out, right?
Yeah, you know, it's like she's looking in the mirror in the shower, and then she opens it, and then the monster's right behind her. It's like, and I know exactly what's happening, And I
yeah, when the mirror's opening, you're like, I know what's happening.
I know what's going to happen. I know what you're going to do to me, and it works every time, and I don't like it. And so I think that again, at least it's a personal taste for me, but that like, can you make this world feel real? And can you make the things that are scaring these people be the things that might also scare me, and not just because it's a person with a knife, or a ghost or whatever. Does it become a core issue as opposed to a surface issue? And when a game can begin to build real characters and tell real story, then you can achieve that level of verisimilitude. Then it begins to frighten me to my core, and that's what I want. I'm less enthused with the things that go bump in the night than the things that like whisper into my ears in the night and then make me scared that way.
It's funny. There's kind of a period of game where like jump scares are basically punishments. Like Five Nights at Freddy's immediately comes to mind, which is just the entire purpose of the game is to avoid being jump scared. Like all you can do is sort of like tower defense your way to avoid incoming jump scares. But like that's like compelling. That's honestly compelling enough to people that it became such a big hit franchise. And like other like first person horror games, you like walk around and like you will get jump scared if the monster catches you, and like that sort of unpleasant physical reaction is like you did bad. Like you should have snuck better.
Failure state is fear.
Right. I think you're not alone in disliking jump scares.
Oh, yeah. No, I don't like them, and I get paid to do it sometimes. But for me, it goes back to what you said before. It's the human condition, because a lot of times I would be asked on different interviews or doing whatever, I would be asked, what scares you? Number one, I'm not going to tell you what scares me. I'm not going to go on to something and tells you that's the dumbest thing I would ever do. I'm not going to do that. But I will say what doesn't scare me is like Dracula or the Wolfman or, the thing that we're normally zombies. I mean, those things really don't scare me. What scares me is the human condition, what your neighbor is willing to do if your neighbor gets angry, or what the guy at the Starbucks is willing to do if he gets angry, or that what we are willing to do to each other, that is scary. And so when you come across a game, and that's why I like the games that are doing this psychological thing now, because to me that's scary. That's really terrifying. And so, and by the way, I still love Little Nightmares, and I still love, the games that'll throw you into this very immersive world that's creepy and scary and, big creepy characters. But at the same time, when the human condition bleeds into video games, it really makes a traumatic experience for me.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's also why The Purge was as successful as it was, because it's the systems that keep us together, the trust we have in each other as a society eroding and evaporating and being incentivized to do so. Yeah. And like that's when that gets horrifying. Because to your point, I don't trust my neighbors at all.
When you bring that up earlier, I was thinking about The Purge and home invasion movies, and like It Follows scares me so much, because like, what if that person across the street's gonna do something? Like that's just like, it's very relatable. Like it's hard not to kind of think that way in society, as as scary as it seems.
Yeah, like there's that great movie Funny Games, where it's just they're in the house. Why? There's no reason why. They're just here, and they're torturing us. Why? Because they want to, and we can't. Like, that's petrifying to me, more so than any robot demon hell spawn creature. It's just a dude in my house with a knife who wants to do stuff because he thinks it's fun.
We're kind of raised to look for reason and patterns. So like I feel like just the idea that there is no reason, like why does someone do a horrible thing just because? Yeah, that's so horrifying. It's like it's counter to what we're taught growing up our whole lives. Like there's always a reason, right? Right?
Mm-hmm. It's funny you say that. We Patrick and I worked on Halloween 3D, which was supposed to follow Rob Zombie's Halloween. And we were brought in because they wanted to sort of take it back to what Carpenter had originally done. And I found a quote from Carpenter recently. I think he wrote it in 2006. And he says, Michael Myers is not a character. He's a force of nature. He is not a person. He's part supernatural, part human. He's like the wind, an evil wind. If you start straying away from that and you get to explaining, then you've lost. I just thought that was lovely, because sometimes you can explain too much, just like sometimes you can rewrite the magic right out of a script or rewrite the magic right out of a story. I've never been asked to do that, And I obviously would have refused if I were.
That is a great. That is a great quote, and I mean, and it goes back to like, it's really, is it Michael Myers or is it The Shape? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm not that smart. I just had it on my desktop. It wasn't up here.
I think that's also one of the. Oh, go ahead.
I wanted to seg off that, but we were briefly talking about like graphical fidelity increasing. And so something I kind of wanted to raise is actually there's a fairly large movement in the indie horror game scene right now, which is intentionally making low polygon games that mimic the visuals of like the PlayStation 1. It's funny we've been talking about Tomb Raider so much because like Tomb Raider's kind of horrifying, and PS1 games are kind of horrifying because like the graphics you can't really make out what it is. Like things are dark and grainy, and the textures swim on the walls. And there's actually like a pretty robust community. Like the PS1 horror demo disc is like a collection of like itch.io creators who put their games they intentionally make to look like old games. And I really enjoy those. I actually find them really unsettling. And there's like creators like a Puppet Combo that are combining that with like intentionally grainy VHS kind of like filters over everything. And so like I think low poly horror is really interesting because sometimes the fidelity it's a little less scary because like, oh well, I can see everything. Like and my imagination doesn't need to fill in any gaps at all. Like you can still do it with like lighting and stuff if you're clever, but everything lets your imagination fill in the gaps always works really well.
It also kind of goes back to not seeing the monster and just kind of having whatever the monster is inside your head. It's like, Silent Hill to me is like the pinnacle of that because it's like, talk about like embracing a limitation, in terms of like draw distance in the game. It's just like, there's fog everywhere. It's like, what's scarier than that? Like, what's in the fog? I don't know, but it's going to get you.
There's stuff in Silent Hill that looks like a glitch that they almost worked into the aesthetic. Like stuff where it's like, it's a character and it's just like a female torso walking, but their head is just twitching around at an impossible speed. And you're just like, what is that? And like that kind of stuff could happen with like video game character rigs break. So like I almost thought they're kind of like, what if I do if I just wave the bone real fast? And like that kind of stuff is fascinating. Like I don't like visuals where it's like I don't know what that is are super fascinating.
It's like a bug, and it's just like, just go with it. It's our character now.
Yeah, it's creepy as hell. I remember in school I was working in the Crisis engine, and for some reason there's a thing where if you like dropped a character model from a physics and it hit the ground, suddenly all their limbs would extend to impossible distances. Like all their fingers were now really long, and it looked like the creepiest horror monster I've ever seen. I'm kind of like, they should just put that in the game. That normal man just became like an elongated puppet monster just due to physics.
Yes, I'm pretty sure that's now the Fantastic Four. Is what that's going to look like.
Well, Silent Hill is also a good comparison from that era because, not only from that just letting your mind fill in the gaps it was also kind of a bridge too, it seemed, because like they really just amped up the psychological horror of it all. And just like, the character connections that you made there. I mean, to me, that's one of just like Silent Hill 2 especially, just one of the all-time, just like classic in terms of immersion, the storytelling, and that interesting intersection between like Japanese and American storytelling too. And so it seems kind of stateside, but it isn't. It's to me that's like one of the games that everything revolves around in a lot of ways in terms of like what we have today. Because I do really like the low fidelity stuff too, and I was having that conversation the other day because like it almost seems like that is kind of a natural reaction is to now when everything is just so photo real. It's like, where do you take it from there? You take it the opposite way, and it becomes stylized, it becomes lo-fi, and how that aesthetic helps with the immersion, especially in the horror space, I think is interesting too.
I playing the Tomb Raiders today doesn't give me the same feeling as those old Tomb Raiders gave, and I basically built a career out of not making video game movies. Really good at not making them, and I can remember going in and pitching Fatal Frame. I know I pitched on Resident Evil. I pitched on Silent Hill. Pitched on Clock Tower. Not only pitched it, got the job. Wrote the movie. Didn't get made. But I always find it fascinating that it is so difficult to take a video game that is successful and turn it into a successful movie. I mean, it just hasn't been done that often. And,
why do you think that is?
I don't know. I mean, I don't think anybody knows, or it would be it would be more available out there. But I mean,
they do it a lot.
My suspicion with horror stuff would be that you're actually reducing it. Like, I think a horror video game actually probably takes a horror movie as a starting point, because you could just make something that's all cutscenes, but adding the interaction is actually expanding the work, and you're having to reduce it back to a linear form of storytelling. It's like it wasn't made for that, and oftentimes the stories aren't fleshed out enough for that. Because like if the player's the protagonist, like often a player character can have a really detailed story, but they could also just be the player, and you're gonna have to invent like Joe main character guy or whatever to skulk around these halls. Like there's a lot of problems there.
I mean, you could have told me this 20 years ago. Thanks.
Sorry. Better late than never, I guess.
I would have loved to have seen the Clock Tower movie, though.
I was thinking that too.
Big scissors. Cool. It was so much fun.
It's very of the era, but it works so well. But that's also an interesting, point too, Kent, about, that's, I think, part of the evolution too, is, we've had kind of like player-shaped holes that people step into in the past, and now we're kind of like getting into more, actual fleshed-out characters in games too, and, that I think that's an interesting and again, it speaks to like the human connection and everything else that we've already brought up, but, I think that's an interesting, evolution too, of like just getting people in there that you can connect with too. My next question is going to be like, what scares you? But I think I'm going to not ask that one now. I'm kidding.
Yeah. I knife side with Todd. I don't want to give anybody any ammunition.
If I wake up tomorrow and there's snakes outside, I'm going to be pissed.
Why did it have to be snakes?
Mark already tipped his hand. Just hide something under the stairs.
Yeah, duh. Although I live in Southern California, I have no stairs.
Very true.
Which is why I moved here.
It's very much on purpose. Yeah, you were East Coast before, and that's like...
Absolutely.
East Coast has one of the scariest things known to man. A basement.
Yes.
Yeah, because there could be anything in that damn basement.
2 or 3 flights of stairs, and you've got a room that's always dark? What are you doing?
We didn't have those in Florida either. You dig down, there's just swamp. So it's like we're not gonna dig into the house.
This has been really fun. Thank you all so much for coming. Really enjoyed this conversation. Where can we find you? What are you working on next? And what's all that good stuff that on the Twitters and whatnot? That was terrible, but anyways, like, where can we find you? What are you working on? What's going on? Mark, start with you.
You can find me on Twitter and Instagram at Mark Bernardin, MarcBernardin. I guess the next thing that you could see that I had anything to do with is Masters of the Universe Revelation, which drops next week on the Netflixes. And then Star Trek Picard Season 2, which is in production, which hopefully will be on your screens soon.
I will be watching both. Todd?
I'm Todd_Farmer, farmer like corn and crops and marijuana. That's Twitter and Instagram. And I've got half a dozen things in different varying places, but I'm not allowed to say anything because I'm just the writer.
You are more than just anything, Todd.
I know, but they don't agree with you.
Kent?
You can find me on Twitter at Kent Mutal, and everything I'm working on is also a secret. But it might show up on my Twitter if you follow me.
That's good. Leave them wanting more.
Yeah.
Welcome to NDA Village, you guys.
Yes.
There's no maps, no signs.
I've had a cottage here for a while.
And I am Eric Lieb. You can find me at No Clever Name because I thought that was clever, but it's on the Twitters and the Instagrams. And I can say what I'm working on because I'm very proud of it. The Callisto Protocol, coming out 2022, horror video game. It's going to be a lot of fun and really scary. So really looking forward to that. And again, thank you all so much. This has been a blast, and it's wonderful seeing y'all. It's been too long, and I hope to see you more. Now that we're not in this, well, we're still in this thing, but feels like we're getting out of it now.
Well, thank you for the invite. This was fun.
These boxes that we're in.
Thank you for inviting my box over here.
Yes. It's like.
I decided, you know what, I've dabbled in indie games. I'm gonna give this one last shot.
Let's just make a game.
It felt like jumping into the deep end.
I realized that making games is like a real thing that you can do.
It's just so, that's the word, is liberating.
We owned this project. Success for us is defined as being able to continue to do this because we really love it.
We want to be what we know.
Making something that people enjoy.
We're Child's Play, and since 2003, we've been very busy. We supply toys and games to hundreds of child welfare facilities across the world, taking a little of the outside world and bringing it inside. We've raised more than $44 million so far, and our work reaches more than 1 million kids per year. Come be a part of our story and learn more at childsplaycharity.org.
Attention campers, we've had the conversation about glitter in the craft barn, about glitter not leaving the craft barn. We will not have this conversation again. That is all.
Did you know? An SQL slammer is both the name of a computer worm that almost turned off the whole internet back in 2003, and an extremely potent tequila drink. Sadly, the drink's recipe was lost forever when the floppy disk containing it fell out of a child's hands into the San Francisco Bay. And that's a fact about the internet.
Acquisitions Incorporated is the leader in interplanar artifact recovery, with exciting new franchise opportunities in your area. Are you eager to liberate the lost treasures of a dragon's hoard? Are you desperate for work and lack better options? With Kingdom Class on-the-job training, our franchisees learn the skills they need to ensure their legacy and their survival. Skills like choosing the right career path, not getting devoured, team building, and decisioning. Welcome to a life of profitable adventure. Welcome to Clank Legacy Acquisitions Incorporated.
Wake up, sleeper. Dreaming again? Every cycle, you take your chances. You roll your dice. You do the work, get paid, survive. You turn up for your friends, or you don't. That's life on the eye.
Wake up, sleeper. Your body is dying. Planned obsolescence. As an ARP's gift for its escaped workers. But we can fight this. You can remake yourself here.
Did you know? Ethernet gets its name from the Latin ether, meaning of the sky, and the Italian netto, meaning after deductions. This is a reference to the internet's power to suck the moon from the sky, should it ever be set free of its cable. And that's a fact about the internet. Did you know? Lobsters are nature's systems engineers. The reasons why should be obvious. And that's a fact about the internet. Turn those old Dungeons and Dragons into dollars and dividends by owning your own adventuring franchise. From its humble beginnings as D&D live play, expanding to stage, podcast, and stream, with Acquisitions Incorporated, there's never been a better time to get the money.
Hey, it's Owen Dron, CEO of Acquisitions Incorporated. Imagine digging a hole, but instead of finding a body, you find real wealth. And a body. One you put there. Buy my book.
We partnered with Wizards of the Coast to bring the official Acquisitions Incorporated experience to your home campaign. Learn how to run your own franchise, how to staff it with new player options for specializations, spells, and equipment, stats for iconic characters and monsters, and put your franchisees to the test with an included campaign for levels 1 to 6. Aviators are standing by. With the official D&D Acquisitions Incorporated book,
You can do what you wanna do. Ow!
Did you know? Elder millennials and more hip Gen Xers speak fondly about dial-up internet, a system whereby anyone who is interested in using the internet would need to call and remain on the line with Thaumaturd, the uplink, and provide him with thrilling conversation throughout their session. And that's a fact about the internet.
Following yesterday's incident, the salad bar will no longer be self-serve. Please report any sightings of missing labels, bacon bits, or dressing containers to your counselor.
A race to other habitable planets in space has broken out among the big corporations. In search of limitless growth, they leave Earth exploited and its environment devastated. The voluntary pioneers and colonists are lured to this adventurous journey by the hope of a better life and a new beginning in an untouched world. Only a development strategy that ensures the quality of life for our colonists and protects the planetary ecosystem can have long-lasting success. Your job as a space colony manager is building sustainable civilizations. Do research for renewable energy sources and develop sustainable production lines to avoid destruction and climate collapse. Let us use the second chance to change our way of life and to transform the production of energy and goods in a sustainable way. Achieving a balance between growth and sustainability is the final challenge for every civilization. Imagine Earth Limited, building a better future in space.
Did you know the term war driving, the practice of searching for Wi-Fi wireless networks from a moving vehicle, has apparently been in use since the 1980s, when it was adapted from war dialing, the practice of calling sequential phone numbers to see which one would hit a server. Nobody told me that stealing internet from my local laundromat had a cool name, and I consider you all responsible. And that's a fact about the internet.
If you don't save the Hoppa,
No one will.
Did you know? The primary syllabaries or character sets on the internet are kamoji and emoji, where kamoji are used to convey complete sentences or phrases. Emoji are intended to be parsed separately and can be integrated with other writing systems. And that's a fact about the internet.
Attention campers. Today's lunch will be pork and beans on toast. The vegan option is beans and beans on toast. The paleo option will be pork and pork on a stone slab. The gluten-free option will be pork and beans on pork and beans. That is all.
Did you know? The first portable computer was the Osborne, a 24-pound suitcase-sized device. Much less well regarded was the first portable Wi-Fi router. It was called the Godmother and had to be mounted onto the dorsal plate of a Japanese spider crab. And that's a fact about the internet.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to PAX Online East 2021's Improvisation in Role-Playing, How to Run a Game in the Now panel. This is, for me personally, my name is John Serpico. I'm the moderator. Hello, more on that in a second. This is one of my favorite things about any PAX East, whether it is online or not. It's a very, very fun panel with an august panel of panelists. And our goal over the next hour is to talk about the interaction between improvisation and improv techniques and role-playing games, whether you are running them as a GM, whether you are playing in them. How do improv mechanics interact with mechanics in incredibly crunchy games or incredibly fluffy and delightful games, and anywhere in between. So this panel, by the way, is live. It is very, very live. It is not pre-recorded, which means at about the halfway point in this panel, we are going to start asking for questions from you either in the Twitch comments or in the Discord. I am doing my best to monitor both. So what we're going to do is we're going to talk about improv. We're going to talk about role playing, and then we're going to cut over and start asking each other questions and having you all ask us questions as well. So let's get to chatting here, and we will first meet our panelists. So I will start because I am already talking. My name is John Serpico. I am an improviser with Improv Boston. I am also the game master of Belittle League and Knights of Prospect, two actual plays that you can find where you get your actual plays or podcasts. And I'm also a game master at Tour Guide Games. So that is me. I've been doing improv for about 20 years and running games for about 25 now. Yes, I do look outstanding for my age. Let's go clockwise as I see it. Bobby, how about you?
Hi, I'm Bobby Smithney. I'm a performer and director and instructor at Improv Boston. I'm also a middle school theater and a history teacher and an avid gamer of all kinds.
Awesome. Austin?
Hi, I'm Austin Habershaw. I am a author. I have a fantasy series published with Harper Voyager called The Saga of the Redeemed. I've published about 25 short stories in various professional venues. I'm also an English professor, and I have been running role-playing games for approximately 30 years and have did improv for about 10, so somewhere in the middle there. So yeah, that's me.
Awesome. Melissa?
Hey, I'm Melissa Carubia. I am a mostly reformed min-maxer, and I am also an actor and a music director and an instructor. I run a theater school. We actually have a class that's called Acting Through Role-Playing Games. So like we use role-playing games as an acting tool. And I'm also the lead singer and guitar player in the band Minus World,
which everyone should absolutely be fans of.
We're on Spotify and Apple Music and any place that you can find music online.
Samantha.
Hello, I am Samantha Levangi. I am a performer at Improv Boston. I perform on Magic the Gathering, the show. I've been a player in various RPGs for about 10 years, GM on and off for about half of that time. And I teach improv to educators occasionally and how to use improv techniques in the classroom.
That's awesome. It sounds to me like this is an incredibly well-qualified panel for this exact topic. So let's get into it here. Improvisation and role-playing. Let's first define some terms. The first question for the group here is, what is improvisation?
Well, I might start with what it's not in role-playing. It's not necessarily acting, right? So improvisation is not necessarily like, I'm doing a crazy character voice. Here I am doing X, Y, and Z, right? It's improvisation is basically, making it up, but also like it's a tool for communicating between you and the GM where you're kind of sharing the load of creating things.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I think the important aspect of improv to remember is that it's about collaboration, and teamwork and communicate and listening to one another and understanding what everybody wants. And like, so in the performance aspect of improv, the idea is to create something interesting on stage as a performance. But, role-playing games are not necessarily a performance, but they are an interaction among a group of people. And the purpose is not necessarily to entertain others. So there are plenty of people who have been doing, at this point, like role-playing games online for the entertainment of others. But in your own private game, it's about everybody having fun, right? And that's the really main thing. Everybody needs to have fun at the table. And improv is a way of approaching that in a flexible and collaborative way, as opposed to one person dictating everybody's fun.
Right, which is usually the GM. But when you're using improv, if somebody has an idea and they speak up in character and have that idea, the players who are using good improv techniques will not say, "Oh, that's stupid. Why would you say that?" They would instead say something like, "Ah, yes. And I also am going to the tavern because I have to meet the goblin's grandmother there." And that, that idea of saying yes to the reality being established by your fellow players and acknowledging that they too are creators of this world and having trust that they will create something good. That's the core of good improvisation, at least in my belief.
Absolutely. I second kind of everything that's been said. And I feel like I answer this question differently every time I'm asked it. But the way I'm thinking about it now, kind of to piggyback off of Mel, is that improv is really, especially in the context of role-playing games, about creating a base level of trust among all of the players in the game, and like a shared language for how you're going to enact that trust, how you're going to kind of behave within the confines of the game. I think improv is basically it's a tool for sharing power, as you guys have said, and it's a tool for also developing a shared language and understanding of how things will be decided and kind of happen.
Quick question for the group. What are some signs of that your game desperately needs more improvisation? Some things that are going wrong in the game that's happening, and you're like, man, we really could use some. What are the warning signs? I feel many people are in these games. They've run the same way for like 10 years, and it's not changing, and you can't help. You can't, assist the GM in creation. Like, well, what are some of these signs here that it's going poorly?
I'll start because mine's the easiest or the quickest, which is when players are looking at the GM and saying, "Can I do this, or will it screw anything up?"
Yeah.
Which is incredibly nice and kind, but the idea of the GM has some kind of grand master plan, and all the GM wants the players to do are roll dice in a precise order. Like if they ask, "Can I do this? Is that okay to do this?" Then I know that there needs to be a level of trust there that probably isn't.
Yeah, I agree. Awesome.
Oh, okay. I would throw in one of my signs that there probably should be a little bit more flexibility, which is a way of me talking about improv, a little more flexibility in what happens in the game and stuff, is if at any point there is a unexpected total party kill. A TPK is an indication that somewhere along the line, now, unless it's expected, like games can be set up in such a way that it's like, look, guys, you could all die. That's part of the game. But very frequently that is not the case. And like, if you've ever been a GM and you run a game and you sort of accidentally kill all the characters because they make bad decisions and things go wrong and everyone's dead and everyone at the table looks miserable, that's a sign that you need to reassess how you're doing this, right? Because obviously the goal is everyone to have fun. Now, if you kill everybody in the party and they all go, "Wow, that was cool," good job. You're doing it fine. That's great. But in the case where it happens and everyone's like, "Well, that sucked," that's bad. And improv is a way to address that.
Yes, Are you serving the story you're telling with like your TPK, or are you doing it because the rules say to? And a lot of this comes down to, good improvisation needs to happen to keep the story going, to keep the narrative streaming along. And in another moment, like when things come to a screeching halt because maybe the dice fail you, that's a place where improvisation could be needed, because sometimes players will go, "Well, my one plan, the thing I'm good at doing, didn't work." And it's important to remind the GM and the players to, inhabit the space of that emotion. What happens when you fail? Like, embrace that failure. What is your character? How would they move forward from a failure? Think about, what are their hopes? What are their dreams? What is still possible?
Right. Which is also why, kind of piggybacking off of that, which is why I'm a fan of systems that failure does not just mean the thing you want it to happen doesn't happen. It's, there are unintended consequences, or there's a different fallout, and you can use that even if it's not built into the system naturally. You can adopt that as your play style as a GM. That it's not just, "Oh, you tried to do that cool thing, haha, you failed." It's, okay, there were unintended consequences. Attention is drawn to you that you didn't want, etc. And I think generally kind of what I'm hearing underpinning all of you all, and what I was going to come out and say, is that if if it feels like there's a negotiation, like in it between the GM and the character, or two different characters, if it feels like they're like ultimately everyone's wants should align, like your characters don't have to have the same wants, but the player and the GM, all the players together should be working towards the same kind of goals. And once you start negotiating on like a meta level underneath the game, that's when there needs to be a little more, in my opinion, a little bit more flexibility, a little bit more of an opportunity to step back and say, okay, bigger picture, what's important for the story, what's important for the characters, how can we make this work in a way that's fun for everyone?
Yeah, let's drill into that a little bit, because we are talking delightfully about kind of these important big picture concepts that are rooted in trust, rooted in collaborative storytelling, rooted in serving the story. And this is exactly the kind of thing that using improv techniques really in any system can afford. So let's get really tactical with it. It's time to just essentially give advice.
Sure.
So the question for the
I
group
love
is
really small and really specific things that you can do to break this in. Like have your players, if you're the GM, have your players name the NPCs. Oh, I go into the bar and there's a dude there twirling a knife. What's his name? I don't know, Lord Bartleby Bumbleburger. Right? That's a stupid name, but now that's the name of this GM. That's this character, and that's fine. And if you do it right, they will fall in love with Bartleby Bumbleburger.
Yes, they will.
Right? Even though it's a dumb name for someone.
I want to talk about building trust. I think this is where it all starts, is being able to trust each other that we're all working towards the same goal. And to that end, I'm a big fan of session zeros. In that, I should stress, it does not actually need to be a full session where you all sit down and it's like going over, will you sign this document? Will you sign this document? Like, it doesn't need to be that. But there should be a conversation that occurs between the GM and all the players. That is, I, the GM, am envisioning this kind of game. I want this kind of stuff to happen. Does that sound cool to you? And the players should be like, yeah, I'm in. Or they should be like, no, what if we change it this way? And like, if the GM's okay with that, then great, they change it. If not, they're like, sorry, man, that's not the game I want to play, right? Like, and that conversation is really important, because then once everybody's there, we all know we're on the same path.
Yeah.
And I'll throw one other little thing in, which is, so you set this thing up, right? Everybody's on the same path. Everybody's making their characters. What a person makes as a character is a message to the GM to the kind of fun they want to have. Okay, so if somebody makes a paladin and puts as their flaw proud, what they are telling you is that I want my paladin's pride to get in the way of doing the right thing, or get in the way of fulfilling their destiny. Like, that's a message to the GM, and that the GM needs, in the same way that the players need to listen to the GM and say, like, this is the kind of game I want to build, the GM needs to listen to the players and listen to the kind of characters they want to build inside that place and how to make that happen, right? So that's how trust gets built, is everyone paying attention to each other.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that it's also important, like when as a player, like I might develop a character who has kind of something that's going to hinder them from succeeding in some situations, right? If I play a drow and we have a battle in broad daylight, it's going to be difficult for me. But also, that is not me opting in to always having difficult battles. Like, as a GM, you need to acknowledge that, like, I like that backstory. I like the other aspects of what that gives my character more than the hindrance. And so as a GM, it's important to honor that, like, I want you to have fun. And occasionally there will be a hindrance where you need to sneak through the shadows and be really strategic about how you fight. And in other times, we're just going to be in a dungeon for like 5 sessions. And that's also, and there's not going to be any light, and that's not going to be a hindrance for you during those sessions. But I think finding a balance of like honoring a hindrance, but not going too overboard on every session. There's a situation in which I have to calculate, am I in direct sunlight? Am I in indirect sunlight? Am I not? Like
We've all been in those sessions where the lack of trust becomes this terrible vicious circle, right? The GM starts saying no more often. You can't do that. You can't do that. You can't take that risks. So the players take fewer and fewer risks, and nobody does anything, and nobody has any fun, right? Because everyone's afraid to make a mistake and get their character killed.
You gotta let the players be cool. You gotta let them be cool.
Yeah, I think in that session 0, it's also important to establish like how much grit and hardship do you want to establish? How dark can this campaign get? Like, are you okay with members of the party turning out to be backstabbers? I love that shit, but I don't. But I play with people who hate it when somebody in the party goes against the goal of the total
record.
party.
I liked it in that campaign. I liked it.
Thank you.
Everyone got mad at me except you.
I find in a session 0 it helps to like you could just like again, I really like practical advice on this. Like, name a movie. Hey, we're gonna play this, and it's gonna be Ocean's 11. Oh, okay, yay, that sets it. Like, we're gonna do this, and it's gonna be Jaws. Like, you're fighting this monster, but it's like just you and these 3 dudes on a boat. Like that gives people an idea of what they're in for. And if people are like, oh, I don't like Ocean's 11, so I don't want to do a cool heist thing. Great, then you'll be in the next time I run a game 6 months from now. I'll give you a call when I want to do a dungeon crawl, right? Just
awesome.
Give people a tone set there. I find movies really helpful in that way.
I love that, Bobby. Like a Pinterest for your ideas.
Absolutely. Literally a mood board of what you're going to do.
Perfect.
My really tactical advice about that. Well, 2 things. One, I have tactical advice, but one thing from the Discord chat that was great is Every Day's Great in the Discord chat said, some groups like actual danger and the chance for catastrophic failure. I like there to be the chance of a TPK and catastrophic failure, but there to usually be a way out. Yes. And what's nice about improv and the idea of agreeing and serving a narrative and respecting the things as a GM that your players are telling you they like to do is you can still apply actual danger and still apply the probability of catastrophic failure. Improv in no way softens the game. Improv can just add texture because you're all like, essentially it's not like there's rules here and improv here and there's a spectrum and you have to slide between. It's improv are a series of techniques that will allow for people that want to stare death in the eye to keep doing that. The other real tactical advice that I want to share is I cannot stress enough how great a session 0 is. What I like to do even before a session 0 is I call it a recruitment email. Is I just say, I'm lucky in that I get to play a lot of games with, in fact, the panelists here. Hi, everybody. But what's nice is there are more people I know that like to play role-playing games than there are spots at my table or any of their tables, which means what you can say is, hey, dozen friends that I'm gaming with, I'm running a game about mech combat in a post-capital future. Who wants to punch other mechs in a Lancer? I'm very excited to play some Lancer. Anyway, and I don't need everyone to be interested in that. I need, of that dozen, 4 or 5 people to think that's cool. And, it's a lot harder, not impossible, but harder when you're playing with the same group all the time and you have to find kind of the exact right spot so that you're touching all parts of the Venn diagram, so to speak. You're finding the overlap.
I think it's worth talking about that because I think we panelists here are spoiled in that we have such a big group that we play with. And most people, I don't think, have that advantage.
Yeah.
They have a small group of people they're playing with. And, there's going to be
nerds,
some degree
let's call them.
Sure, we'll call them nerds. We'll call them nerds. The point is, said nerds do need to, you need to find the game that's right for the group of people you're playing, right? And so Dungeons and Dragons is the default. And part of the reason it's default is for a pretty good reason. It's relatively easy to pick up. It's crunchy, but not like crazy crunchy. Mm-hmm. It can, the deadliness of it can vary widely. It's a very flexible game in a lot of ways. But it doesn't work for everybody. Not everybody wants to do the fantasy thing. Some people get pissed about how much magic is in it. Some people get pissed that there isn't enough magic in it, right? So like, some of that involves like finding the right game for your group, and that involves a lot of input from the people you're going to play with, and it might even involve being a different person running it, maybe, right? Like I don't see the GM's position, and I think this is important. I don't see the GM's position as a duty. The GM is as much a player at the table as anybody else. And they also are entitled to just as much fun as anybody else at the table. And so you can't make somebody run a game they don't want to, or you shouldn't, I should say.
That's a great point.
But yeah, go ahead.
I think I've been on a couple other panels about GMing, and a lot of times people on those panels have said, it is your job as the GM to make sure your players have fun. But we all are super busy. And would we do this if we weren't having fun? Would you GM a game if it meant like you're basically doing work, like it's a job? No. So there are ways for the GM to foster great storytelling and be a part of that story. I mean, when I GM, I love to have NPCs that I have a little bit of, emotional investment in, and I let them fail, because that makes it, one, interesting for me as a GM, but it also shows to the characters that here I am playing the game with you. I'm allowing my characters to fail and have a moment where they're not like super badass, awesome sauce all the time. And that will make you maybe feel more comfortable as a player to make mistakes and have those fun moments where you get to recover from those mistakes.
Let's drill into that a little bit, because it speaks to this overarching concept of trust. And now in theatrical improv, if you ever go see an improv show, or maybe you do some improv, trust is absolutely crucial, and there's trust, and there are rules in theatrical improv to necessitate that kind of trust, where you're putting yourself out there in improv and you can say literally anything, and you are trusting your scene partner to not throw that back in your face and make you feel small and stupid. So that same level of trust, that idea of trust above all else, is equally important in gaming. So let's talk about ways, tactical, clear suggestions of what are things you can do either as a player with your GM or as a GM amongst your players to necessitate greater trust, to generate greater trust.
I think one of the easiest things to do is just acknowledge that, like, no matter whether you consider yourself an improviser or not, we're all making this up, right? It's all made up. So it's okay as the GM to like take some time and say, like, oh, your characters go to a place. You're like, oh, we want to go to this, I don't know, the naval yard. Like, oh shit, I didn't prepare anything for a naval yard. You can say like, I don't know. Like, give me a minute. Give me a minute. Instead of like quickly making up something and then going like, oh, I wish I hadn't have said that. You can feel like, are you going to the naval yard? I don't know what's there. Let's talk about what would be in this naval yard here, and just talk with your characters for a couple minutes and go, oh, okay, now I got a picture of it. Let's go there. Like you can just stop the boat for a minute and get off and look at it. And that's okay.
I also want to throw in, since John Parrish is not here, I want to, as a friend of ours, John Parrish has sometimes been on this panel. I want to throw in his whole thing, which is say yes or roll dice.
Yes.
Which is not his thing. It comes from a bunch of other people. There's a lot of people say it.
But we don't know those people. We will attribute it to John Parrish.
Well, you get upset at that. But the point is, when something like that happens, right? One way to build up trust is from a GM standpoint with your players is like, say you're in a situation where someone's like, they're trying to come up with an idea and they're like, hey, is there a chandelier in the room? And honestly, if you say no, that player suddenly then doesn't have, their plan's gone. And then they're back at square one and you got to sit around and think up something else. Just say, yeah, there's a chandelier there. Sure. Why not? What's the big deal? I'm going to swing from the chandelier and kick the giant in the face. Cool. That sounds pretty neat. Let's see if it works. Right? Instead of saying like, no, there's no chandeliers here. It's a cave. It could be. You
Why
gotta
not?
see it
The
in
goblins
cave, right?
put a chandelier up in their cave.
Course. Yeah.
Now
At the end of the day, they're still making
an
an attack roll. Let them have fun leading up to it.
There are limits to this, of course, right? So, but like you can't be like in a medieval setting and someone's like, is there like a ray gun behind this rock? Like, no. I mean, come on, man. But you can let players inform aspects of the scene, and this gives them a degree of agency. It lets them trust you. It means they have more fun. And likewise, you get the ability to come up with new stuff to make that interesting, right? Well, suddenly there's a chandelier in here. Well, now that the chandelier's on the ground, what if it starts a fire? Hey, suddenly this got more interesting, right? So not only you're fighting the giant, but stuff is on fire, and so on and so forth, right? So that kind of flexibility, trading back and forth between GM and player, builds trust and actually makes things more interesting and more fun.
Yeah, I would say also something that I think about, and this is also coming from how I communicate improv to kind of teaching, is that, so the traditional kind of lecture style, like teacher in front of the classroom, students all facing you, attentive style of teaching, we're moving away from that. And I think there's like a cultural acknowledgement, right, that isn't the ideal mode of teaching something. And I think similarly with improv, sharing focus with individual players, having one-on-one sessions for character creation where you get to know someone's backstory that they don't necessarily have to share right away, and letting, like, from session to session, letting different characters' subplots bubble up on their own and have their own space and own time to explore it. I think, like, in terms of pacing of, a long campaign, being able to have characters' backgrounds and people they know and stories come up in a moment in a kind of unexpected way to show that you're paying attention and you're caring enough to incorporate that into a storyline. I think, like, that's the biggest way to build trust, is just take care that, like, when, if you're reflecting back on a session or if you're planning for a session, not everyone has to have their moment in every single session, right? I think that's too much. I think that veers off to the other end of having of making things overly complicated. But I think really being attentive to, like, this person hasn't explored their own personal narrative in a while. How can I get that to bubble up in the next couple sessions, so that they feel like they're attended to? I think thinking not just of D&D as a shared storytelling, but also a set of micro storytelling experiences beneath that is I think one way to start to build trust.
Absolutely, I entirely agree. One thing that's interesting, and I think it's a natural natural next step along the path that we're having here to answer this question. In the Twitch chat, Underqualified Overlord, which is a great name, says, if the players dramatically veer off course, what are your tips to make room for improv while gently encouraging players back towards the story? And the reason why that question is perfectly timed is because we're talking about backstories. We're talking about things that interest the players. So how do we address Underqualified Overlord's question?
You never want to force a player. I'm sorry, go ahead, Samantha.
No, you go ahead.
I was saying, you never want to force a player to do something that they don't want to do, and we've all been in that thing where, like, don't you want to explore that cave? What if your players say no? Like, oh no, you hear a child crying from the cave. Well, screw that child. Okay, then there's some weird lights coming from the cave. Well, I don't want to go in. All right, well then they don't go in the cave, and they don't have the adventure that you had planned.
Yeah.
That's okay. Like, take that somewhere else, or don't give them a choice. Right? It's like, I have a 7-year-old. It's the same thing. Like, hey, do you want to come over here and help me with this? Oh, you don't? No, I should. Do you have to? Like, if there's a choice, let them have a plan for either choice. And if there's not a choice, don't give them one.
Well,
there you go. My characters are off track.
Go ahead, Sam.
So
adjust the track.
I would say that, like, a choice to not pursue something is a choice with just as many stakes as a choice to pursue something.
Mm-hmm.
So if you hear a crying infant and you don't follow that still exists in the world. The GM
Absolutely.
offered that up. And if they don't follow that, then what are the unintended consequences down the road?
Now that child's possessed and it's following you. Yep. Now it's
Exactly.
you're making it worse. You don't even know.
And the thing is, that starts to build, right? And then you get a shared understanding with your players and as a GM that like everything in the world has some degree of stakes. And it's not just that we're like, oh, we don't want to be railroaded into this storyline. It's like, this exists in the world. This is the world in which we all live in. And somewhere down the line, that's going to have some sort of consequence. It doesn't have to be there's a line, like you don't want to be getting back at your players for not pursuing something and making something terrible and awful happen to them later down the road because like, oh, well, you didn't pursue that crying baby. But feeling like the world, those unexplored plot lines don't just disappear into the void.
Go ahead, Matt.
I just to add to that, in the same vein, if players aren't going towards the plot you want them to go to, and things are continuing to happen behind the scenes, don't blindside them with that plot when it does come back. It might be just that they're so invested in what they're doing, they want to finish that up, and they are interested in your storyline. So like say for example, this child that's getting possessed in this cave, maybe, while they're pursuing whatever their other side plot is, they get wind like in a tavern, like, oh yeah, there's this, they just keep peppering details about it. There's this new cult and it's worshiping a baby, and that baby is in this cave, and they're making blood sacrifices. And that way it's not going to be a surprise if like suddenly this child that was left to cry has an entire following and an army of their own.
So I've got two things I want to say about this, because this is honestly a problem that occupies a fair amount of a GM's time in many cases, right? Over the years, I've dealt with this tons of times. And here are the two ways I get around it. Number one, your players should be easily manipulated. And the reason they should be easily manipulated is the players should have made clear to you what they want to do at some point, either verbally by saying, hey, we want to go do that, or by the choices they made with their character, right? So like, again, the aforementioned proud paladin. I mean, if he's a proud paladin, he's abandoning a crying child in the woods, that sounds as though they're either actively trying to be embarrassed by somebody, because those are the choices they made, or they just forgot that that's the thing they wanted to do. And you can say like, hey man, like, I thought that was like your deal, right? I have a kid in distress, but you want to save him? Now, sometimes that's not going to work, right? And there's a reason why the players aren't doing that, and we've already explored some that they might be involved in something else. And here's a way to avoid the problem entirely, and it's similar to what Samantha and Melissa are saying, which is that I don't build a game like a road. I build it like a sandbox. Okay, so you're going to put them in this environment, and when you're preparing the game, rather than prepare a single path, you're going to prepare a three-dimensional setting around them. You're going to create a bunch of NPCs. Some of them are going to be way too powerful for them right now, and you're going to create a bunch of problems going on. And then as you're going through the game and the characters make choices, they're going to bounce off of the stuff that you set up in the sandbox. And that itself is going to create additional things that are going to happen, right? So they abandon the kid in the woods. Fine. Kid gets possessed by a demon. It'll show up later. We'll hint at it the way Melissa suggested. And they're doing something else. That's going to change other things. And if you try to approach the game less like a scripted event, like you got to do this, and this, and more of like a video game, honestly, and honestly, RPGs have more in common with video games than they do with scripted anything anyway, you're going to find that it'll be a lot easier, and you won't run into that problem that much because you've already kind of basically prepped a bunch of stuff. And one thing to do also, by the way, is at the end of a session, when you're about to wrap up, ask your players, so what do you guys want to do next week? Like, where do you think you're going? Because I need to prep it, right? Like, if you're going to do something, I want to know so I can set it up for you. And they'll tell you, right? Like, they'll tell you, like, I think we should do this. And that'll solve you so many problems. Just have them tell you. And it doesn't need to be this like, oh, by the way, I set up this secret dungeon you don't know about. Why aren't you going in the secret door? Because they don't know about it, and so on.
Similarly, at the beginning of a session, we've come into the habit of, what do you remember from last time? Which also helps to kind of guide what's interesting to your players. What are they focusing on? What plot details do they remember? So that as you are narrating that session, you can make sure to revisit in some way the things that they had fun doing. And that can also help you inform like writing your next section too.
Yeah, it's great to hear what the players are highlighting, what they remember and what they are about there. Yeah.
The added benefit of that fantastic piece of advice is every so often you are reminded of, you, the GM, are, even if you take meticulous notes, are reminded of some interaction that to you seemed fun, but to them they were like, yeah, we met that mercenary along the road. And in your mind, it was just someone to give them directions. It's like, yeah, no, he talked about a missing loved one, and he read romance
He had that great
novels
name, Bartleby Bumbleburger.
We need to
Meanwhile, the
find
GM's like,
him.
okay then, all right, we better.
In improv, that's called a callback.
Yes.
Yeah.
So let's we are going to jump forward into a very exciting new slide, the scenario discussion and Q&A part. Now, as promised, everyone in the Twitch and Discord chat, now is as good a time as any to ask us some questions. So the way this is going to work for about 20 minutes or so is you are going to feel free to ask us any questions you want. I will do my best to pluck them and feed them to these voracious panelists. And also from time to time, we will ask the group some questions, things that we've touched on a little bit that we want to learn more about, or things like that. And the way it'll work, everybody, is generally one of the panelists will answer the question. And if anyone else has kind of some added codas, we can put those on as well. So I saw one question from Ghost 1884, which I really like, and I would love to share with the group here. What do you do if you feel like you made the wrong choice in game? Where would you take it back if you could, because the results were so bad? So whoever wants to answer this, I will add a little bit on top of that. What do you do if you feel like you made a wrong choice in game as the GM or as a player? So who wants, Melissa? Yes.
All right. So I have been in games where a decision was made and it made either the player uncomfortable or it made the whole party uncomfortable. And in instances where a decision is leading to everybody either feeling uncomfortable or really not having fun anymore, retcon. It's not a big deal. Go back to that moment. It's okay if it's not something where it's just, the person flubbed a roll, but if it's something that they actually feel terrible about and they would have not made that decision in character, I am okay with retcons.
I said yes to this brothel visit, but Steve, you made it weird, so we're not going there anymore.
Exactly. Yeah, you don't want people to suddenly, like, the fun comes to a halt. And so just rewind. I like to think sometimes, this is like you're writing a script, you're writing a play as you're doing it, and you're just moving around set pieces. And if a piece of your script isn't working, cut it out, take it out, go back.
Yeah, or fast forward.
Yeah, or fast forward.
I want to do a big scene where we're all doing. Okay, it's over. You touch everyone in the brothel and you go home.
I also want to throw in a little thing in. There's another way to take this question, which is not necessarily that no one's having fun anymore, but that suddenly they made a decision that now everything seems to be coming apart, and the thing that they wanted to happen, their goal seems to be slipping away, and they feel as though they're losing, right? That they're losing the game. This happens to the GM and happens to the players. I think it's important that we understand that in order for things to really be satisfying, failure is a necessary element of that experience, which is counterintuitive because players are very risk averse as a general rule, right? And they don't want, if something's going wrong and we're losing and he got eaten by a dragon and so on, there is still opportunity there to make something really neat happen. And that it's up to the GM and the players alike to suddenly put their thinking caps on and come up with some new innovative way to change our plans. And in order for this to work, the GM needs to get flexible. They need to allow the players to come up with their cockamamie scheme to save their butt from the dragon. Like, wait, is dragon blood combustible? Okay, so they're gonna die, right? Like everyone's gonna have a miserable time unless dragon blood is combustible. So guess what? It is now.
Yep.
So what's your plan, Paul? What do you got going on? It's like, okay, maybe there's enough dragon blood around here that I could do that. Like someone is just about to do something that's going to be the coolest thing that's ever happened in your game.
Yes.
And this is, by the way, all the greatest stories from your role-playing experiences are going to be when shit goes totally sideways, your plan goes straight out the window, and everything's falling down, and you guys collectively pull a solution out of your ass that's both awesome and successful. And the only way that happens is if failure happens. So fail boldly, my friends. Go forth, get in trouble.
Sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, kind of a flip on what we were talking about earlier of, you know, if players make or don't make a decision or you roll badly, unintended consequence, it doesn't always have to be negative. You can have an unintended benefit as well. Yeah. So there's a thing that everyone perceives as being universally bad. We regret that we made that. What's that nugget of something, that little glimmer of a unique or a new and interesting path forward that can arise from that situation that can kind of re-spark that energy or interest in your players? I think that something unintended is not always bad. There can be unintended benefits as well.
You're all on your way to space prison, but you know the secret code to the bad guy's central layer.
It helps you to fail. You're failing forward, and that's the idea: is that the story doesn't stop. Because, like a lot of times when somebody fails a roll or they make a decision that gets them in a dungeon, the GM's like, "All right, you're in the dungeon. Moving to the next player." But to make the game continue, that nugget, that the codes, or like the person in the dungeon that they meet while they're there, something to keep their interest and let them know their story's not over. Like they're still playing a part here. That is how you get players to trust failure.
Absolute. Trusting failure is such a great two-word saying to use here. Let's look inward for a moment. Does anyone have a scenario or question on the panel here that they would like to ask their fellow panelists? And while that is happening, also in the chat, feel free to keep those questions coming. We see, I just saw a great one from JFun86 that I think we'll do next. But before that, we look inward. Who has a question for the group?
I have one. So a lot of times in games like Dungeons and Dragons, this actually happened to me recently. You're doing a dungeon and it goes from being fun to being a slog. You're crunching numbers, you're hacking at the monster. And especially on Zoom, like I've done a lot of Zoom gaming this past year. How do you, as a GM, read the room and fix it? And it usually relies on improv, but I'm curious what your techniques are for those moments.
I try to make sure, specifically if we're talking about dungeons, or generally I'll point out this combat in general.
Yep.
One of the things I'm really sensitive to when I'm running a combat is how long it's going to take. Because this becomes a delicate balance between the rules mechanics and the time allotted. There is a point at which, like when you first start fighting the dragon, the giant, the big monster, or like the army of orcs, whatever it is, where it's super exciting. But like around hour 2 of rolling attack rolls and killing goblins left and right, everyone's creative juices have kind of run out. And like, we're just kind of then rolling dice and counting numbers, and it gets dry and we're kind of bored at that point. Or very frequently, very easily can happen. And I think the thing to do then is, as a GM, it's your job to notice whenever that happens and either have plans or come up with a way to change the dynamic entirely. Okay, so in the case of like the orcs, okay, so you're fighting orcs for a while. You say you set up 40 orcs for them to kill. They've gone through 22 of them. It's getting boring. Okay, the remaining 18 are going to fall back, and we're going to move on to like stage 2, which is a different kind of combat situation, right? Suddenly they're on giant flying creatures and they're dropping bombs in your head. So now we have a different tactical thing. Because the thing that gets boring is being stuck in the same plan for too long. You have to make them come up with new plans. And the same with a dungeon or combat or whatever it is. Whenever that's going to happen, you need to come up with some way to shake it up. For that reason, my dungeons tend to be very short, and I tend to switch tasks pretty rapidly so that things keep going.
That's so important because there's this concept I think that GMs have of like, oh, if I alter it, if I'm like suddenly 10 goblins run away or whatever, like I'm cheating, like I'm messing it up. I'm making it easier. I'm not being fair to the players. But that's not how it works, right? Like the GM gets to cheat. That's how you do, right? If you're like, oh, I got a room full of owlbears and they slaughter them really easily, you go, okay, well now there's also some other shit in here, I love the saying that the GM gets to cheat and the players get to win.
Oh, I love it.
I will throw in one. I totally agree with Bobby. I will throw in one caveat: don't cheat in such a way to steal a player's great victory.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so if they totally tool on your owlbears, I literally had that happen. Owlbears, they tooled on. They killed the owlbears without even taking a hit point damage because a guy came up with a great plan, and you know what? They just won.
Yeah.
Because I could bring it in, but then everybody would know that, oh, well, we finished that too quickly. So now, and that will violate trust. So
now,
if they come up with a
emergency
great ass plan,
owlbears appear.
Right. No, you got to give them their victories.
Yeah. If it feels awesome, keep it. If they're like, oh, I wish there was more, then there's more.
Yeah. Or if they're losing and suddenly the GM invents this NPC like Gronk the Conqueror comes in and slays the rest of the beasts, that's going to make the players feel like,
does he pick them up and spike them?
Yeah, yes, he does. Ooh, what's the point of me being here if Gronk's going to come in and win for me?
Yeah.
Sam, final thoughts and then next question.
Yeah, I was just going to say, there's a reason books and movies typically don't go individual battle by individual battle when you're going through a battle, like in a story. And I think that you can use the flexibility and storytelling leeway that you have as a GM to say, I mean, I like Austin, they fall back. I think that's a realistic response when an enemy is being overwhelmed. I also think I've had a GM be like, all right, you dispatched the last few pretty easily and you're like, you move on. Mm-hmm. It's totally okay to take those shortcuts because ultimately I see at least, D&D or whatever system you're playing as a storytelling game. And, if you would not write out those last 3 pages of finishing the battle in like the same extended detail as you told the first, 7 pages of that battle, then skip it. Just, move on.
Mm-hmm. Indeed. All right, let's take this one here. JFun86 asks, I was in a one-shot recently where the conflict of the session was surrounded by solving an in-real-life ethical issue, which was incredibly difficult to approach, let alone wrap up nicely for a satisfying ending. So that was the kind of the setting, and the question is, how do you avoid ethical quandaries? So let's have one panelist answer this one, and we'll see what we think.
Okay, I'll do it. As the freshman comp professor here, I get into this all the time professionally anyway. Okay. So going off the stuff we've already said, it should be clear to the players what vaguely kinds of conflicts you're going to get into anyway, right? So if you're playing a really dark, gritty, realistic game set in the antebellum South, guess what, guys? You're going to talk about slavery at some point. It's going to be a thing. Right? We should all know that going in. We're going to have a conversation about it. I think, though, it is important to remember that this is a game. It is not intended as a opportunity for us to debate morals of the day, if you will. And so, generally speaking, I personally try to shy away from getting too much down that way because it can very easily hijack your game. And then the players get mad at each other. You start having actual arguments about whatever it happens to be, and that defeats the purpose of having fun. Now, so what do you do if it comes up in a game you're playing in? I think I think ultimately what you got to do is you got to say, like, hold up, guys, do we really want to have an argument about like the ethics of, I don't know, welfare reform, or do we actually just want to like shoot the stormtroopers? Like, could we get to that point? I think that's reasonable. I mean, I understand, and I do appreciate the efforts on the parts of some players and GMs to engage in real world discussion in their game, and I think that's good. But it's not, if people are not gonna go along with it, if it's gonna make people mad, if it's gonna make the game fall apart, I don't really think a role-playing game is necessarily the best venue to do it in.
Mel, parting thoughts?
Yeah.
Yes. Just continuing with that idea of like, don't go there. It's really important to, in those moments, make sure you have clear separation of player and character. I think a lot of the times when you get into these muddy situations around ethical quandaries, it's because emotions that are personal are coming into a game that is fiction. And you don't want to have, as a GM, ethical quandaries in your game that are triggering topics. I mean, that's something that you should establish in your session 0. So it's like, some things that are really hard to talk about, like people, being sexually molested or something, that's a no in your game. And so like, that's not something that's ever going to come up. Or like talking about cruelty to animals in your game, and that's something that's a no. So you want to make sure that in your session 0, you establish the boundaries of ethics. That's, I think, something that also happens. And then as a GM, keeping an eye on when your players are getting agitated. Is it in character or is it not?
That takes it back to the improv skills, right? Or the most important skill in improv is listening, right? Read the room. If everyone is hating what you're doing, stop.
Yeah, retcon, go back.
Yeah, that actually answers to some degree a question from Mew Fantasy. How do you allow players to do the things they want, but not let them take it to the extreme? My players love to be evil, but they go a little overboard on it and can make it hard for me to set up a plot and story. I think, Mel did a very important thing in talking about kind of the moral compass that you can lay out in session 0. I think that is hugely, hugely, hugely important in any game, not just for the mechanics of storytelling, the mechanics of improvisation, but to create a psychologically safe space. We get connected to our characters, and there is separation between player and character, but think about the number of hours you've spent with your favorite character. They're practically family. And so because of that, you're invested, and the goal is to be invested within a psychologically safe space. So I just wanted to drop that in there before moving on.
I do want to throw one last thing in about that, because we start talking about, I think another aspect of the question is players that are out of control, quote unquote, right? That are deliberately doing malicious acts inside the game to vandalize essentially the world that the GM has set up, right? The solution to that behavior is for you as the GM to say, okay, hold on. This isn't any fun for me. And if we intend to keep playing, you can't do this. Like, I'm okay with your characters being evil, but if you're being evil for the sake of spite towards me, I ain't running the game.
The
maybe don't say that in front of everybody.
Adversarial relationship thing is the worst.
If it's just one player, I tend to pull that player aside. But yeah. And
Sam, your thoughts?
I was going to say also, I have 2 thoughts. One, this is where one-shots come in. If you have a bunch of people who want to get this out of their system, do a one-shot. Let them be as evil as they want. You don't have to care about plot and story more than one session.
The game is called Paranoia. Paranoia is the name of the game. You will love it. And it'll be great for one shot.
The other thing is, so for me, at least in my experience, those players have typically, I'm generalizing, been players that don't necessarily have a long goal in mind for their character that they're honoring. This is kind of a problem of character creation. This is why I like systems like 7th Sea that kind of reward you for pursuing the things that are very core to your character. And you don't get a reward if you're not actively pursuing that. So, there's systems that can incentivize players to keep a little bit closer to what their character's goals and motivations are. But I really think this is a matter of, there's more nuance than just I want to be evil, I am evil, and I want to destroy everything around me in a longer game. There has to be to serve the plot. So I think that's just a question of character creation when you have it in kind of a larger game setting. But always feel free to do a one-shot where you get that out of their system.
Or run a villain game.
One more question here that is very interesting, and for I think a lot of people when they think improv, they think acting, they think voices. So I do want to address it here. In the 2 minutes. We have 2 minutes for this, and then I want to go around one more time because, goodness, this is a fast hour.
Yeah, right.
4 dozen salamanders, which is really a great number of salamanders, asks, as a GM, how do you improvise dialogue that is both natural and gives helpful information to the players?
That's really good. Well, I mean, I'm cheating because I'm an actor. But if somebody's not an actor, I think what's important is to set aside what your NPCs want, what they're trying to get out of the conversation and what they're scared of. And have those two things in mind as you're improvising dialogue. And then if there's pieces of information that they need to impart to your players, have those in front of you too. So you're kind of doing like a little psychoanalysis on your NPCs so that you know how they would behave in terms of what scares them and what they want and how they respond to pretty much anything your PCs might say.
It's also, don't be shy about taking notes about this stuff when you're doing prep. Like you have an NPC in mind and just write a couple like things that Melissa pointed out. What are they afraid of? What's their relative status to the players, etc. So that you kind of have a little cheat sheet about like what they're supposed to be like. And then, just kind of speak naturally. It's okay if it's not like perfect dialogue.
Yeah, it doesn't need a voice. You could also absolutely ask somebody else to do it.
I do that all the time.
Oh, yeah, here, you play this, you do a great, whatever, Arnold Schwarzenegger impression. So you do this. That's what he sounds like at the bar.
And one of your players
he doesn't know anything. Everything they ask you.
I want to tell one really quick story about something I did in a Star Wars game. We had somebody playing the protocol droid. Every time we encountered an alien, I had the protocol droid roll to see how well he understood what they were saying. I handed him a stack of note cards and I made him write the subtitles. And I just went, and they'd go like, okay, I think he said this. And like, it was so much fun. And the protocol droid was like, I would tell them basically the things they're trying to express and I'd make the player translate for me. So that way I just had to make things.
All right, everybody. It has been 58 glorious minutes. Jeez. So before we go around the around the circle one more time with parting thoughts, first and foremost, I'm going to move to our final slide, which is some of our favorite tips and takeaways from previous sessions. But before we get into our final thoughts, I will get the thank yous out of the way now. Thank you, as always, to PAX for having us. We absolutely love doing this panel. Thank you so much to PAX. Thank you for everyone chatting along with us in Discord and in the Twitch chat. Your questions were fantastic. We absolutely love them. And tell PAX you want us back because we will come back every darn PAX and keep answering more of your questions. So that's just my final thank you there. So with that, we've got enough time for one person to say one sentence each. What is a piece of advice, a parting thought that you want to share? We'll go counterclockwise this time. So I will start with one to buy Mel some time, and we'll go from there. Mine is it really should be just as much fun for you, the GM, and the way to make it fun is to create a culture of trust. Mel, you're up.
My big thing is something we actually didn't mention yet. Keep it first person. So when your players are gaming, instead of saying, "Can I do this?" say, "I swing from the chandelier that's in this room," and train your players to speak in first person and have the action be present.
Awesome. Sam?
Oh, my brain has gone mostly blank. But I think really just, oh gosh, I think that the important thing improv has given me in playing role-playing games is that there is no wrong answer to anything. And even if you have a preconceived idea of what the stakes might be, there can be unintended consequences or benefits down the line, and play with that to your advantage and as much as you want to.
Awesome. Austin.
I would say my perennial thing, which is go out and get in trouble as a player, take risks, do the thing that's really interesting for your character, and you'll have way more fun than just playing it safe.
Heck yeah. Bobby.
The definition of stupidity is trying the same thing twice and expecting different results. If you don't like what you're doing, change it up. Change up the players, change up the system, change up how you communicate with the GM, with each other, and try something new and try and make it work.
Sounds pretty good. Panelists, thank you so much as always. PAX, thank you as always, and we will see you next time. Bye, everybody.
Bye, everybody. Thanks so much.
Everyone. Bye.
I was a street rat who'd lost her dog.
Will you at least allow me to call you milady, milady?
I am a keeper of charms.
An ancient warning of what lies beyond. We will live and wait until the realm needs us again.
A goblin. A goblin in the city.
Turn those old Dungeons and Dragons into dollars and dividends by owning your own adventuring franchise. From its humble beginnings as D&D Live Play, expanding to stage, podcast, and stream, with Acquisitions Incorporated, there's never been a better time to get the money.
Hey, it's Owen Dron, CEO of Acquisitions Incorporated. Imagine digging a hole, but instead of finding a body, you find real wealth. And a body. One you put there. Buy my book.
We partnered with Wizards of the Coast to bring the official Acquisitions Incorporated experience to your home campaign. Learn how to run your own franchise, how to staff it with new player options for specializations, spells, and equipment, stats for iconic characters and monsters, and put your franchisees to the test with an included campaign for levels 1 to 6. Obviators are standing by. With the official D&D Acquisitions Incorporated book, you can do what you wanna do. Ow! Did you know? The primary syllabaries or character sets on the internet are kamoji and emoji, where kamoji are used to convey complete sentences or phrases. Emoji are intended to be parsed separately and can be integrated with other writing systems. And that's a fact about the internet.
Attention, campers. Today's lunch will be pork and beans on toast. The vegan option is beans and beans on toast. The paleo option will be pork and pork on a stone slab. The gluten-free option will be pork and beans on pork and beans. That is all.
Did you know? Elder millennials and more hip Gen Xers speak fondly about dial-up internet, a system whereby anyone who is interested in using the internet would need to call and remain on the line with Thaumaturd, the uplink, and provide him with thrilling conversation throughout their session. And that's a fact about the internet.
Did you know? An SQL slammer is both the name of a computer worm that almost turned off the whole internet back in 2003, and an extremely potent tequila drink. Sadly, the drink's recipe was lost forever when the floppy disk containing it fell out of a child's hands into the San Francisco Bay. And that's a fact about the internet.
decided, you know what, I've dabbled in indie games. I'm going to give this one last shot.
Let's just make a game. It felt like jumping to the deep end.
I realized that making games was like a real thing that you can do.
It's just so, that's the word, is liberating.
We owned this project. Success for us is defined as being able to continue to do this because we really love it.
We want to be what we know.
Making something that people enjoy.
Due to an unforeseen graham cracker, chocolate bar, and marshmallow shortage, S'mores Night will not be held this evening. However, we will be serving melted M&Ms on toast and fried bananas in the lodge at dusk.
Did you know that in 1977, Robbie Lerman with the Unicron Consortium experienced the very first reply all disaster when he accidentally transmitted a message intended for his office mate to every computer linked via the ARPANET system. To all 30 institutions, he sent the words, "Bob Metcalf's a real fink." And that's a fact about the internet.
Earth used to be our home, until the nuclear catastrophe plunged it into chaos. After 150 years, we've finally returned to the surface of the Earth. But the planet has changed.
Radiation has become an invisible, deadly companion. Droughts and sandstorms plague us time and again. We forge ahead to make this world bearable again.
We have created a new home for ourselves in order to lead a happy life. And yet, no peace lasts forever. Some survivors envy our hard-won prosperity. We won't allow our success to be simply taken away from us. We have to act. It's up to you to build our future.
you know? The term war driving, the practice of searching for Wi-Fi wireless networks from a moving vehicle, has apparently been in use since the 1980s, when it was adapted from war dialing, the practice of calling sequential phone numbers to see which one would hit a server. Nobody told me that stealing internet from my local laundromat had a cool name, and I consider you all responsible. And that's a fact about the internet.
We're Child's Play, and since 2003, we've been very, very busy. We supply toys and games to hundreds of child welfare facilities across the world, taking a little of the outside world and bringing it inside. We've raised more than $44 million so far, and our work reaches more than 1 million kids per year. Come be a part of our story and learn more at childsplaycharity.org.
Did you know? The first local area network, or LAN party, took place when a bunch of popular and/or cool kids in an Oxnard, California neighborhood decided it'd be fun to pretend to be sysadmins for a few hours before finally playing one round of Doom at 7 a.m. And that's a fact about the internet. Did you know? The internet was invented in 1928 to help put global stock markets back on track. However, at its launch in 1929, a rounding error caused markets to suddenly and irreversibly crash, leaving the technology to be abandoned until its reutilization in the late 1980s as an entertainment and torture device. And that's a fact about the internet.
Attention campers, to whoever ordered delivery to their cabin, you owe us $20. Next time, order the Vindaloo.
Did you know? The first portable computer was the Osborne, a 24-pound suitcase-sized device. Much less well regarded was the first portable Wi-Fi router. It was called the Godmother and had to be mounted onto the dorsal plate of a Japanese spider crab. And that's a fact about the internet.
Hello, hello, hello. PAX Online East, online, East, online. It's happened. It's happened. I mean, there was a brief duration where it seemed like maybe it wouldn't 100% happen, but now it is actually really happening for real, and you can tell because I am here. And what's more, I am joined by Chris Straub, who you almost certainly already know, but if you have ever been terrified online, it's entirely possible that he was responsible for it, either via Local 58 or perhaps from the creepy pasta Candle Cove. I mean,
it's been a while, but you
listen,
know. Yeah.
I want you to feel the good feelings for 5 seconds. Just try to do it. Just try to get a little joy each day.
Jerry, it's not about me though. It's about these challengers.
God, you know what? You're right.
Battle.
You're right. It isn't just about.
We got to turn our attention there.
It isn't just about the affection that we feel for each other. Obviously, it's about wicked blood sports. And what's more, we're talking about the survivors of a multi-day long tournament of terror. Our Omeganauts have truly come to the end here, ready for battle, and it's terrifying because, and you know why it's terrifying. At one point earlier in this very contest, I'll have you know, Mr. Straub, that these two fought shoulder to shoulder. They were allies in a previous round, and now they've been forced into our pit of horror.
This
where
is a
the
twist
secret
worthy of any reality show, basically every reality show.
Yeah, it is the twist that they have, and we are executing it flawlessly here on today's program, right here at the finale of PAX Online East. So, without further ado, let us introduce our terrified contestants. First up, Hamilton, New York's own Anja Mahler, the pride of Hamilton, New York. I will be honest, before 5 minutes ago, I did not know that that was a real place. But the only thing I know about Hamilton, New York is that it produces true competitors, on par with Anja Mahler, no doubt. So Anja Mahler is competing in video games. Is this sort of the norm for you? Would you say this is a typical day? Is that how you found such great success here at the Omegathon?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I do blood sports as just a hobby on the side.
Nice.
I'm a librarian by day, but that doesn't quite pay the bills. So blood sports is kind of that thing that I do at night. It's a calling, really.
Honestly, like no lie,
it's good to have an outlet. Yeah,
it is.
It's important.
All the librarians I know are deeply intense people. These people are real as shit now, and you're gonna have to bring absolutely every ounce of your realness to contend with this demon, Thaddeus Rock, Boston's own. And so it's especially appropriate here at PAX Online East that Boston gets some representation, that they can have an avatar in this battle ready to represent it. Now, so how are you feeling, Thaddeus Rock? Are you fully calibrated for this afternoon's warfare? No. All right.
Mostly
Understood.
terrified, but we're going to do
mostly
this.
terrified. Perfect. You have to understand, this is primarily an engine. I mean, we brought people on to play like full 4v4 Rock Band rounds before the game was out. Like we have terrified people with this final round for quite a long time, and it's our great pleasure to maintain that on today's program. So you, of course, both know, because we had to get you set up, because of course PAX Online East has a slightly different cadence. We can't just terrify you and bring you up out of the crowd. So, but I'm going to reveal to everyone else what you already know, and that is the secret game is Fun Punch's Striker's Edge. That's right. So imagine all of the terror that one associates with PE dodgeball, put into a bloodthirsty medieval context with authentic weaponry. And that is Striker's Edge to a T. We're talking about a dodgeball, essentially a fighting game. Like if Street Fighter was primarily based around throwing very sharp things at each other, that's more or less what Fun Punch has put together here. I see no reason, Mr. Straub, that we shouldn't just begin right away with our first battle. Now, each individual round that we do is the best 2 of 3, and we are going to be doing the best 2 of 3 of these rounds. I promise. We're just going to play a lot, and then eventually somebody's going to win. We'll keep track of the points. Don't worry about it. But Chris, I think we should just jump right in, don't you?
I agree, and I'm ready to feel that horror and take on that mantle again of being a youth struck by inflated spheres, but this time with blades on them. I'll take it.
That's exactly right. It's just, it's aftermarket. We're just going to add something in there. Of course, let me also introduce Travis Erickson, our chief Omega Tech, but also the man who operates day to day the Child's Play charity that has done so much since its inception to sort of change what charity means in that context. Travis, how are you feeling?
Good. We had a great run of tech support. Just to put it out there, we have a backup plan if things don't go as according to plan. But
is that backup plan rock, paper, scissors in Zoom?
That's like plan C. So hopefully plan B is better and plan A works.
As long as it's in the running.
That's right. That's right. It's still there. We didn't say no completely. No. But Angie Mahler and Thaddeus Rock have been troopers to get through our tech support. It wouldn't be the final round of the Omegathon without it going wrong anyways. No. So we're set. We will get our arena fights on. We will see the blood. The people will get what they want, and we'll have one final winner.
Absolutely. Well, here, I say, obviously, in the PAX Online format, our competitors are in control of the screen. Let's just jump in there to round 1. Let's see how it goes.
Now, Jerry, much like in dodgeball, are we looking for the competitors to be struck by as many projectiles as they can be? Is that the objective of the game?
That's the goal. All we have to do is just select strike. We'll move forward from there. Now, ultimately, yes. Historically, a single ball would have been sufficient. In Striker's Edge, you can see that they have got, certainly I would have loved to have this as a young man. I would have loved to have a rocky plinth to protect myself. But you can see
hide behind your cohorts in your class. Your classmates would serve as cover.
Just an incredible dodge from Angie Mahler. We got to remember that the hideous demon Thaddeus Rock is throwing these lances, and these charged lances are striking the wall and remaining there as an obstacle for Angie Mahler. But I know, a nice shot there.
Oh, one struck the other out of the air.
One struck the other in midair. A big charge shot coming over here from Thaddeus Rock. Thaddeus Rock's stratagem. It's a high ROF. No,
oh my
no.
gosh.
Oh, I love that slowdown to reveal that. That's a rough.
Mega drama. All right, so that is the first round in this first 2 of 3 challenge. We see these shots getting charged. I know we're going to see shots launched at their full vigor from both sides. It's worth noting that there's a full roster of 8 twisted
that
medieval
one stuck
opponents.
in the wall's got a big range.
Yes, well, it does, and then it stuns on top. Just another index of the wickedness of Thaddeus Rock, if anything. Oh, nice.
Yeah, the red side is Angemaller's, I believe, and then the blue banner
exactly
belongs
right.
to Thaddeus Rock.
Left and right.
And each of these characters has a different set of skills, different moves. I noticed
a particular set of skills. Exactly, and you see as the as the
Crushing.
HP gets low. So round 1.
Yeah. Now, how do we adjudicate this play? Round 1.
Yeah, exactly.
Thaddeus, is that
round 1 went exactly. Round 1 went to Thaddeus. That's 1 point for Thaddeus Rock.
We could definitely see a new arena. So
yeah, we certainly could.
One of you.
I would recommend this this one with these boats. The Forsaken ships. I think this might be a delightful venue for these.
It makes sense that they
team
wouldn't be
tears.
on the same boat, because then that would imply that they are crew mates and they wouldn't betray one another like that.
Oh no, absolutely not.
Are we going?
So here's one last piece. Angemaller, as the loser of that last round, do you have one modifier you want to add to play, or keep this at no mods?
Keep it at no mods. The lag is enough to trip me up as it is.
Yeah, that's plenty.
Yeah,
that's plenty.
Reasonable choice.
Admirable. Or admirable, seeing as these are boats.
Listen, they need to be able to focus, Chris. They don't need this type of content.
Ooh.
Already a wicked javelin.
Okay.
Impaled. Rude.
What is this?
That was
monstrous?
a bad lag.
This is.
You guys were talking about that before I even saw it coming.
Oh wow. Okay.
Well, here we can give you the full preview over here.
Yeah, we can just shout dodge.
Yeah, really.
There's a lot of lances coming over.
Yeah, stay away from the knives.
Oh,
that was a close one.
Incredible escape.
Ooh, yeah. That's what we like
That's
to see.
it.
We'll have to see a lance going in.
Yeah, these lances that stick around are unwelcome.
Yeah, that seems pretty rough. And none of these lances are going into whales. So I feel like they've forgotten.
Oh.
Nope.
That's tough.
It is.
All right, let's see. Now, do you think those are barrels or just masts that have fallen down?
Well, I think that we have to consider that these wicked warriors have been at this all day. I assume this is a triple mast ship. That's just the ruins of the previous ones. Great shot.
Very nice of these soldiers on the sides to provide cover for the audience. It's
Absolutely. It's to be expected on the finer ships.
We're seeing a little bit of strategy going on.
The strategies come in. Oh, here comes the charge shot. This wicked javelin. Wild dodges. A veritable dance of death. Oh,
the barrels are being destroyed.
That's right. Fully
And their
destructible environments.
No.
Oh no.
Oh.
Oh, caught in
I
midair.
do like you could shoot their other projectile out of the air with your own.
True
a unique
talent.
choice of defense.
Absolutely. The best
Air parry.
defense. The best defense is a good offense, Chris.
No.
That's a
Oh.
But the worst offense. What is it? What would that? What would it be?
No offense.
Is only defense. Yeah, I guess something like that.
Something like that. So Travis, what do you have for us?
Well, that gets Thaddeus Rocks as our first to win 2 rounds. So we have a champion. He didn't even know he won. Did you just see that face?
Congratulations. I think that he was ready. I think that he was ready to do this for another 10 years. I think that he had entered. No, he had entered into exactly, but he had entered into a horrifying state, a sort of perma-competitor state. But I'm here to tell you, Thaddeus Rock, I mean, congratulations, 100%. Your prize. Yeah, no, it's okay. You can cry right there. Okay.
Look at that. Look at that.
Yeah, it's your party. You can cry if you want to. I hope, is that like the moist kind? That's the kind I don't like.
No. This is the dry confetti, the stuff that.
Oh, thank God.
Oh, that goes right in any vacuum cleaner. Easy.
Yeah.
Simple.
This room. But it is absolutely true. Now, Thaddeus Rock, what this means, among other things, obviously you join that robust group of true Omega-Naut competitors. The prize, of course, is a trip to any domestic PAX show. When you are comfortable to do that, that is available to you. I will see you at it. But Anja Mahler, it should be said that your story is not over.
That's right.
The fact is,
we have another PAX East coming up.
And, we have another PAX East coming up, and you are automatically you are automatically seated in that competition. So I want to extend this invitation not just to Anja Mahler, but to Hamilton, New York. In general, obviously, we're going to have another show. Anja Mahler is going to acquit herself at the utmost in this incredible new venue. Thank you so much to our Omega-Nauts. You got all the way to the end. Anja Mahler's story is still continuing. Thaddeus Rock, you go now to your rest. Thanks so much for rolling through. Very, very nice work. Thanks to Fun Punch as well for Striker's Edge. Much appreciated. Now, Travis, is there anything that we should know about Child's Play here at PAX Online East?
Yeah, I want to thank everybody who took part in all the different fundraisers that happened across PAX Online for Child's Play. You see Anja Mahler repping the Cookie Brigade over there.
That's
right. Anja Mahler's got the Cookie Brigade badge on. So we had our auction, we had the Cookie Brigade, we had the Hot Dog Fairy fundraiser. We really appreciate the support from everyone. We know it's been a tough year, and we miss seeing all of your faces.
Mm-hmm.
But your support has been around since 2003, and I just want to say, I know there's a lot of charities moving into this gaming space, and I'm a little bit biased to say that I think that that you've chose the best charity to support. Child's Play really. We're the only major gaming charity getting games and technology into the hospitals, and your support allows us to impact the lives of nearly of children in nearly 200 hospitals. And PAX Online, we raised nearly $9,000 this weekend to get things going for Child's Play. So thank you so much, and we're very excited to see you in person when West happens.
Absolutely. Well, I mean, it should be said, thank you so much. Also to Chris Straub, who was able to jump in here. Of course, we have done this event around the world together when we've needed to do it. So I appreciate you jumping in here. at the
It's
end.
a global space. I
a
consider the internet to be. So yeah, easy,
I'm
simply
there.
done.
Exactly.
Worldwide.
Universal.
The
but
web.
it should be, exactly. It should be said, as always, as is ritual, as is tradition, we begin when we end a PAX by thanking the enforcers, the spine of the show, absolutely 100%. I want to thank the exhibitors also, who brought us some cool things to look at. Obviously, much love to the PAX Indie Showcase as well. Obviously, all of the attendees here on the various streams, having fun in the Discord, collecting those incredible emojis. We love to see all of it, and we can't wait to see you again at PAX West. Until next time, thank you so much.